Phil Anson and John Hindorf with you as we are rapidly, in fact, just past 6 o'clock in the evening, so into the second half of the race. Your thoughts on the first half of the race, Phil? A couple of people saying, oh, we need more cars here. This is the first event here. We've got people in the grandstand. We've got 21 cars in a variety of classes. We think maybe 40, 45 cars would be as many as you'd want to run round here with GT3 as your top class. What do you reckon to the first half of this 12 hours of Kuwait Motor Town?
Okay, the first 2 hours was the drivers getting sorted.
Yeah.
They just simply did not have enough track time to actually get 4 drivers in a car, try and get an agreed balance and set up between 4 drivers. Then we had the tyre issues that compounded that, which was a track limits issue on the exit of turn 20. All of a sudden, everybody had to change the way they were driving the car. From about hour 3 onwards, what we've seen is, okay, the track's coming to us, the car's coming to us, we're getting our next driver in, the data is starting to come in, and the new drivers are starting to see what they need to do out there by looking at the data in the pits. And it's settled down. Yes, we are having the occasional punches, because people are going to roam wide, people are going to make mistakes. But I'm just looking at we've had a GT3 AM car leading from hour 2. Okay, that's the CP Racing car. The 32 but in the GT category, which has just dropped down into third position. The Zaid Ashkanani and the Team Kuwait MRS GT Racing has just moved up into 47 as the TGP Elite had been in the pits. But I'm just seeing that in all of the various classes of people having issues, the track's coming around. We're seeing fastest laps when they start to get low on fuel. The tyres are now starting to really come into their own. You could do a 24 here, John. You could do, you could do a 24 here.
Do you want to do another 24 here?
No, I don't think the teams would want to do a 24.
I think 12-24-6 is the trophy.
Yep.
It's not a bad idea. You could possibly play with the order of that. Obviously, Dubai's not going to move.
No.
It is centred there and has been for 10 years plus, maybe 20 years now.
Yeah.
So that's there. So could you move the 6, the 24, the 12? Yeah, you probably could. But would you want to? I think this works nicely at this time of the year here.
Look, the weather here is absolutely stunning. This is perfect motorsport conditions. For me, it's cold, but for everybody else, it's lovely. For the teams and everybody else, it's absolutely perfect working conditions down in pit lane. The drivers, as JF said earlier on in the broadcast, once that temperature drops, everything, your concentration becomes better inside the car. Remember, these cars don't have all of the, like you have in a road car, they don't have AC. You've got bare metal just generating heat. So if it's 30 degrees outside, it's 50 degrees inside these cars, and you're in a 3-layer fire suit. So, and also, you're very busy between turn 2 and turn 18. You're working very hard. And then you get 3 areas where you get a little bit of a break, but then you're working very hard again. When you're working hard, it's not just physical, it's mental. Knowing where to place your car, trying to make that advantage, trying to get that gain or increase that gap, as we've got the 930 into the pits now as well. So yeah, it's they're currently in, that's the QMMF by HRT, running 6th in the 992 and 4th in the 992 AM category. So yeah, this place has so much potential. And given it's their first attempt to put on a 12-hour endurance race at your first attempt at an international, that is big shoes. That's really stepping up the game. And boy, I think they've really done a great job of it. Everybody else can do it.
Joe Bradley's down in the pits. Hello, mate.
Hello, boys. I'm back here. It's quite a nice night here. It's not too cold and it's not too warm. Ideal racing conditions as the 930 completes what is, I can only describe as a very, very straightforward pit stop. They've changed driver, they've changed tyres, and the car is off to its fueling station. Let's have a look at the tyres. A little bit of pickup from the fronts there. That's all. And I think that's only the left front really that's got a bit of put, the right front's clear. So yeah, pretty straightforward, the 930. Who's just got out? Is it Ali that's just got out? Because I think I might be able to get a chat with him. He's working very hard.
The 930 was brought in by Ibrahim Al Abdul Ghani.
Ah, right, okay. Yes, there he is. He's just got his helmet off. Let's see if I can have a chat to him. How are you? You working hard? Let's come and have a chat to you. I've got my cameraman here. That was Ibrahim, that looked like a pretty straightforward pit stop. You guys are going round and round, but there's been one or two incidents we've noticed. You didn't go unnoticed. Was that you, Spud?
Yeah, I just been, I think, early in the game. I was trying to pass one of the TCR cars, and my front was out. So I was trying to kind of turn it with the throttle and kind of gave it too much. I'm sorry, I don't hear the whole question, but I still hear the gearbox.
Oh, you heard exactly right, man. This is your local track, isn't it?
No, I'm from Qatar. I'm here to participate in the first race here in Kuwait. What an amazing track. Great hospitality, great organization. The track is absolutely amazing. The elevation, the turning, everything is really marvelous. The track is really amazing. This won't be the last time I come here.
Yeah, it's kind of, this place kind of complements the Middle East region for motorsport, doesn't it?
Exactly. We've been having like great track openings so far, and I think this is a great addition to the tracks we have here in the GCC.
What are you planning on coming back with? I mean, obviously the 12 hours or the 24 hours of Kuwait, perhaps?
Yeah, so this is a preparation for the 24-hour Dubai. We're really, anxious to go there, and hopefully that's going to be our first 24-hour. This is actually my first endurance race, first time in my life to do an hour 50, so I can barely hear you. I hope I'm answering correctly. So
you are answering correct. So a completely different challenge then. What's the biggest difference in the challenge that a longer race brings, and of course working with a teammate?
So for all my career, I've been doing sprints, so mostly maximum about 30 minutes, the longest race we had. So this is the first time I do an hour 50. And it was not in a Porsche Cup either, so that was a huge change also. So it was a great experience. It won't be my last, hopefully.
Was it a surprise how you feel after 1 hour 50?
It's as fun as I expected, let's say that. But yeah, it's I didn't expect it to be this tiring, but I can handle it. Can't wait to go out again.
Yeah, and you are going out again?
Yes, it was absolutely.
Great stuff. Well done, Ibrahim. Welcome to endurance racing.
Nice talking to you. Thank you.
Yeah, great enthusiasm, and actually following on from what we were talking about earlier on, exactly, Nick Damon, what this circuit is meant to do. It's meant to inspire, it's meant to enthuse, it's meant to entertain.
Absolutely, and it does all those things. And I think that one thing we should point out is whilst we were chatting actually with a couple of the guys, and this full race circuit is actually the least used part of the complex. The drag strip's incredibly popular, the motocross section's incredibly popular, and the kart track's incredibly popular with the locals already.
And that's a CIK kart track, isn't it? That's
blooming quick, even in a rental car that I was in. I was, as Joe said, I kept seeing this thing, this big light pole. Oh no, you shouldn't look at what you're about to hit. And I'm thinking, that's a man who doesn't ride a motorbike. You always look at the street first you're about to hit. That's the key point. But yeah, I mean, it's an amazing complex. I mean, I know we're eulogising that, but generally, you come to a new place. It's in a new country for motorsport. And you think, oh, they've built something called Motor Town. What's it going to be like? And the answer is it's pretty damn impressive. The track's fantastic. And yeah, but it's all about seeding. It's all about seeding the region. And the region's been slowly seeded. With the major races we had initially starting in Dubai, which included the 24 hours, but also their version of ASCAR as well was very popular, wasn't it, as well, in the area. And yeah, we had A1 GP, of course, was based out of Bahrain originally. It spread obviously with Yas Marina and all the other circuits around the region. Yeah, and they now have, as Phil said, 4 Grand Prix, which I think is a bit selfish to be honest. But when you think about it, there's 4 Grand Prix within an hour and a half. In fairness, in Europe, there's 4 Grand Prix in much less than an hour and a half. You have Spa, Zandvoort,
Nürburgring, and it's been there.
There's been one, yeah. So it's us going. That's not really on, but actually Europe has. You fly an hour and a half, you go to a lot more than 4 Grand Prix. But and they're all in great venues, and as you pointed out, John, at times of the year when it's not always possible to race elsewhere.
Yeah, and I think that's key. It would be difficult to race here during the summer because of the heat, and they accept that. So where is the niche? Motorsport in some parts of the world is 12 months around. If you've got the right sort of climate, you go to Mediterranean, down to Portimao, they operate pretty much year round. Back in for the 9:30. This is one of two local teams. QMMF is the Kuwait Motorsport and Motorcycling Federation. HRT running this car. In it has come to the pit lane and soaked up a penalty there before it moved on. Penalties here, just in case you weren't with us earlier on. You are allowed to come in the pit lane, take your penalty, and then continue to service and fuel. You are allowed to take your penalty if we have a neutralised circuit under code 60, but if it's a 10-second penalty, it becomes 20. Basically, you double it.
Bit of confusion here.
However, if you do, mine's immeasurably greater than mine, to borrow a line from War of the Worlds, have decided that it is always worth coming in to take your penalties. Nick Damon is with John Hindhaugh, that's me, in the booth, and Joe Bradley is watching a bit of confusion.
Well, the 930 pulled off the penalty box, as you described. He's gone straight by his pit box, and that is a driver waiting to get into that car, isn't it? He's drove straight past and got into fueling, and there seems to be a bit of confusion as to whether or not, but mainly from the driver who's saying, "Why am I standing here kitted up?" And there was some sort of conversation went on. I'm just going to ask him if that's his car that has gone by.
Your car, sir.
That's exactly what I'm going to say. Are you getting into the 930?
Sorry?
Are you getting into the 930?
No.
You're for another car. Very confusing, all you guys in
there
the
we are, you
suits.
see.
There you go.
Same suit, different
No
car.
radio communication, so it's all confusing.
So the 930's got no radio.
No.
Right, but that's not your car.
Also, my car has no radio now.
So nobody's got any radio. So how are you communicating, you guys?
Board?
The old board. Yes, that's how they used to do it in my day. So are you getting ready for your car? What, you're in the 929?
Yes.
Yeah, that explains it. I can't tell who you are under your helmet.
Khalifi.
Khalifi. Right, okay. I'll leave it to your pit stop. Hopefully he saw the board. That's the thing about, I've worked for teams, and you put the board out, the driver never sees it.
I have to go outside and show.
You'll have to hang off and wave. Best of luck. He's gone right, so the crew member has gone back up onto the pit wall. This is old school stuff. And he's hanging the board again. And he's been waiting here ages, so I thought, he's got to be in the 930. And of course the 930 goes by. The only confusion is not with the team, but with me.
Well, yes, Joe. Because do you remember back in the Australian Grand Prix in 1997, they kept holding the board out to Jean Alesi, and he kept ignoring it, and then he ran out of fuel, and then he had a bit of a cry, and he got told off by Flavio. Flavio went, "Hey, you ran out of fuel."
Yeah, it happens. I think now they think what
Nobody ever ignored a pit signal given by you, mate. Never. Never, ever. They wouldn't dare. The 930 has gone back out again with Hamad Said Al Azam in behind the wheel. Coming into the pit is another Porsche, but this is not the car we were. This is the car. This is the 929. This is the car you were with.
This is the car you were looking for.
Go about your business. This is not the Porsche you are looking for. So Ibrahim Al Manai will come out of that car, and
Abdullah Ali Khalafi, who we were just speaking to there.
getting in.
Yeah.
He's having a bit of trouble with his helmet comms as well. And we've got a right rear puncture on the Porsche Cayman. This is the Lion Speed car with help from the Herberth machine. I think this is the third puncture for this car as well. Dan Miller, the American behind the wheel. It's happened in the early part of the lap again. Is this
A Renauer brother has just run by me down to the penalty box.
Yeah.
So that car may be coming in with a puncture.
Renauer brother, are you just going to do Nick now and just?
I honestly
Can't tell.
You can't tell them apart.
Doors open.
Especially
Drive.
if you haven't seen them.
Your driver's door's open on this car as well, so maybe he's had a spin. I wonder if he's had a spin on this car. because the driver's door is open. It's not latched. He's got his four-way flashes on. He's cruising around in second gear at the moment and trying to stay off track as much as he can. He's got quite a long way to go in the Cayman. That's the 491.
Yeah, he's only coming through the S's prior to the run round.
We'll see him any
12,
second
13,
now.
14, 15.
Out of the booth. Yeah, in fact, I can see the four-way flash. Amazing.
Is it because the car's smoking like anything? Is why he got the door open? Is he trying to avoid smoke inhalation?
It's not. He's not flapping it, and it's not like he's got hold of it. It just looks like it's popped open.
Yeah. There's a lot of. Every now and again, he's just managing to rub the top. There's smoke coming out from the front left. That's not coming out from the back. There's something else. There's two things wrong with that car, or something is overheating. It's running so slowly. So there's something overheating on the front left.
Is it because the front left is now bouncing because he's lost the tyre?
Could well
and it's like what happens when an aircraft touches down, so it stops rotating.
As you can see, there is smoke coming off that front left as well, and there goes a Renault.
Or our Renault.
A Renault, who knows? We need to find out, don't we, really?
Yeah, we really should.
Or is it funny and not finding out?
No. I think you've worked that one a little bit too hard now, to be honest, Nick.
You could never work a Renault too
It's
hard.
Alfred Renault and Robert Renault. They are identical twins. They both are extremely proficient Porsche racers.
Robert won the amateur.
I was going to say
twice he won it.
Twice Robert won the
Night of Champions thing, isn't it?
It's World Porsche Cup effectively. There's a very complicated system of point scoring, and it has a multiplier, a coefficient, depending on which championship you're running. But it is not open to pro drivers. It's non-pro drivers only. So depending on which series you're racing in, you get your points, and then it's a bit like the diving multiplier. When you hear people saying, this has a difficulty of 5.6, well, that's exactly what happens.
So if you're in DTM,
now, the guys in the gallery have found out a replay. Well, he's already going slow by this point. Does he pop the door open at this point, or has it already popped? He's got no tyre at all on the rear right, and then there's smoke coming out from underneath the car.
From the wrong side for the actual puncture.
Exhaust either side on that car.
He's dropped something. I think exhaust has dropped or something, or it's worn out. He's done a link or something. I don't know.
Well, or has the tyre done some damage underneath to an oil line that's now spewing oil out? I can't read any of the...
Just second gear, 49 and 50 kilometres an hour, just going as he comes in the pits now. May well serve his penalty if he's got one. That will be counted in by team manager.
Yes, that would be a good idea, wouldn't it?
And this time he's actually going to make the...
What is that?
Don't
what
forget
is
last
it?
time he
The
stopped.
491. Yes, he's got a 10-second time penalty, 20-second, 30-second time penalty, 40 seconds time penalty, and he served that one. I reckon he's got 40 seconds.
He served some about an hour ago in the wrong place, remember? He
so have they not
stopped,
been...
And then Mr. Renault decided to try and ask if that would count. I think it didn't count. He had to reserve it, I think.
Well, I reckon he's got at least 40 or 50 seconds of time penalties, as well as a flat tyre.
Yeah, a while now, so he's done at least 20 already.
He's read a chapter of his book.
Yeah.
He needs a good Dan Brown novel there, doesn't he?
Yeah,
That kind of. This is not.
You could have sped read a Jack Reacher by now.
Right, well, that wasn't. I don't think that was all of it.
That was 30, I think.
You put 10 fingers up, and you said that was 30, or was that just hello? I'm Nick.
It was 30,
just Jack.
Jazz hands.
Jazz hands. He has jazz hands penalty.
The Red Camel Jordan car is in with Luke Breukers. One thing I did notice actually is about 4 laps ago, Dan Van Kujic of the Team GP Elite, currently running second, put in the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah.
On a 53.057, so it's a bit of despite having quite a full tank of fuel, that was offset by his new tyres.
Yeah, that's the second time that car's done that. Joe Bradley is with a very poorly looking 491 Cayman from Lionspeed.
Yeah, as that car pulls in, the 909, the Red Camels Jordan car, with Luke Breukers at the wheel, he's just took on new tyres and he's off already and into refuelling. Meanwhile, the Lionspeed car has made it back. Well done. Well done to get that car back with that delaminating tyre just destroying itself. He has not damaged the rear end of this car in any way, shape or form.
Joe, is there any,
Your wheel's gone straight on.
Joe, is there anything happening around the front left at all? Because that was smoking, and now we postulated it's bouncing up and down. So it's just it probably was just that situation. Okay, cool.
No, I'll tell you what that probably was. So it's leaning, the corner weight of the right rear is affecting the left front, and it's took the weight off the left front. Sorry?
Yes, that's exactly what we said, Joe, at the time.
All right, okay.
Like an aircraft wheel coming down
car,
its spins up.
The car has now made its way off the apron and heading to fueling, and the tyre's been inspected by Ben from Hankook Tyres. It's just one of many, many punctures that we've had here.
And only one of them have been left rear.
Yes.
All of them have been.
Well, helpfully,
right rear.
the Art Bratislava must be very chuffed about managing to achieve that.
And that was that not that car?
No, that was the Art Bratislava car, wasn't it? They finally managed to
correct.
and almost punctured as well.
So Joe Foster's lead is back out to a pit stop and more at 4:36. Oh, we've got another puncture. It's the RC Bratislava car.
Looks like it's sitting flat to me.
I think it's another left rear. Let's
Have
see.
a look, it's going slowly, obviously.
Oh, no, air in the left rear.
Might be, but they may have the warning up. They may have the low pressure warning up.
Yes, Matej
Is it going on the right? Is it going on the right hand side?
Yeah, I think you're spot on, Nick, because that looks...
Yeah, it's not right. It's too square. It's going on the right hand side, but hasn't gone.
Matej Konopka. Another right rear tyre issue.
And that is 6 now, isn't it? Or is that 7? Is that 6 rights and 1 left?
Phil was writing them down.
All right,
and,
okay.
You know, he's run out of paper.
And pen.
He's gone to refill his fountain pen.
I found something quite unique down here.
Quite unique. Not actually unique, then.
Very unique.
It's very, almost entirely unique.
Entirely unique.
Uh-huh.
Understand what I tell you? I found an American driver who doesn't want to be interviewed.
Well, that's just unique.
That is unique.
There's no qualifier for unique. It's an absolute.
Is that like almost being pregnant?
Yeah, but, yeah.
Is there any reason why he doesn't want to be interviewed?
Just shy, I think, which is like, huh? I said to him, you are American, aren't you?
Right, coming down to the far side of the circuit, we're still waiting for this Lamborghini to come into the pit lane. Tell you what we'll do while we're waiting for that, just remind you that you are listening to Nick Damon, Joe Bradley, Phil Hanson and me, John Hindhaugh. Thanks for joining us. Or thanks for letting us join you, actually, is what I should be saying. We're at the first running, the inaugural event here at Kuwait Motor Town. First international race meeting and the first, therefore, of our Middle East Trophy events, kicking off a 3-race series that encompasses Dubai 24 hours and the 6 hours of Abu Dhabi. And you're on the Radio Show Limited network of audio and visual channels, as well as 24hseries.com and also the YouTube feeds as well. Thanks for joining us. There's 5 hours and 31 minutes still to go. And the 44 car has made it into the pit lane. Joe Bradley.
Yeah, standard procedure here. I say standard procedure, and then they're going to completely change the procedure. So the
standard procedure if it's being pushed back into the pits.
Well, it was standard procedure up until they pushed it back into the pits. So they've replaced the punctured right rear corner, which is standard procedure.
Yeah.
And now we're being pushed into the garage, which is not standard procedure. So I'm wondering if it's going to be a brake change. So stand by, callers. I'll keep you informed. The car, there's no urgency about the team.
I think they might be considering not going any further, Nick.
They're 13 laps down, and they've got what is effectively a unsolvable, potentially dangerous issue.
Yeah.
So what do you do? At the moment, they haven't damaged the car too badly. So yeah, and with a deflating tyres, a chance you're going to spin, chance you're going to hit something, chance you hit somebody else. So you kind of think, well, if we can't solve it, perhaps it is more sensible to park it.
Yeah. Joel Sticky's.
Let's talk to Hankook. Hankook, is there a problem with the car now?
It's 8 punctures. 8 punctures, I think that is very dangerous for us. And I spoke with Hankook. Hankook told me that tires is perfect. I never have that problem. I don't know, but 8 punctures is not normal.
It must be very disappointing.
We will see, we check.
Could you walk out of the pits with me, Hankook? Just the microphone won't reach.
Okay.
It must be very disappointing to have to come here and this happen.
We never have that problem. Last year we was in Dubai, in Abu Dhabi, no 1 puncture. This year I don't know why, same car, 8 puncture, it's a dangerous. It's a dangerous, we look now, what can be, maybe we can go outside, but for this series on this track, I don't know. But I think it's risky.
Yeah, but we understand that. It's a shame. I'm sorry to hear that. But we understand exactly what you're thinking.
8 punctures is a lot. It's really a lot. Thanks.
Thanks, Michael.
Sensible.
Yeah, I think he's right. It's not the only car that's had the problem, but it's the car that's had the most problems. It's a car that started at 6 laps in. The other Lamborghini has had a problem, but not to the same extent. We've had a couple of Porsches. It's not spread right throughout the field, as I said earlier, Nick. It is something that is specific to 2 or 3 cars, and there have been multiple issues.
No, because we've had the Caymans had it, some of the Porsches have had it, CP Racing had it, and they've since changed their tactics on driving. They had one about to go. So we've had most of the cars, the Lamborghinis. I'm trying to think who we haven't had, actually, because we've got so many. The Vortex hasn't done it. I think we had the 450s had it, the GT4.
None of the 992 class cars have had it, have they?
Even Motorsports one had it. Yeah,
I did it.
We've had 2. So I think that I think it's definitely, I guarantee it's something to do with these motorcycle curbs.
Yeah.
And the way it tempts drivers to come off it, and it's the exit side. It's when you come over the motorcycle curb and back on them again. There's probably an element of sharpness that needs to be perhaps ground down, because it's always the failure of the inside shoulder. I've been lucky enough to see a couple of tyres that had just about not gone, and you could see them lifting up from that inside shoulder about to go. So it is unique to this track. It's down to what we've done before. It's really the really interesting thing, I think, John, is it must be, I think, Phil Postain related to fuel load as well, because we had nothing. We had nothing prior to the race. And they were driving all day in private tests and all day in practice, and we had the qualifying as well.
Not had anything from the TCR cars, have we? Any of the
No, front-wheel drive's not had the problem.
No.
They've had other problems of their own.
Yeah.
They've not. That's a very good point, actually. The TCRs have not had any punctures.
The GT4s have had it.
Yes, they have. The BMW's had it.
The Jorgensen car.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I'm not totally sure. The Central Motorsport hasn't had it. They've had different fuel tank problem, didn't they? So
put the cap on properly.
Yeah, I know. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure there is an element. Absolutely, you're right, John. There's going to be an element of how the car handles, how it weighs, the way the suspension works. But it must be something to do with the backside of the curb. Also, the fact that Muller in those curbs is a major time gainer. You know, putting a tyre on the other side of the motorcycle curb is going to make you a lot of time. Hence the reason that CP have stopped doing it, because they are for more senior racers who are key about.
And are still leading the race, by the way.
And they know getting to the end counts. And they
see, people whinge and moan about sausage curbs having no place in motorsport, but unfortunately, if people can't keep the cars on track, and you start having problems, then what do you do?
And this is the first major international race at this circuit. It is built to Grade 1 FIM standards, and I think it's also Grade 1.
It's called
Grade 1A. Is it 1T?
FIM. It's called A.
A, yes.
That's it.
It's a very, very well built circuit, but they've not had these powerful cars running at full weight, running for a long time on the track, and this is what you find. And I'm sure that
it's also it is a Grade 1 FIA circuit. That's up to Formula 1.
But it's interesting, if you think about some of the other new circuits when they've run, they found issues. You yourself pointed about how drain covers can come up with the downforce, and it can be a sharp curve. I think it's these low curves encouraging the cars to go over, and as they come back on again, you think about the lateral loads going both ways and that sort of thing, and it's just getting the edge of these particular tyres. And Hankook are right, the tyres are absolutely fine. The tyres have been, they've probably been running for 3, 4, 5 seasons all round Europe and the Middle East. But it's a unique circuit in unique circumstances, and people need to look at it, and I'm sure they'll learn from it.
Just a note on some of the leaders. The TCE category leader is still BBR, and it's Pazarit Promsabat in that Seat Leon at the moment. They have a slim lead in the TCR Champion of the Continents series. Second is AC Motorsports, James Kay, also second in the championship. But now with the travails that car's had, some 30 laps down,
38 laps.
Yeah.
And then it's another further 60 laps to the very, very constant trouble delayed Ivars Valles in the Wolf Power race. In the end, they actually cut up a new lower bumper for that. So the whole lower bumper and valance, they took off the one that was on there. They felt it was a mating issue between the two halves. So to the extent where they actually took a new one and cut out some holes to put the night lights in, because they weren't there. That's what the angle grinder was for. And it wasn't to grind off large sheets of metal to look precise, it was just to get the lights through. But they are now, and they have been running for a while now, relatively competitively, but obviously they've just lost so much time to the other car.
13 seconds is the gap at the front of the field now. Charles Esplanade reinstalled. Joe Foster did effectively a stint and a half, and the pit stop for full service and driver change was, the lap time was 6 minutes. So that tells you how long to think about. So when you see these 4.5 and 5 minute gaps opening up when people do pit stops, remember, if a team has to do a stop of their own, they're going to lose the same amount of time, 5 or 6 minutes. 1:53.407 last time around by Zaid Ash Kanani. So that has pulled him within about 3 minutes of the leader.
First and second are less than 10 seconds apart now after that pit stop. So during this cycle, Danny Van Kiej has definitely gained over Joe Foster.
Yeah, but he'll have to stop first by quite a long margin. So even if he goes through, Charles will be out there for a wee bit longer. Taking about 3 or 4 seconds a lap out of Charles at the moment, Charles Esplanade at the moment. But that's all right, because Charles has just got in the car and he's getting up to speed.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those typical sort of tactic race, isn't it? Where in fairness, the 3 races in the GP Elite car are slightly quicker than the CP racing team, but they're behind at the moment by virtue of that puncture that GP Elite had, whereas CP Racing found their puncture on the car before it actually happened. They during the first of our Code 60s. So that's put them back a couple of minutes, and now they are, as you say, nose to tail. But it is more of an advantage CP Racing because they have got sort of half a pit stop in hand at the moment. But we are still, plenty of this race to go. 5 hours and 22. And if GP Elite can run clean the whole way through, they have a very good chance of being incredibly close in real terms when we get towards the back end of the race in the last hour.
Yeah, just to give you an idea, there's about half an hour's difference between the Charles Esplanade car in terms of how far he can run and Dan Van Kiej. The pit stops last time around, Dan had a... How's that gone now? Just looking at that, now it's disappeared. Dan had a quicker pit stop last time around as well by about half a minute. But that could be just how much fuel went into the car. Let's not forget, that's absolute. So 9.8 seconds, the gap between first and second on the road.
Remember, even though some of these cars are getting different amounts of fuel going in, some have 110, some 105, some 100 litres in GT3, it all goes in at the same rate now because they have filters on them. They have throttlers on them. So you put the pump in and it goes through a throttler, which takes away both the difference in speed of the individual pumps, so no need to time the pumps anymore.
Oh, really?
And also, it'll mean that if you have 100 litres, it will take you that long to fill up. If you have 105 litres, it'll take the same time as well.
So let's say it takes you 2.5 minutes to put 100 litres in. Your competitor in the same class, it'll take 2.5 minutes to put 100 litres in.
Yeah. And it won't matter which pump you go to. So
because it's built into the car.
Exactly. So in fairness,
very clever.
As Creventic go on, they are looking at all the little loopholes and closing them back out again. I mean, I'm not a massive fan of the more recent one on code 60s, where they've said that if you are in the pit lane when it goes code 60, you can still have half a tank when you get to the fuel. Because I always quite like that. I quite like the way that you could change that around.
Joe Bradley is down in the pit lane. Joe, where are you?
Well, I'm at Vortex, the Vortex V8, and it's about to be ready to come out. But more importantly, we've got another celebration and another cake to celebrate, and it's the 50th race of Lionel Amarouche, and we've got to celebrate. Lionel at the back of the garage is being awarded his cake. Bridge door, and then we can maybe have a chat to him and unveil the cake, which is so hopefully have a French-English translator that will to my French is very so it would be a very, very short conversation with Lino.
Tu never parle le français, mate, I'm telling you.
So Lino's just coming to the front of the garage.
Alan Roykers coming through, one of the long-standing members of the Creventic team, along with Peter Fry, Ivo Bruikers, Gary Willems.
Gary's wearing his 2019 Kota jacket. I think it's
nice.
A tribute to you, I don't know.
I was 17, mate.
Oh, you were 17. God, the years do go past, don't they?
They do.
Bonsoir, Lionel. Congratulations.
Felicitations.
Do you speak English? Petit. Can I bring you out here? So, Lionel, you have done. Can someone translate? Can someone tell Lionel this is a cake to celebrate 50 races with the series?
50. Really?
50.
Oh, 50.
There you go.
Oh, very, very good. It's very funny. Oh, what a surprise! Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Gary, if I could bring you and it's Gary from Creventic, the race organisers.
Lionel Amarouche, it's a pleasure to have you so many times. We are so proud you're coming every time. It's a really big effort. I know it's a hard job to do it every time, 24 hours, 12-hour race, but we really appreciate to have you as a regular customer. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much too. It's a very good pleasure for me to make a race in this team first and Creventic. It's a very, very good race. Thank you for you.
You're welcome. Okay, take care.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to disappear now, guys. I'm going to go off with Monsieur Amarouche with the cake and make sure that he can put it somewhere safe.
You'll be eating the royal icing as well, are you?
Any of the season.
You know what?
I was so dedicated to the job. I went straight down the pits and talked to somebody else. That's how I.
Look at that with Bradley.
I don't know, mate. I've been doing this a long time, Nick.
It's more about cake now. I think I made a mistake, to be honest.
The thing is, Lionel Amarouche has been a driver, and the Vortex team. I know we kind of, they've been recipients of the Spirit of the Race Award for their just dogged determination to keep this car going, and it really is the epitome of what this series and what endurance racing is all about. It's, our tag is #This is endurance, and if there is a team and a set of drivers amongst them leading the charge at Vortex is Lionel Amarouche. And the thing is, this car has been in the pits. You guys will be able to confirm exactly how long this car has been in the pits and losing time. It doesn't deter them. They just go about their work, and they go about it doggedly.
It's still second in GTX.
It's still second in GTX. Yeah. So I am going to see it on the podium at this stage. But the car has got a laptop plugged in. They're just resetting something in the engine management, and I have heard it fire up a few moments ago. So it's not going to be long before the Vortex is back out there.
Yeah, it's just got to 49 minutes in the pits, Joe.
Which is not, I mean, for a Vortex, that's not long, really, is it?
No, I mean, no, the problem is, but you know it'll come out again. It may go in regularly, but it always comes out, and they always get the thing out and rolling again. It's very rare it doesn't make the finish.
Well, I'll keep you guys updated. I've got some good news of another car that's about to come out as well. That's had a full engine and gearbox change, and that's the Razzoon Racing entry, the KTM.
KTM's had an engine and driveline, hasn't it?
Yeah. I think Nick did report that was what the plan was. I think that's
I was thinking how well they've done in a relatively short time. The KTM Crossbow's been in. That's 2 hours. It's under 2 hours. They've done a cracking job on that KTM. That's an Audi unit in the back of that car.
So Ron's taken over the camera responsibilities, and the car, I've been told, is about to be readied. Heron.
This is which car?
Heron Kurajalu. Heron, it's I've heard that your car is almost ready. Is that correct?
Yes, it is nearly ready. Yeah.
What a job by the team.
Yeah, it's an amazing job by them, and I wasn't actually expecting it to be ready this quickly, but they've done an amazing job to get it done.
You are still going to do a lot of laps. I mean, there's still a lot of race left, so you are going to get a lot of track time for you and your teammates still.
Yeah, definitely, and there you go, it's running. So I think that shows how good this team is. They've done an amazing job to get this car repaired, engine back in, everything's been done, so it's really good.
It's as if we rehearsed that for our TV interview. Here I am talking to you, and the car fires its lights up and sounds its engine. Great stuff. I'll leave you to get back on with the team. But it can't be long before the 714 rejoins. Its lights are ablaze. It's still on the jacks. They're just running through a few final checks before we see the car back out. But I'm told by that's imminent.
Thank you very much for that, Joe. Phil Hansen back in the booth with Nick Dame, and John takes a quick break for shawarma, and that's going to be all important. Well, it's great news for that car, getting the KTM back out on the circuit. That's a pretty quick change.
Yeah, I mean, especially given how the engine was in so many pieces. Well, it had one big
hole
at the back of it.
Yes.
It was covered in foam and fire retardant extinguisher, and it was quite interesting because they very quickly made they're going to go for it. So
12-hour race.
You know, and they want to get the laps in. It's all part of the christening of this circuit, and good luck to them. It's nice to see people doing that and pushing out. I mean, since you've been enjoying the Shawarma, we've lost the Arc Bratislava car. They decided they had their 8th puncture and decided it was safe to puncture. It's safer to park the car rather than carry on. Which I think it's fair enough, to be honest.
Well, yeah, 8 punches. Obviously getting more and more damage to that right rear, and discretion being the better part of valour. Park it. And obviously a setup, probably, what do you reckon, a setup issue with that car, because it was a bit more than everybody else was getting?
It does seem something like that. It is the inside shoulder that's going. We're postulating it's the motorcycle curbs.
Okay.
And coming back up and over them, these low curbs. And as you know from the laps you did, it is so tempting to monster those corners. You'll save so much time if you do it. And we've seen so many track limits as well.
Exactly. So. There's no real penalty for doing it except a time penalty, which is being issued at the moment for the 979, a 10-second penalty for their 15th track limit offence. Now, when we were driving around, Nick, we thought track limits will be an issue here.
Yeah.
Because of those curbs. It is what they do. And that's...
If you're going to have a multi-purpose Grade 1 and Grade A circuit, you have to have the flat curbs. Cars can take flat curbs, motorcycles can't take heavy serrations, so that's what it's going to be.
Yep, and I think what happened was, once everybody knew that turn 20 was sort of the presumed culprit, everybody adjusted their driving style to suit. And that, I think...
Vortex out on track.
Yep, and the Vortex going back out, thank you, Joe. And heading back out the 701. But you're running now down in 17th position.
50 minutes and a cake they've had since they've gained a bit of time in the pits, and they've gained a cake.
Joe did that cake.
I know.
Really?
I mean, I've made some major cake errors there. So I was saying earlier, I didn't get any of the frosting on the CP1 either. But it's good to see the Vortex boys out.
Yes, indeed. And we're hearing, and you were correct, that there is a new car in the offing. It may not be racing in Dubai. They may take it there as a show car.
Right.
But I'm postulating they may, because it's a non-championship race, just take it down to Abu Dhabi and shake it down.
That makes sense.
And then have it ready for Portimao, or possibly that. So, yeah. We'll see how that all plays out in the near future, and it'll be great to keep that Vortex name running around.
Yeah, Vortex, great supporters of Creventic. A lot of times we see two cars in the European events, and I wouldn't be at all surprised if they stick 2 entries in at Dubai. And they have, whilst sometimes you go, oh, it's that and the other, they have won on more than one occasion their class.
Yeah, they had a pole not too last year as well. Just going on about the circuit behind us behind the grandstand here is a lovely little area where they've got a lot of activities happening. It is absolutely jam-packed in there at the moment.
Are they all enjoying the coffee?
Yeah, well, the Volkswagen coffee van's doing an amazing trade. But the car park's absolutely full. It's pumping down there at the moment. So congrats and thank you to the circuit again for just turning out. If you're going to have your first international race, it's a very big step to make it a 12-hour. It's a really the whole thing that goes around putting on a multi-hour event that running day to night, and I've got nothing but praise for what they've done. They've just done an amazing job.
Well, also, what's going on really well is the drivers are putting on a bit of a race as well, because
this is what we want to see.
Two now are only 3.5 sequends apart.
Yes.
So Dan Van Kook, who's much further into his stint than the CP Racing of Charles Espenlaub, the Mercedes
yep.
Porsche. Dan is going to get up to Charles. What Charles does then will be interesting. Will he fight him, or will he just let him go, knowing they're kind of unwinding a stagger still of the pit stops? But we may well see a race change for the lead in the next couple of laps.
Well, they've both done 7 stops now, so we are seeing the race for the lead.
Well, Charles has got 33 or 34 minutes of fuel in hand, which is about a minute about a minute at the stop.
Yeah, true.
But it's all.
When it comes down to that last hour, that's when we'll see it. But it's sort of that's boding well for a good finish. Luke Broeker's doing the normal thing for the Broekers family, the 909 car, leading the 992 category. All 3 drivers performing very well in that car, always been up in the top 5. And but a big line of Porsches behind that Mercedes, all the way down to the 710, currently in the pit slope at Motorsport.
Well, Vortex made a lap, perhaps fortunately, perhaps it was a exploratory lap. They made a lap. They're back in the pits again.
Okay, so and they're working on that right rear again.
Yeah, that was where they had to completely reset the braking system. Those embers that were burning. Now, whether they're just checking it's all right, it looks like they're retorquing that rear nut.
With a very, very serious torquing bar.
Remember, if you're thinking, hang on, that was lefty loosey. Don't forget that in racing cars, on your right-hand side of your cars, to prevent them auto-unwinding a single-wheel nut, it is reverse threaded.
So in the pits at the moment, we have the ARC Bratislava car. As you said, that's no longer out there, and just keeping an eye on who else is in there. We've got the 710 now moving down into the fuel station. It'll take me a couple of minutes to work out where everything is. You go away and have a shawarma, and everything changes.
Oh, nothing like a shawarma.
Nothing like, and it was stunningly well done as well. I'm an aficionado of the shawarma since living here. So yeah, at this stage, 34 minutes only on code 60.
Yeah,
I'm very impressed with that.
You made a really good point actually earlier that none of this has been down to 2 people hitting each other.
Exactly.
In fact, two of it was actually down to nothing to do with cars at all. It was to do with checking the track and for a weird incident in turn 6, which had nothing to do with anything. So we've had there has been some great. Yes, it's low density of cars.
Yes.
It's a quick track. There's lots of places where things can go horribly wrong.
Yes.
And the closest we've had to an incident was on lap 1. Or
yes.
lap 2 actually, wasn't it? Going around the outside of turn 2. But then everyone else has driven sensibly. we lost this car, the KTM car, to an engine explosion. It's now going to come back. So we're keeping most of the cars. We've had a couple of problems, but it's been very much on their own. People have been driving really, really well.
Yeah, and they've been staying off each other, and I think that goes well for everybody's starting to think a little bit more. When you don't have that car density like we have with 90 cars and stuff at Dubai, where it's just so difficult to stay off each other because you get caught up in other people's stuff. Here, even though we see, and I'm seeing the overtaking spot or where we get congestion is turn 15. Okay, I've seen 3 wide through there, because they're coming through a long section where they literally can't overtake from turn 7. And you're losing time through there, and you can't go offline. When we see these, the marbles offline are getting very, very nasty.
Obviously, another sensible head was in there because the lead has changed, but in an uncontested way.
Yep.
And Van Kuwait has gone past Charles Espinal last lap, and he now is second in the lead. But that's because the CP boys know that they don't need to fight this. No. This is their battle at the moment. There's no point running blocking with with over a third of the race to go. That car looks very loose.
He's soaring away at the steering wheel really a lot, more than I would expect. And this section of track between 7 and 12, undulations, over 6 meters of elevation change around here. It's very difficult to see, but blind crests, and just a little dab of the brakes as they head around 15. And just get the car settled down. I think a lot of, John asked me before I went on a break about what I thought of the first 6 hours. A lot of the first 2 to 3 hours was just understanding what the car needed and how to drive it on this circuit. And since then, everybody's now got onto their program and understood, because we had such limited time to get this car sorted out, especially when you've got 4 drivers. And you're trying to find a compromise setup between all 4 of them.
Virtually no one's been here. And
exactly.
No one's been here in as powerful a car as they're running.
Yeah.
We're going to rotate through people. Also, it's a 2-minute lap, which means it's not like you can get buckets of laps down a certain amount of time.
Yeah, the fastest lap of the race, GP Elite, a 52.9 just after that. So he's been let loose now after he's got past the 85 car. And as the guys were saying, as you were saying down in the pits, the track's coming to the tyres.
Yeah, but Charles himself, who was overtaken, and as you did his best lap of the car's time as well. So he's
exactly.
And we know he's got at least half an hour's more fuel on board. So it's a case of
he's got weight in that car.
Yeah,
definitely.
But I think it's because you say the temperature has got to a very pleasant level. The track's rubbered in.
Yep.
People know what they're doing, and hopefully they know what to do.
And they actually know where the track goes now.
That is, I think it's an interesting thing, because when you see normally, say we go to a new F1 track, as you know, and the drivers are on it in 3 laps. That's because they've already done 700,000 laps in the simulator. All they have to do is just change it into a 3D image. You go, no, I know it's. Genuinely, it will take you. It takes you 5 or 6 just to know where the corners go, which bit. And, even the best drivers wouldn't be able to get up to speed under 10 or 15 laps.
Exactly, because then you've got to work out where the best place is. There's 5 lines through the series of corners. So what is best for your car? And then you go through that motion as well. Another 10, 15 laps go on to that. Then you go, okay, I'm going to bolt a fresh set of rubber on to see what that does, because these are 3-year-old tyres. And the process starts again. So credit to all of the teams who got out there, especially the teams who only got out there late last night or this morning, and was able to get a baseline on their cars and now start to move up through the field. Whereas just such a short time, the knowledge that these guys gain if we come back here next year is going to be absolutely immeasurable.
This morning we were watching the 710 car go out.
Yes.
Its first laps of all on a base setup. And I think it was Jean-Francois we were watching. I watched his first lap. He spun at turn 7.
Yes.
And he was like going around turn 8, 9, 10. It was like, no, I'm doing. The next 2 laps, he was way too wide going into 19, which is and then suddenly it got tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter. And but it took him, and he got about 25 minutes, 30 minutes, and but even I think his fastest time was like a 2 flat. And he's already like 4 seconds faster than that now.
Exactly.
Because it's just you just need that, because you need to try. Well, if I put that combination of cores together with do I need to dab there? Do I need to go wide there? What do I need to do? And it just takes a certain amount of time, because you're starting from nothing. You're not starting from having run it on Gran Turismo or iRacing or anything. You're starting from nothing.
Because this is not a point and squirt circuit.
No.
And that you have to think about each section you go, and I break it down into the 270, the link between the 270 and the quintet of corners. That's where all your technical stuff is, but you can't get 3 or 4 wrong either, because you're going to get pinged for track limits there.
Or to your tyre.
Yeah, and then once you've got all of that sorted, then you've got to start to push the car to work out what's this maximum, what are the tyres going to do, how are we going to hold this all together? And that's starting race prep after you've done 45 laps of practice.
Yeah, also, turn 20 and turn 2 are both more than 90s.
Yes.
And you come off a reasonable amount of speed, then you've got to brake and turn more than 90s. It's been noticeable, again, I've been watching a lot of cars out there, that the people are working their braking distances out as they go, and they're eking it forward 10 metres and working out the line.
Taking another breath before hitting the brake pedal.
And so there is a bit, in fairness, really, I think maximum speed going into 2, there's a bit of bravery. It hasn't got the biggest runoff in the world.
No, it hasn't.
And, you need to really kind of work yourself up to it. But, it'd be really, really interesting if we start the second 12 hours of Kuwait tomorrow.
Yes.
The same cars. And,
yes.
and just see what differences would happen and how people where we'd see a completely different move around of the driver, because everyone would be obviously much more relaxed. But would we then see all the cars coming together again?
Well, this is the whole thing, because everybody's on their own program, which means they're working out what their car will do. They're not working out what their car will race. That's the difference in there. They've only found that out since they've been out on track, because at all the other races, they know who their competition is, and they know what their competition is capable at Dubai, at Yas, at Portimao, wherever they are. They don't know here. And that's it. What are the Porsches going to do? Is it going to be a Porsche-specific circuit where they shine and look after their tyres and can run good on fuel, and the AMGs struggle because of the different type of car it is, and then the Lamborghinis are completely different again. You don't have that measure, or you didn't yet before midday today. Now you have that measure. You've started to work out where you are. We will see the 44 car back again, but it'll have a different setup on it. Yeah.
It does look like a Porsche circuit, but
well, I'm just looking at all the Porsches.
But then again, there is a large number of Porsches. Yeah, because when you talk about the GT3 cars, you've got front engine, rear wheel drive with the Mercedes. You've got mid engine, rear wheel drive with the Lamborghini, and rear engine-ish, rear-ish engine, rear wheel drive with the Porsche.
I call it
different concepts.
To John's destination, I call it back engined.
Yes. Not as far back as it used to be.
No.
But I mean, it's these are the things which make endurance racing exciting. And coming to a new track makes it even more interesting. It's really great, because sometimes you get the impression that some of these teams just know what they're doing too well, and they execute things in such a way. You go, well, this is, but now you get to see the cogs swirling, you get to see the thinking, you get to see the drivers going, that time you told me to hit, well, I can't hit it.
Yes, exactly.
And we have a trouble on track for the 450. That's the RHC Jorgensen Strom BMW M4 GT4. It's Nathan Freak. That's the car that is in the lead of GT4. Now, is that a tyre problem? It doesn't look like it. Now, whereabouts is that slowing down?
Let's have a look on my...
Oh, that's come to a halt.
That's a halt.
That'll be a code 60 if you can't do it. Control Alt Delete and get it going again.
I'm just trying to find it.
He's trying to do right now. The 450, the lights go slightly dim as the BMW M4, the GT4 car, leader, the 450.
450 between turn 11 and turn 12. I had it on my map.
12. So that's that's a short. I think that's about right. So it's just perfectly come out of the 270, and it's going through these. You put the single route before you get to the 5 apex, 12 to 16. But that's part of the side quite safe.
The tracker does stop there. That's the problem. The tracker stops there, but I can't see the car.
Power off at the moment. And we have got a flashing yellow flag.
Yes, we're not code 60. We're just under yellow. Now we are code 60.
Yeah, we're code 60 now. And that's it really has to be the car off on the inside. I'd say that probably may well be where we thought it was in the 12th. It's into the pits again comes the Vortex, the 710. I think they'll be very careful because they had that kind of very severe failure on the rear right hub, and they're just checking for temperature. I mean, they haven't got to worry too much about the laps they're doing. Of course, this is one of their... There's a lot of steam coming out the front of the 450. They've turned the power back on again, looking to see if they can get a little bit of go on it. It's not looking too good at the moment. Nathan Freak giving it his best, but that car is currently still dead stick. Now remember that this car can get rescued back to pits. It can then be delivered to the garage, and it can be fixed if it's a bit of electronic.
That car's at turn 6.
But again, if it's electronic, it could
Yeah.
be more of an issue.
So turn 6 is
So it's
where
on the-
that is. Yeah. So it's on the outside of turn. Looks
like
there,
on
inside of turn 6.
Turn
Yeah.
6, yeah. So that's the 270 degree, the longest corner I've ever been round, I can tell you. No, this isn't looking very good now. It looks like they've gone through the procedure of the turn it off and turn it on again. The full Bill Gates has been done. And they are now going to have to get that on the back of a tow rope. Now, just out of interest, their lead over the second car, which is the Adam Hatfield machine, was only a lap and a half. So they will lose the lead, but they probably already have lost the lead of GT4. Now, Lion Speed Racing in the Porsche 718 came in for their own issues. They're a further 7 laps back. So they can get the car back, and it's a simple new fuse. But you know, we can't tell. There is smoke coming out,
but it's normally just brakes.
That
Yeah,
could be brakes. Doesn't
yeah.
mean anything at that point. It is all lit up like a Christmas tree, just not going anywhere, which is
that
kind of worrying.
That's driveline. Could be possibly driveline. Get
Neutral.
Well, it's nice to see that. Leader into the pits. GP Elite into the pits now. A lot of cars into the pits. 429, 491. Lots of them there. And repair on track at curbs at turn 20 as well, as the tow truck gets in there.
Take the chance. The car's been driving so well, they haven't had a chance to throw a code 63.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll take this one up, and we'll patch up the back of the curbs.
Guys, we've got the Razin car coming out.
So it's, of course, we've got with the 450 about to get on the back of a tow truck with the curbs to be repaired. There's only one place we can go, and that's Joe Bradley in the pits.
Indeed.
Yeah, because the Razin Modern Racing KTM has just been wheeled out onto the pit apron, the car 714. It's had a complete... This is the car, remember, that you guys described having been the full rear end. The engine destroyed itself, and it was then covered in fire extinguishant, which, if anybody's run a racing car, will know that it's not a very nice thing to happen to your race car. Well, they've cleaned it off. They've found a brand new engine and gearbox, and that's the car in the background that makes its way out on track. And a big round of applause from the team behind me.
Not surprised.
And a great effort from the Razin Racing team. Fabulous effort.
Sorry, on track we have a problem. The tow rope on the 450, they put it on the towing eye and it immediately snapped and went.
So did it pull the eye out?
I don't think the eye was in properly, but it seemed to pull the eye out. Yeah, certainly it wasn't the rope that snapped, it was the eye that's come off. So whether that wasn't screwed in enough, what they're going to do next, I don't know. So at the moment, the 450 is unable to be towed by the rescue vehicle. This is another learning experience for the marshals out there.
Indeed, it is, and this is Creventic specific that the vehicles get towed back to the pits, and see that they can continue on and continue racing as that.
So it wasn't. So the brakes weren't on. It wasn't in gear. It just began to row. But they just, I think, perhaps
it is on a slight incline there because it's rolling backwards after it released. But the crew here doing a fantastic job this evening. Their first long endurance race, but getting everything done and doing it very, very well indeed. And the 450 leading the class as well in the GT4 category.
Yeah.
So that's going to make it a very interesting.
it's going to lose the lead in the next time round.
Century Motorsport will get that back.
They've also done a full pit stop, so not only are they going to take the lead, they're going to have a full tank of fuel and a new driver on board. So this is going to be give the R8T joggers and Storm machine who's going to drop out the first. It's really about how easy it is to fix when you get back, because you can't tell from here.
No.
Have they thrown the gearbox? Have they thrown a bit of the engine, or is it just something electrical that's not letting them engage gear?
Yeah, I prefer carburetors. And no ECUs, it's just easy, and you can fix with wire.
As I always say, my TR4A that has 2 fuses.
Exactly.
It hasn't blown either of them so far. It might well do next.
One for the headlights and one for the wipers.
Well, no, because there is one on the starter motor. I think, I don't know, but yeah, no, there's the proliferation of electronics have obviously improved all sorts of things. They've improved the drivability of the cars, they've improved the fuel consumption, they've improved the power.
Yes, indeed.
But they have made it rather more complicated, and they have made it really hard to fix when something goes wrong.
Just under 5 minutes into this code 62 things happening at the moment, recovering the 450 from turn 6, and we have some track repairs on the curb on the exit of turn 20, where we believe a lot of that tyre damage was done on the backside of that curb. A beautiful 20 degrees here in Kuwait, Motortown at the moment. The wind from the north around about 20 kilometres an hour. just keeping it nice humidity around about 50%. And it's going to get down to probably about 19 degrees when we're on the podium a little bit later on. But the work continuing on the 450 to get things attached to that, because if you can't get the towing eye, there is very little else that you can attach to, because it'll take the bonnet off.
Incredibly lightweight, the
exactly.
balance and everything else. It's not like you can just loop it around something, because they'll just pull out and won't hold the weight of the car. So this is going to be a major challenge now.
Well, the other thing is that they may need to get a flatbed there.
Nathan Freak actually getting out of the car now to help try and get this attached. See what's gone wrong. Now, I don't know whether the situation was they didn't have it screwed in enough and therefore it stripped the thread, or whether there's been a failure within the actual inside of the actual towing eye mounting mechanism of the car itself.
Oh, he's right into it there. He's gonna thread it through one of the ducts.
Yeah,
I think he is. So track repairs continuing on, as you can see there, and there's Dominic Albert in the KTM Crossbow GTX, currently third in gut, even though they had that immense pit stop to change the engine and possibly the gearbox. And we'll find out exactly what got changed from Joe down in the pit lane. But great effort, brilliant effort, but this is what 12-hour and endurance racing is all about, is getting to the end. And to the end, we will get in around 4 hours, 50 minutes and 20 seconds.
Yeah, the Razoon car, they had an engine gearbox mounted up and ready to go. They took out the broken one, which luckily, by taking out the engine and gearbox, they took out most of the gunk as well from the fire extinguisher.
Well, that's a very good thing, actually, yes.
Put the new one in.
Yeah.
And I think it was obviously it's a cooperation between the Austrian factory and some local racers. So they obviously decided, we want to get those extra hours on the track, we want to learn some more. And 2 hours and 15 minutes or so for a complete engine gearbox change is pretty impressive. Though it does help, of course, that the KTM Crossbow is designed for easy access. It's even easier access than Triumph Herald. That's how good it is.
Wow, that's a lot of access, a lot of very easy access. And a stunning looking car as well. It's a very pretty looking car.
Nice, that paint job.
It does. It looks really nice in that paint job. And was driven well to pole position in class yesterday evening.
Before it got a three-place penalty
for
being out of its balance performance not being correct.
Yes, so they're going to flick the bonnet up and see if they can loop something around. I think they had a look inside I think
Nathan was trying to re-thread the towing eye. But they've got a real problem now, because I'm not quite sure where they're going to find something they can tow it from.
Well, the only other alternative they have is to get a flatbed there and put it on the back of a flatbed.
But how are they going to pull it up the flatbed?
They've got cranes on them.
Oh, so you could loop it and lift it up,
Put the loop through the windows like they do at Zandvoort. Put the loop through the windows and lift it up through there.
So the team think...
Go on, Joe.
Yes, Joe.
So the team think they've run out of fuel, but they think it's more of a computer glitch or error. It's showing 13 litres, but they think it's run out of fuel, and they're not very impressed with the way that the tow truck pulled away. It's as if it was fired out of a cannon.
Well, I think the problem was I don't think they screwed the towing eye in enough, and the towing eye's now stripped its thread.
Yes, yeah.
So they can't now get the towing eye in.
Think about a flatbed. You usually have to pull it onto the flatbed.
Yeah.
So like you guys were saying, it might have to be lifted.
Either lifted or you pull it through the windscreen pillars and you just wrap through there.
Yes, yeah.
I've done recoveries. I can do that.
It might be what they might be able they have to do now. They've got a long enough bit of rope. They can loop it around the two windows and the two windscreen pillars. Well, it's not really pretty. It might do a little bit of damage, but it won't. It will actually move the car.
It will
move.
It will move the car forward. That's the whole thing. They're at turn 6. They have a little way to go to get back to turn 20, where the pit entry is. As the cars continue around under this code 60.
Now, CP Racing have gone back into the lead because Team GP Elite have taken the chance to change drivers. Jesse Van Killick is now in. He's obviously the brother of, but more importantly, of course, they've taken half a tank of fuel as well, which is going to put them just slightly ahead as far as fuel is concerned in the tank, the CP Racing car. But they will have, in coming down here, they will have lost less time than they would have done by doing a stop any other time. But they're only timed at 15 seconds behind, which probably means that Charles also came down for fuel as well. So he's now at 8 pits to 9. So I don't think he did. So it'd be interesting whether the next time we get a gap between the two of them, where we actually at, because
there we go, bonnets up. He's going to
Is he
find.
going to go through the engine, around the block itself?
Yeah,
That's a risk.
it is indeed, because you need to wrap it around, get a shackle on it somehow.
You go underneath it, don't you?
Yeah, exactly.
Nathan knows what he's doing, boys.
Well, Nathan Frick, absolutely. Just Jason, Nathan Frick does know what he's doing. This is a man who's a very experienced team manager and driver. He's probably going to say, could you possibly let the clutch out slightly more gently next time?
Oh dear.
But I'm still not. I'm really, really hoping for their sake this works.
Yes, so am I. And
Like he gets into the steering. This is quite a severe penalty for just running out of fuel, isn't it?
it is indeed.
They've been stuck here for a while. Marshals get back into the pickup truck, and
There we go.
A little bit slower this time. Picks up the stress, the bonnet. Yep. Now you can go ahead. You got the stress. That's how you should have it last time. Very nice at the slap. Just made sure that they got the tension and they'd gone through. But I think the problem actually was that they hadn't screwed the iron.
Yeah. So that will never happen again to this team.
No.
They will know that, and they will put it in their
experience.
They will put it in their training documents.
Here's
And
one for you, boys.
Go for it, Joe.
That might not be allowed out unless it refixes that towing eye.
Yeah, but you can probably, if it's just stripped from the threads, you can probably do a little bit of a clear up on it when you can actually get the nose section off. He had no tools; just had the existing eye.
Yeah.
Which also may have
Depends on how stripped the threads are.
Well, they may have stripped the threads on the puller as well as the attaching point as well. So I mean, it's something you'd have to look at when it comes in, Joe, to see what what's going on.
Joe,
there.
you should have a tap that size in in your pocket, should you?
Oh
not?
yeah, carried in my luggage.
I thought so, mate.
Yeah.
I thought so.
He's well known for his selection of tap and dies.
Yes, indeed.
The cross member, what it attaches to, I suspect might be alloy.
Yeah.
And so
They're being gentle.
My money's on the towing eye, winning that stripping.
Yes, you're absolutely right. But you can never tell.
No, I'll have a look at it when it comes in, and we'll have a chat to Nathan, and he can express
Probably
his
a little bit annoyed because he
frustration.
wasn't involved in the connection of that, and as Phil rightly said, they did drop the clutch a bit the first time.
Yeah,
Probably automatic actually, isn't it? It was just floored in low.
Just trying to expedite getting them back to the pits. That's all they were trying to do. 47 minutes in total under code 60 so far, with 4 hours, 44 minutes and 15 seconds to go here in Kuwait Motor Town for the first running of the Hankook 12 hours at Kuwait. And all the cars just circulating code 60. For those of you who don't know what a code 60 is, when these purple flags and boards are illuminated, everybody has to go to 60 kilometres an hour. That means you don't get gaps. You can't close up on your opposition, and there is a set lap time that you go around. If you go under that lap time, you'll get penalised. So that is what code 60 is all about, as the stricken BMW making its way the class leader as well. And I think he may have lost that now. No more. The Aston Martin has taken that back. And it's a long walk. Well, a drive of shame, really, especially if it's fuel. But as Joe said, it's showing 13 litres in there. And without that,
it could be a misreading, or it could be fuel pickup.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. And that's
mixed emotions as well for Century.
Go for it.
We've lost the lead with the BMW, but gotten the lead with the Aston Martin.
Well, that's what having two guys in the fight makes it easier, doesn't it?
It does.
Makes it tricky at the end.
Yes. Who do you fancy?
Well, whatever happens, they favour Max Verstappen.
So the reason for this code 60 is on tow at the moment, car 450 coming to a stop at turn 6, and also using the track is also using this time to have a look at the curb and the exit of turn 20 just to see what can be done. Nick, they could have angle grinders.
Oh, I hope so.
They could. I'm not saying they will, but they could have.
Well, they just need to have a mobile phone torch to get the set for me.
Oh, yeah, and then you're done.
I'm off home then.
I got the keys to the car, mate. You're going nowhere.
Yeah, good point.
Exactly. But yeah, I think from a driving standards perspective, it's been exemplary. This performance. We're on a track similar distance to what the Grand Prix circuit is at Dubai. That's 5.269, and I think we're at 5.6 here. Dubai's got 16 corners. This has got 20, so it's a little bit more complex. But having, back in the early days of Creventic, we only used to have 30, 35 cars there with a lot more speed differential, because we had Mitsubishi Galants and
Clios and that sort of
Clios and stuff like that, the Donut King cars out of Australia, the Mitsubishi Mirages and all that sort of stuff. So it's equaled out now that we don't sort of have that, which I think, I remember the Mitran brothers telling me that the differential between a GT3 car and a Clio Cup car at turn 10 was 115 kilometres an hour under braking.
So, yeah, reasonable. I mean, I'm just wondering whether this circuit, as you say, there are certain parts where you can't get past.
Yeah,
so people
exactly.
aren't going to try. But in a way, when people get a little bit kind of edgy, you've got areas where you can relax, because you've got 3 straights where you can get past, as Code 60 has been
green flag,
unwound.
green flag.
Green flag. And away we go with 4 hours and 40 minutes and 40 seconds approximately to go.
Thank you very much, Nick. We'll hear from you down in pit lane in the not too distant future. Joe Bradley down there with the 450 coming in now. He's going to head over there and shove his finger into the hole where the towing eye should have been. And
yeah, I can't really see in there. There's a lot of... he put it around the top of the strut.
Okay.
Where they hitched their tow strap to. I'm not sure they're going to bother with repairing that towing eye.
If he's
straight to work with the service.
If he's out of fuel, he won't be able to get down to the fuel bay, Joe, under his own power.
Well, they
can't fuel in pit lane.
With driver, no, they can't. That's a very good point. They're going through the
Not
service,
officially.
replacing
Not officially,
driver.
that's true.
Yeah, not officially. We've seen that before. Brett Strom is taking over the driver's seat. Nathan Freak has gotten out. We've got new tyres on the car. The bonnet is shut. We haven't caused any issue. We're not going to bother repairing the towing eye. We're just going to hope that we don't have to be recovered again. And if we do need to be recovered, we know exactly where to hitch the towing eye to. So that's the thing. Now then, it's just about to come off the jacks. This is where we're going to fail. And yep, we're going to get pushed all the way to fueling. So this is the 450 getting back into it. Let's get some insight from Nathan when he's cooled down in 1, I would imagine.
Yeah, give it 5, mate.
Yeah.
Give it 5.
25.
Yeah, okay. No problem. They're pushing that car down. The hard-working teams get some fuel into it. It was reading 13 litres when it came to a halt. And but the 85 car, CP Racing, has gone back into the lead around about 1.5 minutes over the 32 car, the Team GP Elite. And that's the AM GT3 back in the lead of the GT3s.
Got Nathan now.
Okay, down to you, Joe, with Nathan.
I didn't know whether to approach you there, mate. That's looked very frustrating from where we were. How was it for you?
Yeah, it was frustrating. I had a pretty decent stint then. I guess I was coming to the end of it, and just at the end of the straight after turn 1, big splutter. Trademark run out of fuel signs. Which is weird because we've got a pretty comprehensive fuel counter on the dash, and we're within at least 10 litres, I guess. So ground to a halt, and then obviously a bit of shenanigans getting the car recovered.
What exactly went on there?
The guy just pulled off with loads of slack in the ropes. Of course, as soon as it went slack, he just ripped our front tow hook clean off, and then chaos ensued. But thankfully, I get to get my hands dirty on the cars as well, and I knew which was a strong point. Had to check with Darren that it was okay to tow from there, and it was actually fine. So.
I'm a bit of a geek, so I want to know where you towed from.
There's like a cross brace at the big strut brace bolts.
Across the top of the struts?
Yeah, it's fairly sturdy. Bolts in 3 or 4 places either side, so I guess that would be safe.
Good thinking. That's called desert tackle. It's quite literally.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, hopefully it's simple as put some fuel in it and carry on now.
Yeah, mate, I'll leave you to it. Thanks, Nith.
450 back out on a track now, currently running second in GT4. Now Bradley Ellis in the Century Motorsport car, and the Aston Martin had taken over that lead during that Code 60. Total time at the moment for Code 60s with 4 hours and 37 minutes to go. 51 minutes under Code 60. We also got some repairs done down onto the circuit and the exit of turn 20. currently we only have one car in the pits, and that is unfortunately the 44 Lamborghini, who have called it quits for the day. Still running in 16th position because of the amount of laps that they have done, but after 8 punches that was enough for them, and it could have been a setup issue or something else, but they have learnt.
It could have been running low tyre pressures, couldn't it?
True, exactly right.
We were talking about that early on.
Yeah, and it just flexes that sidewall when you do that.
Yeah. I've just had a chat with the guys from Hankook, and they are taking it, as ever, very seriously,
Yes,
as you might imagine.
Yep.
And they've looked at every tyre that's come off. So, you know, they have full confidence in their product, and it's you know, it's been in this series for a very, very long time.
Indeed it has.
And done hard work. I've raced on these tyres, and the thing that I was always told by my team manager, thank you, Dario, even at quarter, even in the warm, don't hit the curbs on your first 2 or 3 laps.
Yep, sidewall.
It doesn't, you don't see the damage straight away. It'll take 3, maybe 4 laps to make itself known. And it's very tempting because you get in grip, you get really good grip.
Yes.
And you think, oh, I'm all right. But you've got to keep looking at the TPMS and see where your pressures and your temps are. And I understand the temptation to under pressure the tyres particularly when you think it's going to be hot. But Hankook, like every other tyre manufacturer, gives out recommendations, and if you go outside the recommendations, then you know the tyre manufacturer can't be held responsible. Can they?
Exactly, and what that does, the low pressure does, it rolls the shoulder over further, and it starts to affect the sidewall. And you put a little nick in that sidewall. Once you get up to pressure, that nick grows in size, and once that nick grows in size, and you keep on hitting those curbs, in time it's going to fail. So yeah. Lessons are being learned here, John. Lots of lessons. We've got the 188 back into the pits. James Kay at the wheel of the AC Motorsport car. Only 132 laps completed, running second. TCR, Joe?
Nothing's happening on it. He's pulled to a stop. There's no tyres readied. There's some attention going on now in the rear of the car, but it's not like a sort of a dynamic reaction to the car's presence. They were expecting the car in because they were ready to receive it, but so I'm perceiving from this that James Kay has identified an issue. He's brought the car in. The car's going up on the jacks, and they're going to find out what exactly the issue is. I'm trying to see by their reaction.
Sure, they've got the rear doors open, haven't they?
They have.
That is an Evo car because it's got the reverse. It's got the swan neck. They'll be looking at the anti-roll bar. It runs right through the back of the passenger compound. You can actually see it running through there, and to remove it, you take the back wheels off and just take the pins out. And to adjust it.
The only reason the door's open is to retrieve the camera.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, that's all it was. It wasn't related at all. Because I thought something along those lines when I saw that, but they've only gone and took the camera out. There's nothing actually happening. James has got out of the car.
Okay.
He's walked to the back of the garage.
And there's no other driver running to get in?
No.
Ooh.
They're looking under the wheel arch at the rear. They're looking under the wheel arch at the front.
He's felt something, hasn't he?
He's felt something.
Yeah.
See if I can grab James, even if he just tells me in my ear what it is.
Thank you very much for that, Joe, down in pit lane. As we continue on, just over 4.5 hours to go here in Kuwait Motor Town for the first running of the 12 hours of Kuwait. We have 203 laps in the books at the moment. The team at 85, the car 85. Charles Espinov at the wheel of the CP Racing Mercedes AMG. Leading the way at the moment, 49 seconds, nearly 50 seconds for Jesse Van Kuzik in the Team GP Elite Porsche, running in the GT3 category. The Mercedes is running in the GT3 AM category, which means they have all AM drivers as their lineup. But that gap is staying around 49 seconds. basically we've got a fuel delta of about 20 minutes between those two cars. It's going to be interesting to keep it on that. Joseph, what do you have for us?
Yeah, it's James Case, funny. So they're chasing that problem they've been chasing all night.
Oh, really?
And he's just said, the only thing we haven't changed is the driver, so we're trying that. Stefan Perrin is getting into the car.
All right.
Now, Stefan told us earlier this is a brand new car.
Oh.
That's why he was really, really peeved with the fact that there was such a problem. So it's still there, whatever it is.
Indeed.
And it's been described as a vibration, a big, heavy vibration, which is very disconcerting, I would imagine.
Yes, in one of those cars. It could be a gearbox, could be anything.
I did say mistakenly early on that we didn't have any of the Evos here, but that car is the Evo. That is the new version of the RS3. The RS3 is the only one at the moment of the TCR cars that has a boot. It's a 4-door rather than a 5-door. You can have either. So that car comes down on its hydraulic jacks, and James Kay pulls it forward and fires it away. I won't mention that he stalled it because he's got far too much experience.
James has jumped out of that one.
James is out, is he?
Yeah.
It hasn't changed over yet. Right.
Yeah, it'll click over once we get him out of pit lane. Probably going to go to fuel and top the tank up. Side-by-side Porsches. Very pretty in the light.
That's the EB Motors, the Veely car. That is the multicoloured car, and that seemed to be... What car was that? Was it passing? You got tracker there.
I couldn't see that clearly.
It's the 955 Veely Motorsport car.
The dancing ants are over the top of each other at the moment.
That's how close
That's
they
how
are.
close they are. It's a 90, I think 909 is the car, yes.
I thought that was the orange car, but
Yes,
I would have thought that would have been going quicker.
Indeed, it's dropped behind that. That's exactly
So that's a lap taken
back off that one, yeah.
by Sergio Nicolai on Ivo Breukers.
Yes.
So Ivo probably driving to a lap time at the moment.
I would say at this stage of the season, yeah.
That was a 2 minutes .286 from Ivo last time around in the Red Camel class leading car. 4th overall, by the way, just one away from a podium position, and then an issue for the 188 on the far side of the circuit as well. Just coming back onto the track.
Well, that's it. That's Stefan Perrin, because that was his outlap.
Cold rear tyres.
Yeah.
Cold rear tyres through turn 4 and a complete
not quite 180.
No.
I would say 120 on that one. But yes, you're dead right, John. Cold rear tyres on the car, and it did sit for a long time in the pits. Stefan, as Joe said, back on board. Let's have a look at this again. And we have the KTM into the pits at the moment. And that's down running 3rd in the GTX category. However, quite a few laps alone because of that 2.5 hour to change the engine and the gearbox, but brilliantly done. Not the engine. I can see the engine cover up because it flicks up higher than the roof, so they're looking underneath the engine cover. So maybe an issue there, as well as that car has had a full replacement of pretty much everything in the back end of it, and the team seem to be just trying to isolate or look at an issue. Nick, they didn't have a phone torch there. It was a different type of torch, so I'm sorry about that. It was almost the phone torch was out, but they are definitely into the engine bay on that one.
Quite a lot of heat coming off the back of that car.
Yes, indeed.
The KTM was the car, remember, that had the engine and gearbox changed.
Yes, totally changed.
A big thump and a hole in the side of the engine block for that car. Spotted by the young...
Haytham spotted it.
Yeah,
he spotted it so quick, and he pulled
so quick.
And the presence of mind to driving a car on fire and pulling it up right where he knew a fire extinguisher was. Brilliant.
Why did you stop in the penalty box? Because I knew there was a fire extinguisher there. Very good.
Oh.
One of the things you do on your track walk, you should do.
Exactly.
You know, when I'm talking to young drivers, there's always the fire bottles marked.
Yeah, it's got an F on the side of it. Yeah.
and you need to know where that is. I've only had to stop once with a fire in a car. It's the scariest thing in the world. I was driving an Aston Martin with the engine in front of me, an old Aston Martin, and it burst into flames from the trumpets, and I could see it because the back of the bonnet was tilted up to get more air through.
Yeah,
it was the old DBS, and fantastic piece of kit, 4-speed NASCAR locker diff box.
4-speed?
Yeah, 4-speed.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Wow.
It was serious, up over 160 miles an hour 3 times at Snetterton in that, and it had decent brakes as well. It was fun to drive, but not when you see flames under your bonnet.
No.
So I pulled off at the end of the back straight at Snet and knew where there was a marshal's post.
Did you pull the bottle?
No. As I came to roll into a halt, I turned the engine off to see if that would take it off. It didn't. So then I turned it back on again and gassed it, and as it's restarted, it sucked the flame back down and went out. So that actually didn't need the fire bottle, thank goodness. But I did have to drive him back through the paddock. They wouldn't let me back out of the track, which I was a bit annoyed about because we lost a lap while I was trying to chase down 3rd position, which was it was a 6-hour race.
The 491 just got a haircut from the 85 going past it. It was very, very close. I'm quite surprised it's still got a mirror on the left-hand side. As that was Charles Espinard going past Jose Garcia running 3rd in the GT4 category for Lion Speed Racing. As that little bit of there's a little bit of like string or a tie hanging down from the rear vision mirror, and that I would find that incredibly annoying trying to look through a corner. We got a piece of string flapping around. I'm not sure what that is there for, but we picked it up on our in-car camera. Saif Al-Amiri is out there for Rabadan Motorsports by Speed Lover, 5th in class, 8th overall in the 979 car. UAE driver, one of the many that drive Porsches around this world and knows how to flash the headlights as to warn the cars in front of them. I'm used to this lighting. I'm going to find it hard to go to Yas now, John. I really like this. I do indeed.
No, I really like it. I think it is bright enough to be right. It's bright enough for the TV cameras to work.
Yep.
Which is great, but it's not daylight.
Yeah.
The TV cameras make it look much brighter than it is.
Probably 30%.
Oh, yeah, all of that.
Yep.
Yeah. If I look out into the midfield, there's areas of shadow.
Yeah.
And you think, how could those TV cameras make that look so bright? They've racked them up. Yeah. Very, very good. Let's go back and take a look at a bit of side-by-side action coming down through 4 into 5. And this is Porsche versus BMW again. They both made it. Just about.
Possibly a little bit of contact there.
Yeah, might have been.
I saw a puff of possibly tired a tyre. So just a little bit close. Everybody made it through. It's one of the few contacts that we've actually seen. I heard about. We saw some damage on the KTM at which happened on that first lap spin.
That was his spin and someone brushing across the front.
Brushing across, right. So it was incidental brushing rather than contact, because no damage was done to both cars, except a little bit of fiberglass carbon fiber damage to the front of the KTM. And Joe and Nick have both noticed a little bit of what we call in the aircraft parlance, hanger rash on some of the vehicles there that they've just had a brush here and there, and there we go. Oh, that is going back into the box, and
straight away
that
is the KTM.
Yeah, he went out for a lap. He's come straight back in, engine cover in, and that's done. Let's see.
Well, that's a new engine and gearbox. It might just be something not tightened up.
It could be tuning. It could be anything like that. Let's give them a chance to have a look at it.
I'm going to very quickly run through the outstanding penalties, as I like to do. So I'm having a quick spin through to see what's been said. Actually, a couple cancelled, including some exceeding the speed limits. But at the moment, we have the only outstanding ones that I can see is a 10-second time penalty for the BMW, the RHT car rather, at turn 4. That was their 6th offence, so that's 10 seconds for the Jurgensen Strom car.
Yep.
We've got 2 penalties for the Vortex, exceeding speed limit in the pit lane, 24 seconds time penalty, and 10 seconds for exceeding maximum refuelling during code 60. So that's a total of 34 seconds for the Vortex, which of course was in the lead of its class until recently. It has now dropped down closer to the no, it's gone down into second.
Yeah, it is now second in GTX.
So it's Leipert, after all their problems, and Greg Gorski's inside the top 10.
Yeah.
With the Leipert. They didn't have a car yesterday.
No, they first went out on track this morning.
That's the way to do it, lads.
Well, they didn't have to go through all that complicated setup stuff for,
Roll it off the truck, polish it up, put some fuel in it, let's go out.
Let's go racing,
some more
guys.
tyres on us.
We don't need practice. No, that's you don't need to do that. And Greg Gorski currently into the fuel bay at the moment and running in the top 10. But when we talked to JF earlier, he said he was looking for a podium. Well, 4 hours 20 to go.
Well, I think Greg may have got out of that car, actually.
Yeah, we'll wait till
I'll tell you when he comes out of the pit lane.
Yeah.
So well into the second half of this race. Full dark for, the sharp end of 2.5 hours now. As the second place car, Team GP Elite, 46 seconds behind Charles Espinard. Did they take the lead when they came back? Because
there was a time between the two pit stops.
Yes,
two pit stops that they did. What happened is they're running off sync by about and their pit stops by about 25-30 minutes. Nick picked that up, so the CP car runs longer in its stint. Okay, just the way it's turning out at the moment. 10
lead changes. Team Kuwait, obviously, they were on pole position, so I don't count that one.
Yeah.
ARC Bratislava led some laps. Then Team Kuwait went back to the lead. Then Team GP Elite, Team Kuwait by MRS. Red Camel Jordans, that was when the 992 category car was leading. Then CP Racing led a few laps from 57 to 97, so 40 laps. Then GP Elite led, then CP again from 90 to 191, so over 100 laps in the lead. Then GP came back and led 5 laps, and then CP Racing, Charles Espinard, was back in the lead when and it was Dan Van Keek, wasn't it, who was driving at that point. He had to come in. It was nearly 30 minutes, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I've heard you talking about the delta on fuel, the time difference since they'd been out on track, and at the moment the stint lengths between them, the leader, and that is the number 85 CP Racing car, has been out 1 hour and 32 minutes for Jesse Van Keek for Team GP Elite. So it's 30 minutes there or thereabouts, isn't it? Depending on which side of the line they fall. So that one's still to play out.
Yes, it is.
If
that could come down to the last 30 minutes of the race.
It might be who does their last pit stop first.
Yes.
And then if you get a little bit of a break with the traffic, as long as you don't get any penalties to be added on afterwards. Remember, once we get into the last phases of the race, where there's not likely to be pit stops, those penalties are translated into time after the race. All right, Veely, the second place car, has he just put a lap on that Porsche behind him?
I think he has. They've been doing this for about 4 laps now. There's another Porsche just in front of them, I believe, as well. And these 3 cars have been just dogging out.
Oh, they're catching 3 Porsches catching the Leipert.
Yes.
710.
Well, the 710's just come out of the pits, and Jean-François Bruno is at the wheel of that one. And there we go, down into the braking zone.
Well, that's the GT3 car.
Yes.
Mohammed Al-Kazemi behind that, the wheel of that. He's in a podium position at the moment from the car that started on pole overall. And he's just keeping out the way. A bit of side-by-side action between that and the Lippert green Lamborghini Super Trofeo. That is not the GT3 car, but it's very quick in a straight line, that Super Trofeo, when it gets wound up. And through goes Mohammed Al-Kazemi. So that just leaves the third of those cars the third of those Porsches to go through. So 3 Porsches, 2 different categories. You can't miss the Willy Motorsport by EB Motors, because that's the one with the strobing multicoloured lights over the top of the doors. Just starting to quiet down a little bit in the back of the paddock, but the music was still banging out there, and a lot of people sitting. Coffee's a big thing here. Sit and have a coffee and a chat.
Indeed it is.
And there was a lot of people doing that. Joe Bradley has found some special guests for us with 4 hours and 16 minutes to go.
What's your name? You're based out here in Kuwait.
Yeah, temporarily based out here.
What brought you to the Kuwait motor town for tonight's race?
Say again?
What brought you here? How did you know the race was on?
MWR.
What's MWR?
It's military wellness and recreation. They let us know about events that are happening in the area. Yeah.
I bet you were excited by that. It's an international motor race, endurance race. Are you guys race fans?
Absolutely. Back home, huge NASCAR fan, so to get to see any kind of racing out here is amazing.
Oh, absolutely. More dirt track where I live, but yeah.
What's your favorite racing?
Well, I actually have family back home who races locally, so it's a lot of fun going out and watching them race on the local tracks.
Good point. Where is home exactly? Where's back home?
Maine.
Maine, up in the northeast. Yeah. Where are you from, sir?
From Kentucky.
New York.
All right, so you two are neighbours, aren't you, really? So tell us, what's your thoughts on your race fans? What do you think of the facility, what they've done here in Kuwait? It's fabulous.
It's great out here. I was impressed when we got here and saw the track. It's pretty impressive.
Are you guys staying long?
I think we're going to stay as long as we can.
Well, don't forget, there's a massive podium celebration where, the trophies are going to be presented and everyone's welcome. So stay around for that, yeah?
Hopefully they allow us to. We'd love to see it.
It's great to have you guys here. And of course, they're here supporting the USA in the form of CP Racing, our American team. So, so far so good, but we'll not say anything else, guys? We'll just keep our fingers crossed. Great to have you here. Welcome.
For John on the end there, let's not forget NASCAR Next Generation.
Yes.
Will be running as Garage 56 at Le Mans next year as part of the 100th anniversary celebrations, 100 years of Le Mans next year. Full Le Mans and a Classic Le Mans next year. We'll have that for you, of course. Still the only broadcaster to bring you full, live, free and uninterrupted coverage of test day and every session through the week for the Le Mans cars, as well as the Road to Le Mans as well. And brilliant to be back on site as we were last year for the first time in a wee while. Thoroughly enjoyed being back there and can't wait to be a part of the celebrations. We'll have a little bit of Le Mans news on Wednesday, actually, on Midweek Motorsport. There's a lot of questions being asked about camping and tickets and things like that, and we're going to go to our friend in the trade, Brian Shane from First Tickets, to give us a little bit of an insider's view of what's going on next year and what's changing and what's the same. So tune in from 8 o'clock on Wednesday UK time. It is also our show of the year coming up as well. So we'll be announcing our nominations for the various categories, including the Listener Award. So that's something that you can get involved with?
I fail at that one, John, because it's on at midnight.
I know. I know.
And Crazy fails as well because it's like 6 or 4 a.m.
Well, that's why we have a free archive.
And that is fantastic. Absolutely
on
fantastic.
demand whenever you want, or download it, and it's all free.
Yeah.
We're getting to the time when some of these cars are going to need one of their tear-offs taken off. I'm just looking through the front screen to see what Jean-Francois can see, and he's actually gone off at turn 2.
Oh, he he
wow, did he ever? Sorry, that's turn 17, I think.
See where he is.
That was a very high-speed slide. I was just about to say...
It was 17.
Yeah, it was a very high-speed slide as the back end of the Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo got away from him, and you're accelerating pretty hard there. Now, does that mean there's trouble at the back of the car again, that he lost that, or was that just the laws of physics? It was very quick, Hans.
Yeah, it was very quick. He's not backing out of it. His 5th gear. He should change up to 6 on the exit of turn 1. Yeah, a little bit.
And then back on the throttle.
Oh, yeah, and he should get 6th gear down on the straight there. There it goes, down towards turn 2. So I just think that was a moment. Let's have a little look.
So he's coming. He just missed his turning.
Yeah, exactly.
And he's trying. He's all the way back down to 3rd.
Look at
and
that.
As soon as he tries to put any throttle on at all, in fact, he was off throttle. The back end just broke away. How do you remember which way the steering wheel's meant to go when it's not a wheel? When it's got a gap at the top?
No, the 2 buttons, the red and blue buttons are at the top. The red and blue button are at the top of this wheel. So when he's looking at his dash, those 2 buttons are right in front of him. Once he comes off lock, you'll see them. Those buttons there, they're coloured. So. Yeah, they're coloured though, and that's what you pick up in your peripheral vision. If there's no colour there, your steering wheel's upside down. My Radical had that.
Bit of red tape.
Yeah,
at the top.
My Radical had that, but then again, I had issues.
Fastest lap of the race for the leading car, Charles Esplanade. It's just at a 53.3. There's time in this track at the moment, and his lead is now 52 seconds. Team GP Elite in the Porsche, Esteban Hankook, is trying to chase him down. That was a 5-second advantage to CP last time around. Mohamed Al Kazemi is some 4 minutes off the lead.
That's
third position.
That's 1.1 seconds quicker than his qualifying time, John.
This is the track rubbering in, isn't it?
It is. It's the air temperature, the tyres and the track starting to gel better, and the rubber down on the circuit. So all those 3 things, and plus the drivers aren't as stressed anymore because the heat inside the cars has come down as well.
We qualified at around this time last night, 10 minutes. We started at 8 o'clock.
Yep. Yeah. So now these guys have got some data where the track was yesterday. Yes, because it's a completely different circuit now. It's got loads of marbles offline, and it's also got rubber online. So the car's now starting to behave like they would normally do. And I think the engineers are just getting back into their comfort zone now, where they know what to expect because they've got a rubbered-in track.
Yeah, and I'm seeing more light colours.
Yes.
Green colours, bright colours, greens and purples. Fastest first sector by Sergio Nicolai and Harry Hilders in the 2 Porsches that are fighting for 5th and 6th, although they're a couple of minutes apart, just over a lap apart at the moment, but in a similar part of the circuit actually. So is Harry coming back? No, he's not. He's dropping away. 1:57 last time around from Sergio Nicolai. That's not hanging around in a Porsche Cup car. Into the pit lane, the 3:32. That's now gone back to that is still rather in the lead of TC and second in TC Endurance. That's the 365 horsepower version of the Club Sport, or Competition Sport, machine. They're cleaning up now. See, that's smart.
Yep.
While you're doing it, clean off the headlights, get the crud off it, even give the windscreen a little wipe. You can wipe those, yeah, that's what's going on.
Yep.
If you have got tear-offs on, you can wipe over the top, but I don't think they have actually. That looks just like a standard windscreen with no tear-offs. If it has got tear-offs on, they've done a cracking job putting them on.
There's no bubbles, by the way. There's no bubbles at all in that, is there?
Even the side glass is dusty now.
Yeah. So what's happening is that there is dust in the air. There is always dust in the air here, and we can see it in the track lighting around the circuit. You can see this haze that sits in the air, and this haze gets attracted to things. It gets attracted to metal and glass, and that's why we get that on these cars.
Yes, this isn't fog as such.
No.
It is a little bit of humidity in the air, but as the air gets heavier, the dust that's in the air is attracted to the minute water particles, and it starts to just drop down like a little haze. Passerit Promsumbat, one of the all-Thai driving squad in the Cupra Leon, that's competition. TCR there. And they, at the moment, are on track to win the Champion of the Continent trophy and start off the Middle East trophy with a win. New colour scheme this weekend, new sponsor, Flow. Might not have heard of it. It is an energy drink. Nick Damon found that out earlier on. Well done. Also Flow happens to be the name of one of Nick's dogs as well, which I think is why he asked the question. the track, you were talking about the track lighting earlier on, and we got distracted from that. And what I like about this is it's almost like street lighting.
It is. That's what it is. You're exactly right, John. It is like that small pool of lighting that we, you know.
I would say there are probably 4 lights within the area that you would normally have 2 street lights. So there's 2 extra ones equidistant in the middle. But I really like the intensity that it is. I don't think it needs to be any brighter for GT racing. No. Obviously you wouldn't race Formula cars around here. They don't have headlights and tail lights, but there are some quite dark spots, notably coming out of turn 1, which is where the RHC Jorgensen Strom car is, and it is Brett Strom behind the wheel there. Down towards turn 2, nicely lit down here. Big pool of light, a little bit darker at the apex as he turns into 2 and accelerates up the hill, wind off the lock, and then point the car over the hill. I reckon you've got to go where it says about the U or the W of Q8 is where you've got to go under.
Yep, exactly. You've got to turn and commit to that apex before you can see it.
Long before you see it.
There is no view there. And he's taking this inside line around here as well, John. It just gives you a better opening here. You can get on the throttle earlier as you come through 7. Yeah, and because this is quite a long stretch of these 8, 9, 10, 11 before you get into the quadrella. This undulates
there as well, Phil.
Yeah.
Just over the top of the that's how you know that the track's going up and down, because there's little bits of darkness that are in a tiny wee bit of shadow coming through that the Pentagon, as they are calling it here, and heading through 17 into 18. I love this. This is a really technical. It looks easy, but it's so technical. And as we saw from Jean-Francois Bruneau, you get your turning wrong there and you're way off at the side of the track, and that is very dusty at the moment.
Well, it has been dusty the entire time, and because we haven't had a lot of cars running off track, it's not cleaning up. And as you said before, the humidity starting to set, dewy on the outside with a bit of dust on there. Get these slick tyres out onto that, and you've got no rear end whatsoever.
It's effectively the temperature inversion.
Yes, it is.
This time of night. The sun's gone, so you've got heat coming up from the ground, and the air temperature has dropped. And we can tell how dusty it is in the air as we look out from our commentary box to the 13 or so miles we can see into the distance. Even in the fairly near distance where the Bedouin Winter camps are, all the lights are twinkling like stars. And why do stars twinkle? Because of the dust in the atmosphere. They aren't flashing on and off like somebody pushing a button on a headlamp flasher. It's the tiny little particles that are in between you and the light source. And right in the not even in the far distance, but certainly the amber lights in the far distance towards the 30, the 40 and the 50, which are the main freeway dual carriageways here, all of those lights are twinkling as if it was a yellow version of the Milky Way, and that tells you, Phil, exactly how much dust there is in the atmosphere.
Yes, temperature now dropping down to 19 degrees, humidity increasing.
Yeah.
So we're getting the inversion here, which will affect some of these cars on performance, others on handling. So it's just how you deal with it. The Hankook tyres are pretty good. They're not as temperature sensitive as some tyres. They can work in a reasonable range.
Well, the thing about these Hankook tyres that we found down through the years is they are an excellent multi-purpose tyre.
Yes.
And that's why they are so good, these race slicks. Just one compound of slick and one compound of wet tyres from Hankook. And when you consider what I've just said there, that you have obviously different sizes for the different cars, but essentially same compound and construction throughout the sizes for the fitments that they have. And when you consider you've got front wheel drive TCRs, you've got the front, mid and rear engine cars in all of the GT classes, and you're going right the way up to very high downforce GT3 cars, and then some of the GT4 cars and the TC cars. I mean, if you look at those two CS BMWs, there's no downforce on that at all. That's all about mechanical grip.
Yeah. And so
massive range.
Massive range. Exactly. The loads are so different, and the way that on the tyres, the loads are so different. And it's amazing that they work across that range. And that's all credit to the Hankook engineers of making this work.
Hankook, of course, with we know them from this part of motor racing.
Yep.
Been involved in Super Taiku over in Japan for a long time. The Class 1 DTM tyres at the end of Class 1, they were Hankook. They've done Formula 3 tyres in
Formula 4 here in the UAE.
They do the Formula 4 here in the UAE, and of course they also do rally tyres as well, off-road tyres, but their newest acquisition is FIA Formula E, and that is a brand new compound and construction, which is a test bed for new electric vehicle tyres for Hankook for street cars.
Well,
they are learning so much.
Yeah, they are, and
we'll talk about that again in a little while. We are into the last third of the race here at Kuwait Motor Town. So let's start with the GTs this time. And at the top of the shop, it is CP Racing on 220 laps. Their lead just over a minute at the moment. It's Charles Esplanade versus Jesse Van Kuik in the 85 and the 32. AMG versus Porsche. Team Kuwait back another lap or so, but holding on very nicely to a top three position by, again, just over, actually 2 laps ahead of Red Camel Jordan NL. It is Ivo Breukers, the father in that team, his 2 sons Luke and Rick joining him, and he leads the Porsche class from the Vili Motorsports by EB Motors, the HRT Performance 992, which has got Harry Hilders at the wheel, the QMMF by HRT Thurea Qatar 929 in 4th in class, and 5th for the 979 Rabdan Motorsport by Speedlover 992. Saif Al-Ameri behind the wheel of that, Ameri. The second of the QMMF entries, that's the Qatar Motorsport and Motorcycle Federation by HRT. So Al Qatar is the number 930, and that's in 6th in class, 9th overall, 10th in GT. Leipert Motorsport lead in the GTX category. Also a leader in 11th place, the 429 Vantage AMR GT4. That's Bradley Ellis driving that at the moment. Second in GT4 is the RHC Jorgensen Strom by Century GT4. So Century doing a very good job there. The Lion Speed Racing GT4 in 3rd is the GT4 Cayman, but that's 3 and a bit laps further back. The Vortex, 2nd in GTX. Philippe Bonnell back out in that car, having taken over from Lionel Amarouche. 50 races in the Creventic competition for Lionel. ERC Bratislava have withdrawn that car. Matej Konopfer came in after 8 punctures. They decided that it was better to voluntarily park it than to in the pit lane and in its garage, rather than to involuntarily put it against a barrier or worse still, someone else. Razun Northern Racing are 3rd in their class and 16th in GT. That's the Crossbow, that car in and out the pits, but has had a full has had some work, but that car is, has done well. BBR, Passerit, Promsabat leading with the Cupra in the TCE, Touring Car Endurance category, also the best of the TCRs. The 2 Hoffa cars have been battling it out, and it is the slightly less highly powered car, 365 horsepower, with now around about a 10-minute lead over its teammate. It's the same 5 drivers. They're just changing around and having fun. AC Motorsport, they've had all kinds of weird rear axle issues, rear brake issues, and Yasmin Preysig, Ivan Valles and Mohamed Al-Sabah a 3rd place in TCR, 5th in TCE. That's how the standings are. We have 3 hours and 56 minutes to go. Spin in the 710, but no harm, no foul on the Lightbird car, which, as you heard from the rundown, is still leading its class. The artificial light from miles around dominated. You look to the north of here by the flares from the refinery cracking towers, and it's a very picturesque situation here at Kuwait Motor Town. Let's head down into the pit lane.
Hello there, John. It's me again. The ever-visiting 188 is back in again, the AC Motorsports car. Now, they've had an impressively long stop. So basically came in before you started the rundown and the highlights. They're just about to go out now. And the stop consisted of a man lying on the floor looking at all parts of the car without actually doing anything, and then right at the end they put some more duct tape on the bonnet. So I think they still have no idea what's wrong.
Well, they've sent it back out again.
Well, yeah, this is the thing. I think they've kind of worked out it doesn't feel quite right.
Let's stick back down to Nick Damon just to finish that story off from down at the 188. Nick?
Just watch that video. It's great, isn't it? I'm looking forward to next year as well now. Yes, really, I think they have no idea what's going on. If you look at the detritus layer, they've got discs, they've got pads, they've got all sorts of things. It just isn't feeling quite right. Also, whilst you were doing the rundown, in complete opposite, the BBR car came in, the 159 Cupra, and had an absolute standard stop and went on its way, and I assume it's now, what, 25 laps ahead? 30 laps ahead?
Yeah. Which two cars with that next?
The BBR car.
BBR car's leading class.
Oh, yeah.
TCR car, yes.
And that's 24 laps down the leader. That's good, done 20 at 200 laps. The second place car is 139 in the TCR category. Of course, you've got the two TC cars. They're only 15 laps behind the BBR. So if there's any problems for BBR, you're talking about anything more than half an hour, and those two fairly street stock looking BMW M2s are going to be there or thereabouts for the lead of the TCE category overall. They're nailed on for first and second in their own class, but for the TC endurance part of that, they're right there, half an hour. That's all we're talking about.
And as we said before, the 365 horsepower is ahead of the 450. Remember, the 450 did have some issues earlier on in hour 3 and dropped behind its sister car, and all of the drivers are sharing those cars. And I can't imagine, and I think Joe said, it might have been you that said, imagine jumping out of a car, jumping into the other one with 100 horsepower less, and you'd think there was an issue the entire time you were doing the lap. You just can't get out of corners, you know. But it is the lesser powerful.
I wonder if they've set them up the same, other than the fact that one's got more power than the other. Is there anything else that's different about them? Have they trimmed out, for example, only the 365 horsepower version, that so it's a wee bit quicker down the tubes, down the long straights, or have they put a bit more wing into the 460 horsepower, 450 horsepower car, so that it's got a bit more through the corners? I don't know. It's an interesting conundrum, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm just going to nip into their lap times at the moment, and looking at the 450 horsepower is doing 2:13. Traffic for the 332, 2:28.
Yeah, but if you look at their fastest laps, those two cars, 2:11.918 and 2:11.083. That's
yeah.
So is that what it is? It's 9/10 of a second is the difference between 365 horsepower and 450,
and 17 degrees of angle on the back wing. On the 450 car.
Possibly.
Yes.
Possibly.
And just to give it more grip in the corner, but just slow it down a little bit on the straights. Yeah, very interesting, very challenging way to do things, but they're succeeding in the TC category at the moment, and they would.
So the TCR leader is the car that we've talked about probably the most this year. This is the BBR machine. This leads TCE as well. 13th position overall. Tanart Thirikul, and they've challenged us at every round with fabulously poetic names.
I'm just going into my hi there, Sathan Thirikul.
Sathan Thirikul.
Yeah.
How you would say that?
Yes, I would indeed.
Sethian Thirikul. Yeah. Okay. I
will stand to be corrected. Okay.
No, well, you know.
Yeah. My English isn't as good as.
His name gets mispronounced quite a lot. I do try quite hard to get people's names right. The first contact that I had with Thai Motorsport was when Race of Champions went to Thailand at the Ramanganjala Stadium, and they had their own version of Race of Champions on the Thursday night, I think it was, and Toyota Gazoo Racing have a rally team out there, and there's a guy who just calls himself Mad Cow, who won through that, and they did really well in the Race of Champions proper, and Toyota then started bringing teams of drivers over to the Nürburgring 24.
Yep.
And putting them together in a variety of weird and wonderful small engine, small category cars. And lo and behold, did Mad Cow not pop up there as well. Jenny Gow and I spent all weekend trying to learn his name.
I actually called a race over there, the Thai Ute Series at the Buriram circuit. And I was really lucky. They all had nicknames.
This is it. That's what he called himself.
Yeah, and they all had nicknames because there was no way I could pronounce all of their names, especially when you have 28 diesel utes on there, and they pour black smoke out. You can't see anything. Brilliant racing though, absolutely brilliant racing. 188 in the pits at the moment, 4th in class. That is the Audi, sitting down in 20th position, 2nd in the TCR category.
Doing nothing again?
Yep, down to you, Nick. What do you got for us?
It's just sitting there. They're doing nothing. I assume what's happening is a man in the car, which is Stefan Perrin, is pressing some buttons or something, or doing Control Alt Delete, because they are sitting there with one of the mechanics making small hand gestures, polite hand gestures. Let's quote
nice.
Here. And the man standing there with getting further. I don't know really whether they have any idea what's wrong with the car. My guess is no.
Thank you very much for that. I have to concur with your expert thing of saying no. Let's just try something else. And they're running out of things to try and running out of hours to do it. 3:45 to go here in Kuwait. The first running of the 12 hours of Kuwait. Another Creventic track. I think makes it 30 circuits, I think it is, that we've been to. 23 circuits, sorry, yep. And 23rd circuit. Wow, since 2006. I'm really enjoying seeing brake disc glowing again, John. I don't know what it is, but it just does it for me. And the glowing brake disc coming down into turn 20, and especially with the AMG GT3 with the pipes glowing as well. It's just like they've got LED running down the side of them. Very, very pretty to watch. And talking about that, CP Racing leading at the moment by 1 minute and 10 seconds. And Charles Estradub just done the fastest lap of his race at the moment. 3:31 into the pits now.
Oh, that's the last couple of... that's about 2 or 3 times out the last 5 or 6 that he's actually brought that down. Nick, 3:37. Nick Damon.
Yeah, down with the 331, which I'm going to ask you. I assume this is the one that's got
450.
More power. The more power car.
It's the tool time car. More
Absolutely. Michael Bonk gets out, and Herman Bock gets in. You've got to be careful with those ones, I can tell you. Michael's wearing an incredibly attractive, I don't know if Ron can show it, an amazing Harlequin suit there. Look at that. Look, he's got every single colour under the sun there in the suit. It's like one of those, remember that Volkswagen Polo you could buy for a while?
Have you noticed what's on the top of his helmet as well? He's got the old Mark Blundell.
Mark Blundell, yeah, the same thing.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Let's see if Michael will have a quick word with us.
Just 1 second, Nick, before you jump in there. We've got one of the
32 second place car into the pits slowly.
Slowly, I think it's got a right rear puncture. We'll watch that.
Go past us.
Michael.
Okay, Michael. We can't miss you in the pit lane. Very colourful.
Yes, so. You look here. Hardcore is the colour of you, eh?
You're driving in 2 cars. They're very similar, but slightly different with 100 horsepower. How different are the 2 cars to drive?
The brakes is different, and yes, your horsepowers, and it's the same car. Also the same car, but brakes and but horsepowers. It's faster. The car is 20 kilometers faster, but for the lap time, 2 seconds.
Is it easy to go from one to the other, or does it take a while to adjust?
It's easy. It's easy. It's nice. Great track. It's very fun. It's nice here.
Michael, thank you very much. Thanks a lot, Michael Bonk.
One of the great supporters of this series down through the years, Hoffer and Bonk Racing. They're nice to see Michael taking part. Now, Nick has walked away to see what was going on with
32,
the 32 car.
I think
GP it was Jesse
I
van
think it's
Kruk.
left already and is into the fuel tank. I think it's gone to the fuel Bowsers now. There's nothing on There's nothing on the apron, though. The 429 Century Motorsport Aston Martin is just coming to its pit stop now.
Bradley Ellis.
The 116, which is the Wolf Power, much delayed TCR car, that is, I think, just going for fuel. I don't think it stopped in its pit.
Ivars Vala's driving.
So Century Motorsport getting a full service, and I'm not sure if it's a driver change. He's getting tyres, and they will take fuel and hopefully put the cap on properly. No major panic around the 32 garage. Just
ask them if they were just getting low on fuel, if you wouldn't mind.
What, the 32?
Yeah, 32 came in very, very slowly down the back straight. So if you could do that. Just noticing Jean-Francois Bruno's just done the Leipert car's fastest lap of the race. 1:58.7 for that car. That's up there. That is up there. He'll be happy with that.
I think he's comfortable out there, John.
After that spin?
Yes, he took a while to get his tyres where he wanted them. Obviously, he is in the window now, and he'll set about his task. 3:41 to go. That car now sitting but just on the edge of the top 10 in 10th position, but leading, more importantly, the GTX category. Keeping an eye on that gap between the 85 now with
Jesse van Klick.
Nick, down to you.
With the Jesse van Klick just out of the 32. Jesse, first of all, you seem to come in quite slow to the pits. Was the problem?
Yeah, again a flat tire. So, yeah, we're trying to guess or estimate where the end of the life of the tire is, but it's really difficult to say. I was in now more than an hour, so we had a lot of fuel because of code 60, and somehow it just, I don't know, it just goes. We've had, I think, 4 now. So
is it because you're wearing them out, or you've perhaps had 60 curb strikes? Do you know what it is?
We're really taking it easy, like we're not driving flat out. Turn 19, turn 20, we don't even go on any curb, like maybe the red-white stripes. But so to be very honest, it's really also not nice to drive because you have to hold back all the time.
When you have been out there, the track now seems to be, apart from the curbs, in very good condition. It's a very good grip and everything.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we've been learning so much. For us, it's a new car and obviously a new track. So yesterday was a packed day already, but I think all of our 3 are getting to grips with the track and the car a bit more.
Now we're having one little problem. We aren't quite sure how to pronounce your name. How should we pronounce it?
Yeah, if you want to go Dutch,
we always want to go Dutch. It's cheaper.
Yeah, obviously. Then it would be Jesse van Kuik. Kuik, yeah. I would also listen to Jesse van Kwik. I've been mentioned.
That's good.
Oh, we like Van Kwik.
That's also fine. So
one more time.
One more time, Van
Kuik.
Van Kook. Van Kook.
That's a tough one.
I'm going to record that and play it back. Thank you for talking to us. Thank you, Jesse.
No worries. Thank you.
Van Kwik.
Yeah. Kouk. Van Kouk. He's got a little bit of a limp actually. You see, he's going away there.
I think he's very tall, as is his teammate Mr. Grenville as well. So I'm just wondering whether the Porsche is a little bit tight for these very tall. Of course, the Dutch are the tallest country in the world, aren't they?
Oh, are they?
By a large amount. The average height in the Netherlands is over 6 foot for a man now.
Why wasn't I born there? Seriously. Thank you for that information, Nick, down there in the pit lane.
I missed how he said Jesse van Kuik.
Van Kuik, yes.
Kuik.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll say that with my Australian lilt. You will do it with yours.
By Northeastern.
Oh, look at those flames.
Milwaukee Tools crossbow with afterburners.
Yes, indeed.
It looks like a racing version of Bruce Wayne's work car, Batmobile. And it is blue flame at the back.
Lovely.
Of Dominic Olber's driven Razoon more than racing. I hope the photographers trackside, and there are many of them this weekend. Good to see a good selection of photographers here working for the teams and various publications. And it's just like Can we not get someone to knock up some nice homemade egg custard and just have it bruleed off the back of that?
Oh, that would be lovely.
It looks like a chef's torch.
It does indeed.
It looks like a chef's torch. That's amazing out the back of that car. The only other car I've seen do that on such a regular basis was the last iteration of which is this last iteration of the Corvette C8R.
Oh, the C8 does it. I haven't seen
does that as well. Blue flame almost all the time. We're coming down to the last 3.5 hours. By the way, I kept getting interrupted when I was talking about tied drivers because there was stuff happening. Mad Cow is Natavude Charansuka Watana. As I said, Jenny Gower now spent all weekend learning his name because we knew he was going to be in the full Race of Champions where the races last all of 55 seconds. And so you can't be going, what's his name again? Natavude Charansuka Watana. Smashing bloke as well, actually. Superstar in Thailand. I mean, when I say, I mean like rock stars.
Rock star status, yes.
You couldn't go anywhere without getting people asking for his autograph. Amazing fella. And so humble. Loved that. It was a great event in the National Stadium, Ramanganjala Stadium. Lifetime ago, that seems now. Race of Champions end of January, beginning of Feb, I think. And they're back on the frozen sea again, as they were last year. Veely Motors by Veely Sport by EB Motors with their scrolling multicoloured
disco
LEDs.
car.
And that's excellent. I mean, that is a racing equivalent of a rainbow, isn't it? Look at how it's just moving through there. Absolutely. Veely Motors by EB Motors, and it's Sergei Nikolai.
Beautifully done, isn't it? How it rides up onto the back.
Both sides, and it rides up onto the wing stanchions as well, and right onto the swan necks.
Oh,
isn't that fantastic?
It's just disco machine.
The Sub Series wouldn't let you do that.
No.
They don't like scrolling lights. But I actually, it goes with the colour of the car, because the car is multicoloured with the multicoloured splatters on there as well.
They've got the same on their pit wall down here on the bar as well, so they know where to come in. One thing, if it's hooked up to the battery, it will take power out of the battery.
It's taking nothing now, Phil. You know that better than anybody.
I do, but you don't want them to short out because they will drain batteries so fast.
Do you think they might even put them on a separate circuit?
I reckon they've got a separate battery running on those.
Yeah.
You can put a couple of D cells in there and they'll sort out that.
And that would last for 12 hours easily.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. It didn't go on until it was starting to get dark. Yep. I think the last pit stop before it got dark, they started to put them on, and they must be sort of semicircular.
Yeah.
Because you can see them from all different angles.
So yeah, it's got the flat.
It's like an old disco rope light. Going back to our formative years.
It is literally a rope light. It's like conduit. It's flat at the bottom and then curved across the top.
It is costing them 3 miles an hour down the front straight, but they don't care.
They're getting a massive amount of camera time.
Oh yeah, exactly. Exactly so. I was just talking to the guys from Porsche actually before I came out here. We were talking about the new GT3 car. The lighting technology on the new GT3, therefore the 992 GT3R, I know Porsche everything's GT3, but the GT3R is the GT3 class car. They're saying now that the headlights that are in that car are powerful enough that there will be no need for additional lights on that car. The technology,
LED technology,
the LED and matrix technology that they've put in that car from their street cars, there will be no need to have additional lights for night racing on that new Porsche, which is starting to be delivered right now. Actually, I've got a couple of older Porsches and a quite new one. And the old 968 Sport with its halogen bulb headlights, twin filament.
Twin filament. Ooh, that's nasty.
They're hella units, and then it's got driving lights in the bumper and fog lights. When they're all on, that's really quite good for a car of its age. That's a 94 car. My 97 993 has got what Porsche called Lightronics back in those days.
I remember that Lightronics, yeah.
Sort of the gas ones that pop up and look a bit blue for a moment.
Yep.
And then, of course, we've got LED technology on the 992 on the GTS. And that's extraordinary.
Exactly. We used to have what was called bitumen burners.
Bitumen burners.
Yes. 7.5-inch diameter. Yeah. That's all halide globe.
Yeah.
On trucks in Australia, obviously, we're driving for 3,000 kilometres with no corners. But it used to light up 2 kilometres of road because it takes 120 tonnes a kilometre and a half to stop. So that's what you need.
Coming down to 3.5 hours to go. Charles Esplanade behind the wheel of the leading car. His race mugshot not showing him with his Movember stash. He's decided to leave that on till he gets home after this race. Doesn't want to take it off, thinks it might be bad luck. Nick Damon down in the pits.
Yeah, just saw the 491 Lions speed. They made a full service. Jose Garcia got out. Not quite sure who got in. They sneaked in behind me.
491 was that?
Yeah, 491 the Lions speed. The Cayman that's actually managed to run without a puncture for a while. The thing I would say is if you want to talk about headlamps, you should have seen the things that came on my TR4 vintage 1965.
Yes.
It was like a slightly wafty candle sort of thrown ahead of you slightly.
Would you have been better using your iPhone?
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah. On the flip side though, my new car has full-on laser arc lights which will blind anyone for about 400 miles ahead, much like it's what it was modelled on, which is the 2016 P1 Audis which were told to stop flashing your lights.
Yeah, there was actually a rule change, wasn't there? Yeah. How many flashes you could have. So they had to program that in to a flash button so that the drivers weren't constantly flashing people and burning people's retinas, even if they were only looking through their rear views. Thank you, Nick. Nick Damon down in the pit lane. Joe Bradley will be back in there in a wee while as we move towards the closing hours. And the leader's in the pitch. So Nick Damon springing into action. Still got a goodly smattering of crowd sitting in the grandstand. Some of them right up top with us here as well. Been waving to us as they go by. They're a friendly lot here. Right, Nick, you've got the leader in.
Yes, exactly the opposite end of the pitch from the 491.
Right, out
but
is
luckily,
Charles.
Ron told me they were going to come in, so we got an early start. We're still 4 garages short, but they are
driver change.
They go full driver change and service. Well, Charles was always going to get out at this point. They got flashing LEDs themselves. Left-hand side of the car is green. Right-hand side of the car is blue.
Yeah.
Can't tell you who got in because I'm literally getting here as the car drives away. So one of their drivers has now replaced Charles Esplanade. I think it should possibly be Charlie Putnam. I don't think he's done his 2 hours yet.
Charlie was in before Charles.
Was he?
Yes, he was.
And
he did a really good job in not losing the lead. Right. On rotation, I think it should be Shane now. But I wonder if they'll put Joe Foster back in and let Shane finish.
Joe Foster. So I'm looking at him.
Right, okay. Well, okay.
It is Charlie. It's Charlie.
It's Charlie's gone back in.
Yeah.
Well, Charlie, if he can do just under an hour and a half, then Shane can finish it off, can't he?
Yeah, so Charlie's in there now.
I see what you mean about the disco flasher.
Oh, wow.
Disco, it's all on. It's the rage. Obviously, everyone's got the disco light message. A quick word with Mr. Esplanade. Charles, some very quick laps towards the end.
Yeah, you know, the CP Racing guys give us a great AMG Mercedes. The Hankook tires are doing awesome. We made a little adjustment with them, and then they're working perfect. Love the track, obviously, and it's even better at night.
You did a 53.3. Is that a combination of now you've done enough laps to really learn the circuit and the circuit's coming to you?
Yeah, absolutely. The track's definitely coming in the evening. And, you know, every lap you do, you're trying, let me try this a little, let me try this a little, and it's getting a little better, and we're able to do that now and take care of the car. I think, obviously, there were some problems with people going over the curbs and using a little too much track earlier, so, you know, you learn. I mean,
well, you say you learn, but your chief rivals, the 32 car, just came in a few minutes ago with another puncture, didn't lose too much time. What are you doing to avoid those punctures? How are you driving differently? What corners are you taking differently?
Can I tell you that after the race?
Tell me now, it's easier.
Yeah, but then
they're very tall Dutch people. They're not listening to anybody.
So it's just really taking care of the tire. and not using a lot of the curbs. I notice a lot of the other guys are using a lot of the curbs, and I think there's some areas, since it's a new track, there's some sharp points on the concrete and stuff. And we all know the Hankook can handle a lot of stuff, but I mean, there's no tire that's going to handle a puncture. So
if you were absolutely monstering this track, how much quicker would you go?
I was thinking about that. I don't know. Us old guys, we're not those guys that like throw it in anymore, but it would have got us pole, I think.
Great stuff. Thanks, Charles. Good stuff. Charles Espinel there out of the 85 and left in the lead. Has the 32 taken over? Now it's got fuel, John.
It has not yet come round. Here's the interesting part of that, though, Nick. That car is faster now than it was in qualifying, and they're taking fewer chances. As just a moment or two ago, I wonder if the Leiper Lamborghini is having some braking issues. Jean-Francois off at exactly the same corner, turn 17, he went wide before. This time he doesn't try and steer back onto the track and just lets the car go wide. Very interesting. John. I think we've got a few tired cars now as the 85 leaves, tired cars and tired drivers, as the 85 leading car goes out and back onto the track. Speed limit out, 3 hours 26 to go. And we are back in the race with the leader, Nick.
Yeah, the Red Camels Jordan car just came in and served a penalty. Now, I've not seen this before, but it actually had a countdown of the penalty on its numerical display at the front. The bit that normally says Evo and the number. Yeah. Has that been for a while? They've been doing that.
Yeah, I think that is a visual clue to the guys who were sitting there next to that big screen in the computer, so that they can tick them off what they've done. It also happens when they're standing still in the pits as well.
What happened at the end is the team manager, despite the fact he counted down 10-1 on the numerical indicator, then had to show his iPhone stopwatch time as well, and so they all agreed that actually 10 seconds had been served.
Yes, exactly.
So, as you say, it's obviously an indication. It isn't actually the official rule then that's happening, not the official.
I suspect it all comes from the wheel speed sensors. In Formula One, they use it from the load sensors on the wheels to make sure that between the tyres stopping and the car going up on its jacks, any requisite stationary penalty is being served. The problem is if you lock your wheels coming in, you can actually confuse the timing a little bit and manipulate it. Sorry. That a little bit. But what you can't do is pull it up on the jacks too early, because the load sensor shows that. And somebody got caught foul of that. Was it Gasly?
Wasn't stationary for long enough, by about 0.3 of a second.
Yeah. It was the fact it went up too early. It was still standing still. It went up too early. And I suspect that is something similar here, that they're using wheel speed sensors to know how long the car's been stationary, because if you look carefully, it also does that on the pit stops as well. And we also have that in IMSA on the side countdown boards on there to show how long the car's been standing still. It helps us to know how much fuel's gone in, because obviously they're fueling at the pits.
714 is to my right. That's
Dominic Olbert brought that in. He's already out.
Yeah, the recently repaired about an hour ago. New engine, new gearbox.
Driver
fire extinguisher knocked off.
Driver number 2 is in that. Oh, hang on, 930. Number 930. This is the 6th position QMMF by HRT Sohail Kata. Karim Al-Ali. Karim Al-Ali was talking to him actually when I went away for a bite to eat. And I wondered if that was a puncture, but he's going too quick for a puncture.
Hazard lights are on.
The 992s, even the Cup cars, when you have he's got a problem. Yeah. Because he's missed the pit lane. Yeah. But even if you have a problem and you spin the car, the hazard lights come on automatically. They've got sort of a yaw sensor on them. So he's in the pit lane anyway.
I've got a button. Anyway,
you have to remember to turn them off when that happens.
Exactly. Just going back to the Line Speed Racing Porsche, Patrick Kolb took that over.
Kolb.
Yep. Yeah. So he's out there now in that one, and the 955 and the 928 into the pits
yes.
now.
It is a puncture, the 930, the rear right, unsurprisingly. It's very heavily shredded. It's kept most of its outer sidewall.
Nick, I'm not surprised. He was fairly cracking along.
Yeah, they've got some problems because that's thrown a few threads off and a few cords off. Now, they're lucky they'll get the wheel off and it's not tied itself around anything.
That's flapped.
They've managed to get away with the bodywork. It's now the big check.
The wheel line has gone, Nick.
Oh, no, and they've also taken out the air duct for the rear brake. So there's the brake duct, cooling duct is now no longer US. Now, I don't think I put the tyre on that. Even though I was going to decide I didn't want the air duct as they try and kick back the wheel well, that's got the propensity to flap about a bit. But, yeah, that puncture's not done anyone any good whatsoever. Smells bad too, so that's not helped them.
The duct's been shredded as well, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been snapped. It's now no longer contiguous.
Yeah, all right, I see.
They've had a couple of flailing.
Meanwhile,
the
Hilders has brought the.
He has the
928 in.
That seemed more standard. Harry's actually got out the car. The 930 is still there. They've kind of worked out they don't want to just let it go with the broken rear brake air duct, so they are at least going to try and tie that duct up slightly. But you're asking for temperature issues. You've got no air going in there.
I suppose at this time of the race, it's far better than it would have been at lunchtime.
Wheels off again. The initial mechanics, it'll be all right. Now they've decided that it won't be all right. Oh, torch. No, it's a bespoke torch.
Actual torch.
Oh, no.
Real torch.
See, that's a team that's organised, mate.
It's disappointing. But yeah, so they've managed to get that. That's obviously that just shows you get a bit of bad luck. The tyre itself has weirdly stayed quite solid on the sidewalls, but shredded itself in the middle, and that's those flailing little cables of
Nick,
tyre cord.
Don't you love the attention to detail on Porsche race cars? There is a full colour enamel Porsche crest on the end of the stub axle, so that when the wheel nut goes back on, the single wheel nut goes back on, you've still got the crest there.
All about the branding. About the branding.
Motorsport use a different version of the crest to any of the other cars. The crest's changed slightly down through the years, and the colourways have changed. Slightly different colours of red and gold, and different parts of the crest are highlighted in black. So Porsche or Stuttgart or the antlers and stuff like that. The Motorsport one is the only one that has them all in black. And quite often it's only a sticker. If you look at the bonnet badges, the next time one of the Cup cars comes in, Nick, you'll see that the bonnet badge is only a sticker.
Well,
weight saving.
If I was paying the amount they cost, I want made of enamel and etched in gold, to be honest.
Unobtainium.
Yes, exactly.
Mistake by Patrick Kolb in the line speed Porsche as he ran a little bit long at turn 20, lost the back end. That 718 Cayman, the GT4 car, that has been squirrely under braking and turning and power application all through the race. They've set that up at the back. Still some hardy souls in the grandstand. Right, it's not 7,500 people, but I'm quite impressed, Phil, that we've still got spectators here. Hello, all of you in the grandstand right in front of us. I know you can hear the PA. It's a supremely impressive and effective, and still people wandering around the concessions. Off. Oh, hang on, Nick. We've got someone in the gravel.
Wow.
I've not said this before. Code 60 is out, and that is it's one of the two QMMF cars. It is the 929. So it's 007. So that is 7th in the class, and that's Ibrahim Al-Manal. And this is the first time we've seen someone go far enough, Phil, to have the back wheels in the gravel.
Well, that is a reasonable way off track. Was that car just in the pits?
30 was just in the pits.
30 was in the pits.
It's turn 18, by the way, so it is that quick turn. We've seen Jean-Francois Bruno have a couple of moments down there.
Yep.
Wonder if it's getting a bit slippery out there.
Okay, second place has come in, and interestingly, he's taken a single right rear tyre for safety's sake and going for fuel. So they've decided because they've lost 4 already and they don't know why, if they're going to extend this run, they needed 1 new tyre. So Lucas Gromveld's taken that. So the 32 team learning from the problems they've got and trying to work around them. They know they can do an hour on a tyre, and they've given Lucas now probably about an hour and 20 minutes of fuel.
That tyre has not cost them a position. The fuel might cost them the lead lap.
Actually, I don't think he stopped for fuel, actually.
So he's just done the tyre.
Just drove through. I don't think he stopped.
No, he's in fuel now. He's in fuel now, according to timing. He hasn't left the pit lane.
He's not left, because there's a car that's just leaving. There must be 2 very similar Porsches, then he's being occluded by a different Porsche.
Let me see. Occluded, as is he? Did Rick Breukers come in the 909? That's a similar colour car. Here comes the leader into the pits, Charles Putnam.
This will be fuel.
Putnam doesn't need tyres, does he? He's not been in that long.
3 or 4 laps. It's this whole thing of brimming it. He wouldn't need half a tank either at this point. So he'll be brimming this, which will take Charles with fuel for an hour and 30 minutes.
That's perfect.
Yep.
That gets him inside the last 2 hours. It means one driver can go to the last 2 hours. And you put your half recipe in. What am I saying? Half allocation. Thank you. Half allocation in, whatever it is, and you'll put as much. You'll brim fill that tank, because anything that's left when he comes in with just on 2 hours to go means that Shane Lewis doesn't have to stand still for quite as long in the pit lane, in the fuel area.
Century Motorsport are going to be in a minute, and they're going to do a brake change, John, a pad change.
Oh, are they?
So
just pads?
they've decided they can't do safely the 12 hours and 1 set of pads. And obviously, if you get a code 60 this time, this is the time to do it, because it's half the cost, or less than half the cost actually, on this, which is quite a quick track, of a normal stop.
That's,
go on. Sorry, John. You mentioned the hardy souls. It's really nice weather, by the way. It's lovely out here. I'm still in a single lane having a lovely time. So we're very pleased you're all here, but you're having a nice time with the weather as well.
Yes. I smell hot brakes wafting up here. Track limits infringements. That was the 32 car served that 10-second penalty. No, that's just a warning for the moment, excuse me. So outstanding. We still have the 979 that has an outstanding penalty. And that is the Rabdam Motorsport, Saif Al-Ameri. He's in that car at the moment, and I think that's the only one. Oh no, exceeding the speed limit, exceeding the speed limit in the pit lane, and code 60. That's the 701, the Vortex, and that is 34 seconds that they've got to do. And here is Saif Al-Ameri in to serve this penalty. So that's 10 seconds doubled up to 20.
Ooh.
And there he goes, the 979 in that very pretty colour. Nick Damon.
It's still worth doing it. It's lap time is more than double under code 60, so your 10 seconds converted to 20 is worth it. We're down with Century Motorsport as they're doing a GT4 brake pad change, slightly different from the GT3 ones.
Nick, one of the things that's been a little bit of an innovation over the last couple of seasons here in Creventic, and particularly for our TV coverage, has been the addition of a couple of drones. Now, hang on a second. If I stand up here, you should be able to see us. Hello. Look, there we are.
Hello, Mum. We're on the telly.
That's us in the end box there. Fantastic. So the drone outside our window. And they bring the takeaway as well. I can actually see it in front of us, the red and green.
John, I was chatting to them earlier. We were in the lift together. And the one they had, their tracking drone, tops out at 150 miles an hour now.
Yeah.
5 seconds, and they said it gets too fast, I lose where it is.
Yeah.
But they got some real speed in these things.
They tend to fly that in a straight line.
Oh, yeah,
my God. These are not the drones you're looking for.
Pads going back on. It's quite interesting actually how these brake calipers are done. They've got 2 retaining bolts which go right through the back, and they pull that out, and that means you can push out the pads. So the pads go out the back effectively of the caliper.
What?
Do the old anti-squeezer, the spreader, and then put the new ones in, put the bolts in. So it's quite well done.
Nice to see that Century Motorsport are supporting Race Against Dementia. So Jackie Stewart's charity. Of course, we know that sadly Lady Helen suffers, and Jackie and the rest of motorsport trying to bring some notice to what is a really horrible disease.
Listen,
supporting that, Phil.
Less than 1 minute to go before we go green, and we have gone green. It was very much less than 1 minute to go. Back green again. We have, so at this time, having a look at just under an hour at code 60 at the moment, John, 57 minutes, 55 seconds, and we have 3 hours, 12 minutes to go. That's our 5th code 60 out there, and well done once again to all our track team here at Kuwait Motor Town, on the ball and making things happen. A couple of things drivers have to be aware of now. Cold tyres, John. Because we've had a few laps under that code 60 and the track temperature has dropped. Air temperature around 18 degrees at the moment, so it's a bit chilly out there to get that temperature back in. Cars leaving the pit lane now at the end of this, losing a little bit of time. Brad Ellis, the Century Motorsport, Aston Martin making their way down. We've got Safe Almeri and the 979, the 929 and the 710 all down in the fuel bay at the moment, along with the 701, the Vortex, down in 16th position. So the fuel bay getting quite full at the moment, and Charles Putnam still in the lead, but it's looking around about a 4-minute lead now over Lucas Grindvold in the GP Elite car.
Yeah, don't forget that'll change after the code
60, yes.
They've all been travelling around a bit slow, so we'll let them get through a couple of the mini sectors and then get it sorted out. We were talking about those flashing lights in the EB Motors car, on the EB Motors car. I'm indebted to Rob Chalmers, RSL_studio. He says you can run those LED strips from a power bank that you have for your phone. We do it at the 24-hour British kart race.
Like the one I've loaned Joe to power his phone up.
Yeah, he needs to get a phone that doesn't need so much battery or stop scrolling through things he shouldn't be looking at.
Yeah.
That's the other thing.
It's all good.
Ah, dear. So at RSL_studio would be where you get in touch with us. Bob Chalmers asking also, is Bradley Ellis the former motorcyclist?
Oh, I don't know that one.
Well, there was a Brad Ellis who was a motorcyclist, but I don't think this is the same one, because I've got a feeling Bradley started karting when he was quite young. Bradley's our karting expert. He's from Croydon, and he started racing all the way back in 1999 in karting. And I don't think it's the same Brad Ellis, Rob, as far as I'm aware. You've actually ticked something over in my mind now, because the last time I was talking about Bradley Ellis, I'd just been watching motorcycling and it crossed my mind then, and then something happened on the track and I got distracted, as I do at my age, in fairness.
Wait till you get to my age. Not long now.
No, I'll never get to your age, mate, because you'll always be older than me, obviously.
Obviously.
As will Bradley.
Exactly.
Just by the 5 years in Bradley's case, though. Do you know, he looks good for 60, does Bradley, doesn't he?
He does.
I'm only 55. Yeah.
Hey, I'm a senior in America. They put me on planes first.
Oh, that's great.
It is brilliant.
Coming down to 3 hours to go, lads. Just the last quarter of the race, and the drivers trying to get into the rhythm of this circuit. It is a rhythm track, particularly from, you get that super quick run down to turn 2 from the final corner, and then after that you've barely got the wheels straight until you get to turn 19.
It's I like it. It challenges the driver. It challenges.
Have you done track days around here?
Yes, I did a track day around here, but we had the loop in at turn 1.
Right, yes.
To stop the cars arriving at turn 2 and not being able to stop.
And what were you driving then?
A Radical R8 LM.
Oh, I bet that was a handful.
455 horsepower and 612 kilos.
I've been on the track at the same time as those when I was driving an SR3 Radical. And we were doing a test day in the damp at Donington on the national circuit. And whilst it was very quick in the straight line, the SR3 was a little more nimble around the corners.
Yeah, a bit more weight in them. I did a few laps around here, but remember, this was probably 3 months after the circuit opened in 2019. And so it was incredibly green and it was really dusty. I probably had more fun in the cars with treaded tyres and the road cars. The Radical was just, you couldn't put your foot on the accelerator, just spin the back wheels up. Doesn't matter what you did with it. It wasn't suited to the track at its time of evolution.
I actually think the SR3 is the best car that Radical make. I think it's a lovely balance of power and weight, and the balance between it. I'd not driven a downforce car in anger. All right, a Viper GT1 out at Ricard, but that wasn't racing it. That was on a test.
Yeah.
But I had a full race weekend in an SR3, which was two short races, which were 40 minutes, and then a long race, which was an hour, which I did on my own. It was a pit stop race. You had to come in.
Yep.
But
how was your neck?
My neck was fine. Everybody said, "Oh, your neck's going to be a problem," but I ride motorcycles.
You ride motorcycles, exactly.
With a very heavy helmet.
Yeah.
And I know it's not the same, but you know, an hour and a half or 2 hours on a motorcycle, it does.
You're stressing your neck muscles all the time because of all the comm stuff you have in your helmet.
Yeah, absolutely. The thing that I found was the very small steering wheel and a lot of relatively quick corners at Donington. No power steering, and you were having to haul that around.
Did you get arm pump?
Forearms, almost like motorcycle arm pump,
arm
and
pump.
also across your pecs at the top. I got out the car like a rugby league player with a protector on, you know. Couldn't, yeah, fella. But I was popular with the missus when I got home. Made a good workout, that. Thank you to the guys at Radical for that. That was great.
They make some. I mean, I had chassis 57 from Radical in my club sport, you know, and that's hands, feet behind, and brain car. Carburetors, 39 mil cam flat slides, says that R1100, chain drives for the differential, sequential box, because it's a motorcycle engine. Every lap you do is you doing it.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing helping you.
I thought in terms of grins per pence, it has to be one of the best value proper race cars you can buy. And the Radical series in the UK, they've got one in the US now.
And we have one in Dubai that's been running since 2006.
Yeah, there's an awful lot of them out there, Phil, and they don't take a lot of running. You know, there's some parts that are lifed, as you'll well know, and you have to, with any racing car, you don't take liberties on lifed parts.
No.
But the engines are good. They're generally unbreakable. Motorcycle engines. That 8-cylinder one is effectively two motorcycle engines.
Well, it is. The RPE, I mean, it's a Hayabusa engine stroked out to 1500. You know, and RPE do a brilliant job with the engines. I've driven the new XX, which is very. But the thing is, they're getting heavier, John. Okay, over 650 kilos now. My car's 493 kilos.
Yeah.
I weigh a quarter of my car's weight. Okay, that's about me being old and not fit. But it's one of those things that lightweight cars. Colin Chapman said it. You know, reduce weight and add lightness.
Yeah, add lightness and add pace and dynamics to the car. If you're not moving, I mean, the difference in myself when I lost 25 kilos, the difference in me racing was unreal. We're coming down to the last 3 hours. 3 hours, 3 minutes and 17 seconds. I could have waited, I suppose, till it was 3 seconds as well. That would have sounded contrast, wouldn't it? As we come into the last quarter of this race. What an opening international event it's been so far, and we've still got a battle on for the lead of the race overall. There's battles in the classes as well. 4th and 5th in 992. There's just 45 seconds between those. Just over a minute between 1st and 2nd. Charles Putman and Lucas Grunewald. Lucas is pulling Charles back, as you would expect, but it's just not happening quick enough, I don't think, for GP Elite. CP Racing, who took their first overall victory in a Creventic event. They've been so close before as CP and the drivers with Pro Speed before they started their own. Yeah. But they'd been a couple of second places there, but then it was Portimao, wasn't it, last earlier on this season, in a race that was in fact hotter than it has been here this weekend. At the start of the race, Joe was on the grid, it was 42 Celsius in the sunshine.
So track temperature would have been way over 50. Wow.
Portimao. It was unbelievable. Creventic, being Creventic, gave every team a kids' swimming pool, which was filled with water, and the CP guys were getting out of the car, stripping down to their swimming trunks and getting in there to get their core temperature down.
Yeah.
And it was absolutely necessary. It was really sensible by Creventic. I was sitting outside having lunch thinking, oh, this is pleasant. Oh yeah, it was pleasant sitting having your lunch in it, but I would not have liked to have been driving a car in it. Oh, goodness.
The temperature obviously has so many issues with core temperature rises, concentration goes away massively. You know, a 2 degree rise in core temperature can cut your concentration levels by over 50%. It's why in Australian supercars they've mandated the cool suit. Yeah. That you have to run a cool suit. And I ran one on my Clio Cup car as well, because we'd raced until May. It was 45 degrees outside, 60 degrees inside the car, and I was sitting on the grid shivering because 2/3 of my body was covered with 700 feet of capillary tubing with ice water running through it. And so there are ways now that you can do that, but you can't take more heat out of these cars when the air is at that temperature and the track is at those temperatures. So they're the thing that gets stressed first, and then it permeates through.
54 seconds now, the lead. And meantime, the leader in the 992 category, tantalisingly just 6 minutes away from an overall podium, the 909 Red Camels. And that car in its bright orange colourway. That was a late arrival as well, but they hit the ground running. Interestingly, the two of the cars that arrived here late, the 909 and the 710, both class leaders at the moment. And I've said this earlier on, but I'll say it again, great efforts by everybody concerned here at the track. The logistic problems not of their making or even within their control, but used all their good officers' influence and anything they could to make sure that the cars were cleared through customs, the containers got here, and that we started 21 cars, albeit one from the pit lane, which was the Vortex. 2 hours and 59.5 minutes to go, so we are inside the final quarter of the race. Hello everybody, Phil Hansen, John Hindhaugh in the booth, Nick Damon and Joe Bradley down in the pits. It's Nick on duty at the moment. We're at KUWAIT Motor Town for the first international motor race at this venue. It is the first round of a brand new Middle East trophy from the Hankook 24-hour series and Creventic, which will have its next round on the second weekend of January at the Dubai Autodrome, and then the week after that down at Yas Marina. 24 hours and 6 hours still to come to finish the Middle East Trophy Series. Vortex in the pit, soaking up some of its extensive penalties that it has still to serve. Nick Damon is watching the countdown.
It's been quite odd, actually. Also, there isn't a countdown on this one, so obviously it's just a Red Camels only.
34 seconds.
He came into the pits, stopped, and then half got out of the cockpit to chat to his engineer, then got back in again. This is the same car which about 10 minutes ago, perhaps a bit less, came down the pits, was kind of moving to move into its pit box, then got waved out. I thought, oh, it's going to have some fuel. No, just carried on going. So who knows? I do have one piece of actual news though from the pit lane. Yes. Top breaking news here from the Kuwait Motor Town. The 188 have given up. They can't work out what the problem is. They've parked the car. They're having a look at it, but I'm pretty sure. Well, I'm sure that they will not be taking any further part because they just have no idea why it doesn't feel right.
I think that gives the champion of the continent to the 159, because I don't think the 116 will be able to overhaul them on points or indeed in position unless something happens now and they don't turn another lap, and we don't wish that on anybody. That was 34 seconds that the Vortex served. That was the speed limit infraction and a code 60 and speed limit infraction in the pit lane. Now the only issued penalty is a 10-second again for track limits turn 4, and that is the leader in TCE and TCR. That is the 159, the BBR car that has exceeded track limits too many times, so they'll do that the next time. They will not want to be left with any penalties. Meantime, on the track, 909 and 955 are together. This is quite a significant moment, actually. This is first and second, but they're exactly 5.69 kilometres apart.
Yes.
Because this is the EB Motors car trying to get back on the lead lap. They've been gradually pulling that car back in during this stint, and that's Rick Broikers driving it. So that would suggest to me that Rick's not leaning on that car, because Nick is exceptionally quick, former Lamborghini Junior driver, twice a Rolex 24 Daytona winner, and once at Sebring, and with no disrespect to Sabino Di Castro, who has been driving very, very well, to take a second or so per lap out of that car is doing very well indeed. And he's right there now, all in the mirrors of the red Camel car. So how hard is Rick going to fight? Or will he allow the multicoloured car to go through? Under 3 hours to go now, Phil. What's the strategy here?
Let him go.
You think?
Yep, let him go. Okay. You don't want to get in a fight. I look at that deltas.
Do you see how little the front brakes were glowing on the red Camel car, and how much there were on the Wheelie Motors car?
Indeed. There's going to be a push down here to probably towards turn 2 to get that position done and then try and get the lap back. I think defence would have cost him more tyre time rather than, and so just don't do it. I think defence would have cost him a lot more tyre time.
Horse's mouth.
On that one, and so let it go. Nick, do you have something for us?
I have something. I actually links in what you're talking about. I have Ivo Broikers.
Oh,
so I can actually ask him, Ivo, what's the plan? About to be unlapped or re-unlapped by the 955. Let him go or fight him.
No, the plan is to drive as fast as possible, to try to stay ahead of them. They have very fast drivers, fast car, so it's going to be very exciting because Rick is one of our fastest drivers. They still have a fast driver left, and next one with us is Luke. So it's going to be an exciting last hour, I suppose.
Has Rick been told to be careful on the curbs? There's been a lot of tyre problems with the Porsches.
No, we just say go fast. No, we didn't have any problems at all. Of course, we're looking for the curbs a little bit, it's going well.
Talking about going well, I hear you've indulged in a completely new fitness regime for this race. Is that correct?
Yes, indeed. The last few months I did a lot of workouts and lost some weight, but also I was surprised how fit I came out of the car. I could have done another 5 stints if I wanted to.
Was it just you got fed up with both your sons beating you? You know, it's not having one faster, but two is just too much.
At least I know that I have some less kilos to take with me. So, but I found out it was not enough to beat them. So they're really very, very fast. And this track is extremely technical, really difficult. You need to be concentrated. It's fun to drive. It's a fantastic track, and I need to look into the data a little bit where I'm losing it.
Oh yeah, check the data. Thanks, Ivo. Great stuff.
You're welcome.
So just taking it easy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
No need to push too hard.
Here we go.
Oh
yes.
See, that's what happens, doesn't it?
Pressure.
A couple of minutes ago, Rick, in trying to let the car go, gets dirty tyres and slides off. But there's plenty of runoff there. On the where was that?
That was at the end here. That was at 15.
Oh yeah, 15, 16. Yeah, absolutely right.
So
At the meantime, by the way, the lead is down to under 30 seconds. Lucas Groeneveld catching CP Racing. However, of course, that is going to change in a moment because Lucas is going to have to dive into the pits. He's done 46 minutes on this stint, 33 on the 33 minutes on the CP racing car.
But the CP's done 10, they've done 11.
Yeah.
So there's a pit stop in hand there for Lucas Groeneveld and the GP.
Don't forget they both used the last code 60.
Yeah, true.
As well.
This
Now,
is going to get tight towards
the
the end.
Elite going past Rick Breukers, and that hasn't slowed him down too much. The gap between first and second, 28 seconds. Team GP Elite not at the moment gaining on the leader, plus 0.540, plus 1798 as they go across the line. That's what traffic does to you around here.
Yeah, it does.
It really does. GP Elite has been taking time out the leader all the way through this stint. It's down to 24 seconds, but it's still not as quick as Lucas Groeneveld can do. Can't quite see the leader at the moment. He's coming down through turn 2, and the leader is going out of turn 8. So if he looks across the track, there's going to be some places where he will see the leader, and even in the dark, what you start to do is the next time around, you say, right, he was the third lamppost along on the right-hand side here. Oh, he's only the first lamppost along now. I'm closing him down.
It's enticing, but you have to be so careful that you just don't over-push that.
Correct.
And as soon as you get into that mode of I'm catching, all of a sudden, all of the neatness and tidiness and all of the restraint that you've used to get that position, you've lost.
The numbers that we're seeing on our screen and you're seeing if you're watching the TV pictures are the delta to the fastest lap of the car. So CP Racing are 3.5 seconds down on their fastest lap, and Team GP Elite are just a second down on their fastest lap. And those fastest lap, respectively, is 1:53.9 for CP and 1:52.8, the fastest lap of the race by Team GP Elite. But again, traffic for Lucas as he comes up to the EB Motors car. Now, those Cup cars are very quick in a straight line. Well, they're quick in a straight line because they don't have quite as much aero, so it's all going to have to be done on the brakes by Lucas, and he's had to work rather harder than I think he wanted to into turn 20. Well, that's good, clean overtaking manoeuvre there, but just showing how quick those Cup cars are with a little bit less aero, as into the pit lane comes the more powerful of the two machines from Bonk.
That was interesting. The last lap by Charles Putman was a 2-minute flat and a 55 for Lucas Groeneveld. 5 seconds in one lap. That
Charles is doing what he needs to do. Yes. He's getting his time in.
He had a lot of traffic on that last lap. That was the problem. He had he's basically caught in a web of 6 cars, and he's at a place where it's difficult to overtake them. And he's not being silly. He's biding his time till he gets some clear track where he can do the work that he needs to do. But that's allowing the 32 to close in behind him. So we'll keep an eye on that, as that gap is now under 20 seconds for the lead of the race. and with 2 hours 48 to go.
Remember what we said right at the very beginning. There's so many tactical elements and strategic elements to Creventic racing. This is a 12-hour race, and each driver has got a minimum amount of drive time to get in. And when you have different classes of driver, that might change. The lower class of driver normally has to do a bigger share of the driving, particularly in the case of the CP racing car, because of that, of course, is running in the AM class, the subclass of GT3. It leads overall and leads the AM category. But what are you going to have at the end? Remember when I said about what weapons are you going to have? What tools are you going to have? Are you going to have a car that works well in the cooling temperatures at the end of the race, which we are inside now? It's not going to get any hotter now. It's only going to get cooler. Are you going to have a gun driver and the right amount of fuel, the right amount of time left on the track for that gun driver to make the best of the cars and the tyres' performance? That's all got to be thought about before you get into these later stages. You can't just be making it up as you're going along here and doing rock, paper, scissors or rolling the dice and saying who's, pick a card, any card. All right, I've got an ace. I've got a king. I'm going next. That's not how it works. It has to be planned out. Really has to be planned out.
This temperature now starting to hover around the 19-degree mark. I don't think it's going to get much cooler.
Not in the air.
No, the wind has dried down, but the humidity is on the increase. So the track is going to plateau. It's all about the cars.
We were on the way home last night at this time, and the walk to the car and the walk from the car to the hotel when we got back to the city, it was 18.5, 19.
Yep.
So I think you're right. I don't think it's going to get very much different in the next 2 hours. Maybe drop a degree or two. I'll be interested to see what happens with the humidity and if that goes up or if the wind picks up again.
The humidity here tends to increase just before dawn.
Yeah.
So I think we're going to stay around that 55% humidity for this, which is going to keep the drivers a lot happier.
Do you get a change in the weather here depending on which way the tide's going and whether it's an onshore, offshore breeze? Does that affect it?
Well, it brings the
marine layer in.
The marine layer comes in.
Yeah.
If it's offshore, it's going to be a lot less humid. If it's onshore, it's going to be more humid.
Yeah. I never thought to check the tide tables because we are not exactly a stone's throw, but we're a drone's flight.
A drone's flight away.
A drone's throw away from the water.
Gap down to 12 seconds now, John. It's coming down by like 4 seconds a lap at the moment, and 57 versus a 54 for Lucas Grunfeld on the GP Elite. Charles Putman is just doing exactly what the doctor is ordered. This is your time. Stay on that time. You're going to get traffic. It's going to vary the delta. Look after the tyres. Look after the car.
He's got 13 minutes more, at least, in the tank. He's done 30 minutes fewer on that set of tyres and that fuel. Remember, actually, the 32 took an extra right rear tyre when it came in last
Safety tyre.
That was the not the safety pin, the safety
tyre.
Safety tyre.
That's so they could push in this one here.
Yeah, and go to the end of the fuel.
Yeah, exactly. So they're giving themselves a little bit of a fresh boot on that right-hand side to make sure they can get to the end of the stint.
85 did, the CP Racing AMG GT3 did match them and came in during that last full course purple, the code 60. So they have a good amount of fuel on board. It's a question of how long the drivers can go. The thing is, Charles doesn't have to do, for some reason I haven't got access to the driver times here, but I don't think Charles needs to do all the way to the end of his fuel stint. He just needs to get into a 2-hour window to get the next driver in to take it to the end.
And this is what he doesn't need. The 979 is not in his argument. And the Rabdan Motorsport by Speed Lover has, and now he's run off the circuit and he's spun. He's spun.
The leader's got off backwards and a long way off. He's gone into the gravel. Oh my goodness. Is that the wind disappearing? He's not getting it out of there. That was the Rabdan Motorsport machine. by Speed Lover. The 979 car tried to give it room as it was going through. We said how quick those Cup cars were. Here comes the GP Elite car. Oh, that's so unlucky. Just got wide and the car started to go. Now, he's still on the track at this moment, and what he's trying to do is not flat spot the tyres, so he doesn't jump on the brakes, and in doing that, he rolls off the hard standing, and it's a code 60. Well, this is slam dunk now for Lucas Groenewald. He's got to come into the pits.
Yeah.
Has to come into the pits now, and he does a full stop. And this is a free stop whilst the car that they were chasing down is stationary in the gravel. This is drama. This is race changing at the moment. My goodness me. Have you seen anything like it?
He couldn't turn it.
Through. He couldn't turn into turn one.
That's what it was.
And he gets onto the dirt. So at the exceptionally quick turn one, he tries to do the right thing and let that car through. Probably didn't realise there's a gravel bed between the track and the pit lane exit.
Well, he'd just overtaken the 979 at the turn 20. So he went up the inside. He didn't have the drive out of the corner. The 979 came back at him, got him at turn one. He was surprised by it, then had no grip on that outside area, and hence into the gravel trap now. Wow.
So this all started back at
here you go. Here's the overtake.
Coming down into it. Charles goes down the inside. That pushes him onto the wrong line, and the Speed Lover car immediately, we know how quick these Cup cars are in a straight line because they don't have the same amount of downforce. He forces the issue slightly offline at the corner. I don't see anything wrong with what this Speed Lover car did there.
He had the racing line into the corner.
He's got in, except it's the leader of the race, but doesn't give him any golden ticket. Oh, they're going to be disappointed.
Oh.
Already dropped into second. Now, the next thing is the Team KUWAIT by MRS GT. Almad Al Ghanem is going to come through into second place if this car can't get moved. Now, let's see if we can get the tow truck driver to take it nice and easy this time and take up the slack. Now, he hasn't got a spotter in the back, as we saw last time. The next thing I've got to ask myself is how far does that car need to go? Not very far. Well, get it onto the hard standing. He's facing the wrong direction is the problem.
He's a car length, literally a car length. The front tyres are almost on that car.
I don't think he realised that there was gravel there because I know what he'd done. He was off the brakes trying to save flat spot in the tyres.
Yeah. Well, you saw him try and turn in, but the car was there and he had to straighten the wheel up as he went into turn one, and that was the end of that. And you can see
it's a car length, just a car length off the yellow and red wavy lines.
The front wheels are almost touching that line.
I wonder if he'd reversed the lock, he could have just spun it around.
Well, he tried
in the right direction.
I think he was doing exactly what you said. He was trying not to lock the wheels and flat spot the tyres because he needed to finish this stint, and they didn't need to come in and do a stop.
The Team KUWAIT by MRS have come in taking advantage of this. Nick Damon looking on down there. We still haven't seen the CP racing car moved. The driver is looking for some help from a spotter to get that tow hook hitch on and then pull forward nice and gently, driving slightly to the tow truck's right. Yeah, that's the way to do it. Takes up the slack. Nicely done. Charles has got the engine fired on the AMG. Oh, he doesn't want a high centre it there. That's it. You can stop. Stop. Back the pickup truck up. That's it. Lovely. Oh, my goodness me. It was literally a car's length failure spot on.
Yep, it was. However, he's mobile, but he will have his brake ducts and...
He's dropped off the lead lap.
Yeah.
He's dropped off the lead lap now. What did Team GP Elite do? They didn't make the stop there, but I tell you who did. Ahmed Al Ghanem.
Yeah, Ahmed is currently down in fuel, and this car's got to, they've got to come around and pit, obviously, because he's going to have brake ducts and everything full of gravel that they're going to have to try and get out and get that car back into racing condition.
The question is, how much time does he need to make his drive time? Whilst this is happening, the leader in the TCE category is doing its 10-second stop, which will have been 20 seconds for that.
A lot of cars taking fuel now, John. The 47.
Hello, Nick.
Yeah, just saying, yeah, we've got a complete group of cars. The 47 car, the car that's fighting now for second and third, that just came in for a quick shifty and then just took some fuel. Just about all the Porsches have come in. We've had the 450, the BMW is come in. Now, the Century Motorsport Aston Martin, that is also in, but they take the bonnet off. So they're having a bit of a look inside the engine, giving it a chance. It looks like the problem they've got is actually some rubber grommetage. I think they've got a problem with a slightly ill-fitting bonnet rather than actually something that you take the bonnet off to fix. The BBR car has been, as you say, through for fuel. The EV Motors, the 955 Porsche, that's been sitting for a while. That's getting some work done in the passenger footwell at the moment. So
second in class in 992, that.
So that's I'm going to wander down there. I think I've committed myself being this end of the pit lane. I'm not sure I'll be able to get up in time for the CP stop if it happens. But we've gone back to green, haven't we, by the sound of the engine?
Indeed we have.
I think CP's got to stay out at this point. Willie, stay out.
I think no. Willie Motorsport, EV Motor by Willie. I'll start again. Willie Motorsport by EV Motors. They are doing a pad change.
Well, they got it started at least.
Yeah.
On the in the full course caution or the Cord 60.
Yep. So that's going on. So they're going to get a bit of the work done, and obviously as soon as this pit lane fills up, the purple stopped and it's gone. But just to point out that our leader did not stop and did not take fuel.
Joe Bradley just points out to me he did go in backwards, so
true.
Might have got a bit of gravel in the tailpipes, but probably not much else. And so long as nothing's got lodged.
85's got side pipes.
Good point. He's got side pipes. Yeah.
Just keeping an eye on him. He's coming down towards turn 20 now. What's he going to do? He's turned left and he's heading on down the street. No, he's boxed. 85 coming into the box now after that spin at turn 1 into the
last lap. 7 minutes 47 seconds.
They had a 12-second lead.
That is three laps in time he's lost, but fortunately most of that was under full course purple. Nick Damon is watching this.
I'm watching from a distance. There is definitely a driver change. My guess is Shane Lewis will get in, as he is certainly theoretically the fastest of those four drivers.
They can't go to the end from here.
Well, they've got to mix about. Obviously, Charlie doesn't want to be in the car at the moment. They did take tyres as well. This car had a reasonable amount of fuel in it, so I'm not sure how much fuel it'll need. Let's just see if he does. I can't believe he won't stop for fuel. Watching him going down the pit lane now.
Now's the choice for fuel. Does he turn left?
Yep.
He does.
Yep. He's gone for the fuel.
I think you have to. So we've got 155 minutes to go. These cars do just on an hour. So 60 minutes. He's got 2 stints and a half to go. This is CP we're talking about. It's not Charles Putnam in that anymore. I wonder if we put Charles Esplanade back in for 1 stint and then Shane to the end. I wonder. And you gamble on maybe another Cord 60 and you come in straight away and you tyre it again and fill it. It's been a good run, by the way, for Lion Speed in their 718 Cayman GT4. Couple of tyre issues for them as well. Not unique in that this weekend. Very difficult conditions. Anders Bakkerud then, at the moment in a podium position. Fuel still going in.
AMGs are thirsty, John.
Yeah, but He can only get a maximum of half his fuel allowance.
No, we're under
Yes,
green.
Bob.
We're green at the moment.
Yes, he came in under green. So they've brim filled that then.
Exactly. So all the cars that came in, Lucas Granville only got half his allocation. So that could play into the next pit stop. Okay.
Very good point indeed. And we know it is Shane Lewis that got it.
Yeah, it is.
Right. Well, does Shane do one stint now and get out and try and put pressure on the guys ahead? Lucas Groneveld is 2 laps, better part of 2 laps ahead. 3 minutes and 26 seconds at the last timing beacon. So we now have a new leader. And we'll go to Nick in just a moment. Team GP Elite. 32, the orange Porsche, Lucas Grunewald by 3 minutes and 26 seconds. And then it's 2 minutes and 9 seconds back to third place in Team Kuwait. Nick?
With Charlie Putnam, that just looked like bad luck. I mean, where did that gravel come from?
Where did it come from? Well, actually, I had just passed a Cup car coming onto the front straightaway. And believe it or not, those cars are faster than us with the lack of aero. They outrun us down the straightaway. And I saw him move out as we approached turn 1. I said, no way he'll try that. We're way too fast for him to stick. And he just kept coming. And he finally threw it in there. Then he went to the brakes when he realized he wasn't going to be able to make the turn. It drove me all the way out into the nasties. And I made things worse. I got out there, of course, the car spun. And I said, well, I'm going to be fancy here. I know where I am. I know there's nothing back here to hit. I'll just let the car come around, pull a gear, and drive out, make a minimum of this. Well, I let it come around into the gravel. So I was stuck.
It's pretty bad luck. I mean, just out of interest, how much longer would you supposed to be driving in the stint? Did you have another 20 minutes to go or so? Or?
Well, we had actually pitted me earlier into the Code 60, so I had a lot of fuel. But originally the plan was to run me about an hour, and I think I ran probably half that or less. So yeah, we would have preferred to stay out. That's really hurt our strategy quite a bit on that. But after you have that sort of an issue with the car, they want to come in, take a look at it, make sure it's safe.
Yeah, remember I suppose the ideal plan was you get you to 2 hours to go and then put Shane into the end, obviously.
Well, actually, we were going to rotate Shane back in for a stint and then Joe. So we're still on that. We still have the timing and drive time available to do that. So we'll still stick to the plan. It just ran my stint a little short instead of Joe's stint a little short. So, yeah.
Thanks for talking to us. Bad luck.
Thank you.
Very classy, Nick.
Second worst bit of a random gravel. After when? What's the worst piece of random gravel in motor racing history?
Lewis Hamilton in China.
Lewis Hamilton, China, absolutely right, 2007.
I know where your mind goes.
Goes to F1, sorry, loves.
What I would have said about the worst piece of random gravel ever was the piece of random gravel that cost Toyota their first Le Mans win, with the beautiful and possibly my favourite Le Mans car ever, the GT1. When a bit of random gravel punctured a tyre when they looked like they were going to win. And we were doing the commentary, and we had the onboard pointing at the driver's eyes, and other than them getting very big, never blinked. Just lots of hand movement.
Very, very quick hand movements.
Miles an hour going down the back between Mulsanne and the Indianapolis Arnage part of the circuit. I'm trying to remember which Japanese driver it was in the car at the time. That's the bit that's escaped me. That was I loved that Toyota GT1. I thought that was a very, very elegant car.
Pretty car, very pretty car, and very quick.
Nick and I saw that at Cologne when we went to see what is now GR Racing.
I'm not such a fan of the road car, you get stuck in it.
That was the one you couldn't get.
Look how it happened, literally. Not even making it up.
You look great getting into it.
I know. I think I look pretty good for all of 30 seconds.
Andrea de Cortanza's design, TSO20 is TSO20 actually is how they would have said it. Oh my. Unbelievable. 1998. They were doing so well till about halfway through the race. Amazing stuff. Sorry, was that 1998 or was it 1999? It was Ukyo Katayama.
Katayama.
There we go. Yeah, it was 1998. Katayama. How he kept the car going, I've no idea. It cost him any chance of the victory. And it was indeed in the last hour.
CP Racing didn't lose the lead of the GTM category, but they're in third position, 23 seconds behind Ahmed Al Ghanem in the Team Kuwait by MRS GT Racing. So that battle is far from done yet. And Ahmed Al Ghanem just doing the fastest lap of his race at 1:53.126 or 1:57.994 for Shane Lewis in traffic at the moment. So just trying to get that all sorted out to get back that lost time that Charles spent in the gravel.
2.5 hours to go.
Oh, another car into the gravel as well. A big loss. There's a Porsche, but I can't tell you what it is at the moment. But that is a long way off track. This will be
a second place car. That's Team Kuwait by MRS.
47.
And that's at turn 3 and 4. There's another car involved. That's one of the Bonk BMWs. That is the 450 horsepower car. Oh my goodness me. So that is the Hoffer Racing. That's Michael Mayer behind the wheel of that car. And there's been contact. I think there's been contact because there's steering damage to the BMW. Code 60 comes out.
Yeah, he can.
Big opportunity here for anyone who's off kilter. Now, do you bring Shane Lewis back in and just change to Joe? What happened at the top of the hill?
Okay.
It was just a coming together.
Yep. The 47 was trying to go around the outside, yeah, and it just got loose.
I'm not sure, I'm afraid, where the Porsche expected the BMW to go. And damage to the suspension, and there is a gravel trap there, and that is where the Porsche is dug in. Ahmed Al Ghanem will be very annoyed.
Shane Lewis will have a little grin on his face, I think, out of that, because that's actually going to repay the favour.
Well, is it?
Is it? Well,
do GP Elite come in here now with a nearly 5-minute lead back to CP? CP should get second place back here.
Exactly, because that's what I was talking about.
Yeah.
The Shane will get past the Team Kuwait car.
Michael Mayer not very happy with the other driver, and there was a little bit of a hand signal there, just a bit of frustration, hands and shrug of shoulders and hand in the air from Michael.
This may take a little while because that BMW can't roll.
Let's not forget, that's the third place car in TCE overall, and the second place car in GT overall.
That's a lot of podium places that have just gone away.
Changed hands,
yeah.
Absolutely. So that means, I think, that, well, AC Motorsport have given up. So in 6 laps' time, Wolf Power Racing go into second place in TCR and third in TCE.
The 116.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
Absolutely. Still waiting for the emergency vehicles to make their way down. Lights flashing on the 47 car. But
just needs to turn it off.
I think.
Does not want that to be running in the gravel. He doesn't want to be spinning up the rear wheels.
No, and it'll cause...
Turn the lights off, save the battery.
Because once he gets towed out of the gravel, if everything's pointing in the right direction, he'll be able to drive off, as what happened with the AMG Mercedes. But if that's... We saw the amount of damage that's on that BMW.
Yeah.
Is there damage on that Porsche? That's what we can't see.
Under investigation, that is, from race control. There may yet be penalties for that. It's not about who Nobody's suggesting that any of that was done on purpose, but we talk about incident responsibility in this type of racing and whether that incident could have been avoided.
It was difficult for us to see with that camera shot, John, because we just seeing the flaring of the headlights.
Straight ahead, yeah.
So not much we can do there.
Neither of those cars have got the onboards, I think. Or does the 47 Porsche have an onboard? If it does, the guys will be scrolling through it at the moment to see what they can see.
They need the long tow rope here, John, because they can't afford to get the recovery vehicle bogged off there.
In the meantime, the leader in the 992 Porsche category, 4th overall, Rick Breukers, has been through the pit lane into fuel. Nick Damon was watching.
Yeah, we had 3 fuel-only stops. Rick Breukers, you point out, the Century Motorsport car, Aston Martin.
That's the leader in GT4. These are class leaders here, doing the sensible thing, Nick, aren't they?
Yep, absolutely. And the Cayman. But I think I've just seen the Wolf Power car get pushed into the garage.
Oh, you're kidding me.
No, I think
it is in the pit, you're right.
Yeah, it just got pushed in the garage. It pushed in nose first, not quite sure. I'd walk up the way. I'm down here really waiting for GP Elite, but I'll have to walk up the other way. Here comes the very slow 979. That's the car that caused all the trouble for CP Racing. They've come for fuel only. Obviously, having had a code 60 just 12 minutes ago or so, there's less takers for full service, but quite a few people thinking, I'll have half a tank of fuel, please. I'm going. Yeah. Me and Ron are going to go and see Wolf Power.
Okay, I wonder if that's a brake change on that car.
It's not enough time, is it? Forward. So many hours it's not run, John. It can't possibly need a brake change.
Fair point. Yasmin Preissig brought the car in. As I said, now in 5 laps' time, it will become second in class. So maybe they're just going to get that car into second in class. They won't get it any further up at that point. I don't think there's enough time. They are... Oh, well, actually, will they... How far behind the BMW are they? That BMW that's broken is going to take a bit of fixing. I think they're 80 laps behind.
Yeah, that's a lot of fixing. We've got to be careful of the splitter here.
Pull. The front wheels are not turning on that Porsche. So, now they are. So that was just jammed up against the gravel. Keep going. Now stop. That's good. You've got your back wheels on the hard standing. The last lap by Ahmed Al-Ghanhem was the fastest lap of the race before he fell off for him. 1:53.1.
Oh, hell, he's trying to get rid of the gravel, but he's putting it all over the circuit at the moment.
Track.
He's absolutely just covering the circuit. Now, race control will not be happy with that at all. No, because that's going to cause... If you're going
to do that, you drive off the track onto the runoff.
I dare say we may see a race control vehicle head out onto the circuit just to look at what was going over. There's the 116 nosed in, which is very unusual.
And Nick Damon is there, and he's had a look. Is it brakes?
No, they're adjusting the shock absorber. They're actually adjusting the ride height spring. So whether they actually take a spring off, I don't know. But they've got a significant number of tyre wraps waiting to do their work. Yeah, they're redoing the ride height on the front left.
Is this anything to do with that splitter and valance problem that they had earlier?
No, because this is the new nose that they cut the holes for, especially earlier.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't look like any scuffage on the bottom of the splitter, so I'm not sure whether this is something else, whether they wanted to do this for a while. This is lowering the car. Yes, they're easing the spring down. So by my basic coilover knowledge, you screw down the base plate of the spring, you will loosen it. So they are loosening the spring, so lowering the front, which is interesting. But I don't know whether there is a question about if they want to do that, why have they got so many tyre wraps? So what's the problem been? What it's not doing what it's supposed to do? Has it been winding itself up or unwinding itself?
Meantime, the recovery flatbed has arrived at the BMW of Michael Mayer. Now he's not, at the moment he's not losing a position because he's so many laps to the good. He's nearly 80 laps, which is, what's that, 40 minutes to the good. So that's the amount of time that he's got to get it fixed. There's still more than that left in the race. So if Wolf Power can get going again, there is an opportunity for a position to be made up by Wolf Power, both in the TCR and the overall in TCE.
I think they're adjusting the bump stops, actually. Because what they've done, first of all, is they've loosened the lower base plate. So if you think about it, you've got the threaded section and the solid section. They've now got a gap between the threaded section and the solid section of about, looks like about 5 mil. And they then lowered the spring. So they've kept the same ride height, but I think what they've done is just changed the bump stops. I really need Joe to tell me. He knows more about McPherson and struts than I do at the front. But that's what they've done. They've effectively put a non-springy gap at the bottom of the strut and then just lowered the spring to match it.
They've also adjusted the spotlights and taken off the last peel off of that so that they're absolutely clean, but they've also put a bit of gaffer tape around the spotlights that are embedded in the grill.
You can never have too much gaffer tape, as you know.
Actually,
I think someone's sitting here and they must realise there's not enough light. They need to get their phone out. Come on, boys. Any minute. Any minute. I got the lump hammer so early as well.
You got the lump hammer really early on.
Indeed. Shane Lewis in the pits, straight to fuel for the 85 car. So just getting a top up done there.
Well, they want. You might as well fill this up. It's going to be long, so you might as well fill this up.
47 back in the pits, guys, so that's got itself round after the accident.
And has lost second position in the time that it took to do that. So as it stands under code 60, Team GP Elite, Lucas Grunwald leads from Shane Lewis and the rest of CP Racing in second. And into the pits has
new boots
just arrived. The 47, thank you, that's the Team KUWAIT. That was the Paul Sitting car, let's not forget. Shane Lewis is out of the pit lane. In 992 Porsche category, we have the Carrera Cup cars. It's Red Camel Jordans.nl from HRT Performance, from Veely Motorsport by EB Motors, from Rabdan Motorsport, from QMMF by HRT Thuraya, and then QMMF by HRT Sohail, both of those the Kata entered cars, 929 and 930. Now there are laps between those, but that is, I think that's the whole 992 field. That is the whole 6-car 992 field between 4th and 9th. Buy yourself a cup car, go endurance racing.
And go sprint racing at the same time.
Absolutely.
Do the support race and the main race.
And here from Porsche Sales are John Hindhoff and Phil Anson.
I'll have mine in blue, please.
It's fair.
You can have 992 cup cars in any colour you like, as long as it's GT silver. That is the supplied colour of that car, but of course everybody wraps them nowadays. So coming down towards the last 2 hours and 15 minutes, and this is going to have to be a lift of that BMW because of the broken steering arm.
They've wrapped around the roll cage like they do at Zandvoort when they're in the gravel, and then it's a top lift for that one.
The good news is there's a couple of exits from the track not far from where they are.
And then cut through,
Turn 4, and then they can go round to that tunnel that'll get them back to the pit lane.
Ahmed will get them down in the fuel station now on the 47 car, so making their way out 6 minutes 22 seconds to the lesser.
Well, now the BMW, is that going to lift okay? It put some pressure on the back of that car and close the door.
There we go.
I don't like to see it with the doors open. I understand why they're doing it. They're doing it on the roll cage.
Yeah, so they have to do it, otherwise it'll bend the door out because the spreader bar is quite wide.
Higher guys, mind the splitter. Do not stand underneath that. Interesting balance point on that BMW.
So tad nose heavy, John.
That.
And it's all the front.
Where's the right rear attached to?
The wheel.
Right, okay. I'd like that to be a bit tighter.
It's carrying it's supporting no weight at all at the moment. It's all on those front two as they get it over the tray now, as the team breathe a sigh of
Tell you
relief.
what, they've done a pretty good job of that. That looked quite precarious for a moment there. It's not quite the end of it yet, because they've got to get it down onto the flatbed without taking the splitter off. I'm actually on the edge of the seat here.
I'm trying not to look, but I can't look away.
I can't look away. I know exactly what you mean. Everybody in the TV gallery is watching the same pictures as we are and thinking, okay, how are they going to get this flat now? That's it. Careful, 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 careful. Mind the nose.
Okay, go to half, go to half, go to half.
Yeah, lovely. Straighten it up, straighten it up. Everybody's an expert, aren't they, when they're looking on? 15 bosses, and the guy who's working the levers is going, what? Right, which way am I going?
Which boss am I looking at?
Yeah, it's got the,
there we go.
Right front wheels down.
Splitter is okay.
Splitter's let it roll forward, let it roll forward. Lovely, well done, guys. Well done, guys. Do you know what? I'd much prefer them to take that extra time to do it like that than to rush it and knock the front splitter or something like that. So they've done no damage getting that car up. It's not always the case. Sometimes you can't help it. But that was really nice work. Took the time. Weren't prepared to put that car down on the flatbed till it was straight, till they were happy. And the driver was overseeing it as well.
Yes.
And, you know.
Well, the thing is, John, they have to get it off again.
Yeah, I think they might want to shorten up the back strops a little bit.
And there we go. Somebody will have their foot on the brake.
Well, it's not going to roll anywhere, surely, unless they're disconnected from the cradle.
They may.
Are they standing holding the doors? That's what they're doing.
Yeah, exactly, because they don't want to disconnect it from the cradle. And the car will have to come around, because with the arm up like that, it won't fit through the tunnel. So they're going to have to come around and come in through the pit entry.
Yeah, somebody tell them that.
Please.
You are cleared to come through the pit entry. Either that or... No, there's nothing else that can...
Well, there are some vagaries of... I've seen cars just disappear off on these random tracks around here, which are very well designed, and then we see them at the back of the pits. So there are lots of... these guys will know, obviously, very well, and race control will be telling them where to exit.
CP Racing need to get Shane Lewis out of this car. This is burning his race.
Burning his time up. Yeah. I thought they might have done that, because two cars, one out of the gravel, one that's got a recovery. We know that's going to be at least 10 minutes before that car can get out of the way. If they've got to clean any gravel up off the circuit, there's another few minutes on that. It is costing them a lot of time.
ATM Crossbow's back out. Meantime, the 929 is in the pit lane. Nick Damon is down there.
That's shouty full service.
And spinning the rear wheels while it's on the jack. That'll be a penalty. Yeah. Ibrahim Al-Manai.
So this code 60 started at 9:33. We're almost at 9:50 now. We shouldn't be much longer, providing we can get that car out. And there's that lovely little thing you can see. Look at
the enamel.
The enamel
crest. Yeah, very good.
End of the.
Good opportunity there as well to see the sheet metal underneath the cup car, where you normally don't see that because it's got the extended arches on it. Yeah. We have two sentries guarding the doors, so the doors don't flap open. That's really good attention to detail. Look, it's took a wee bit of time, but it's all right. At RSL_studio. Hello, Brian. Brian Redfirst are saying best commentary of a crane lift I've ever heard.
I'm back. The batteries went flat mid-word.
Okay.
So you missed out on some... literally, this is my best report ever, but it went flat, so what can I say?
Yeah. It'll never be the same again. You can't do it again.
The career's over, 57, and let's point out, the youngest person in the team, you know.
Oh, he's going to go there already. Yeah, I have the hire car keys, mate.
Yeah, but I'm the only person not in my 7th decade.
That's a good point. Well made. Very correct.
Yeah, they're taking a shortcut back around behind the fence already, John. We haven't had anything, and under 1 minute to the end of the Code 60 procedure. That car is behind the Tech Pro barrier now on the exit of turn 3, and it will make its way back to the pits. We're waiting to go green, as all the cars would have got the same message that we got as we come to an end to around about 23, around about...
Truck's not going to make that turn.
No.
This is going to be an Austin Powers shuffle. The 127-point turn.
They're good.
Slowly, guys. I can't put it back on the track.
Green flag. We are back racing again. 2 hours, 8 minutes, 15 seconds to go here at Kuwait Motor Town for this, the inaugural 12 hours of Kuwait. And the battles still are continuing on out on the circuit.
Cold tyres.
Yes.
Cold brains. Too much excitement. Aston Martin makes up a position on track on the... That's the Cayman, isn't it, by the shape of those vents inside. That's the 718. And just drying out of the hands, I think, there by the driver of the Cayman. It's the Andreas Backerud driven machine. The Aston Martin at the moment, Adam Hatfield behind that. That's the GT4 leader. Just over 2 hours to go. Aston Martin GT4. Again, note the lack of add-on air roll. There is a rear deck spoiler. It's just to balance the air on the car. It is, the GT4s are the least aerodynamically dependent of the GT4s. If you're watching our TV pictures now, you can see the recovery truck coming back.
Yeah.
Opposite race direction, being led by one of the tow trucks. And that's the internal road system that...
That'll come past us, John.
Yeah. That's they're going the... Actually, they're going in race direction, excuse me. That's the edge of turn 5 and 6. This is the internal road system that Phil Hanson was talking about a few minutes ago. And there is an opportunity for them to go under the tunnel. Very cleverly done this. Different thought process to what we have at Dubai, where there's wide open spaces where you can tow cars off track and come through the mountain section around the back. We've seen cars have accidents in turn 1 and 2 and be back in the pits because they miss out almost a full third of a lap.
Yeah, you can't have a vehicle on track here, but especially when we're doing that between turn 7 and turn 12, because you're going to push the race cars off onto the marbles.
Offline, yeah.
And so you have to be very careful of where that gets placed. So they've thought very carefully about recovery.
Yeah, absolutely. I like what they've done here.
Yeah.
It's a different solution, but it comes to the same end. Lucas Groeneveld in Team GP Elite then, right up behind the third place car. I was trying to put another lap, already 4 laps down. The mostly red Porsche still throwing out gravel, by the way, that car, even though it was shaking around by Ahmed when he got out of the gravel trap. The leader is flashing. Oh, and he's gone wide. Manages to hold onto it. Groeneveld closing right up, coming through 15, 16 now, and still gravel, large amounts of gravel coming out from that number 47 team.
Well, he's running over his own gravel now.
Now he is, yes, absolutely. That's a good point, Phil. Now onto the back straight.
Look out.
Surely this is the opportunity for the leader. There's a flash of the light. There's a bit of defence going on there by the third place car. Does not want to go another lap down. More gravel as he brakes onto the start-finish line. Groeneveld gets a big swapper on in the middle of that as he goes to the right pedal. Now you can't force your way through here, Lucas. You don't need to be doing that here. You've got 3 laps. You've got 9 minutes, near enough, on the next car as they come through. That'll come down a little bit, so it's going to be about 6.5 minutes, isn't it, at racing speed?
Is he going to throw it under brakes? That's what I'm wondering down into turn 2. We can't see
Not close enough.
No,
he's not close enough. Now this is the car that has already made a mistake. All kinds of dust and dirt being thrown out. Here's the scene of the crime. Goes wide again. Has to brake in the middle. Groeneveld will not be liking this. Waiting for CP Racing and Shane Lewis to come through. Leader in turn 6, Lewis, yet to come across the line, still showing the time gap from the end of the Cord 60. The leader's alongside, it gets very sideways. Was there a wee touch there as well? And still the 47 car battling for its position and not about to yield. Gravel on the track at turn 3, says the race control feed, and the 32 eventually gets through. But that was all a bit nip and tuck and dive, a bit wee and a bit wah.
It's not what they needed to be doing at this time. And let's have a look here. Oh, wow, what a move that was. And then the gravel just caused him to run wide and back up the inside. There was cut and thrust there, a lot of cut and thrust there through that corner. He chose that dive up the inside, but just couldn't make it stick there. Wow. I hadn't seen a move there, but I think a little bit of frustration creeping in and also getting cramp in his right hand from flashing the lights for the last 3 minutes. But yeah, those cars now coming down through the start-finish line down into turn 1. The gap opening up slightly, 32 now ahead as they make their way down towards turn 2. And everybody taking a small breath. And 268 laps in the book from our race leader. We've had a total of 1 hour and 21 minutes under code 60. And we have had a total of 7 code 60s in the 2 hours, 1 minute and 55 seconds to go. We're starting to get towards 2 hours of running, and this is where the cool heads in the engineering department in the pits will start to work out where we go right now. How do we manage this last 2 hours? The top end of the field is separated by nearly 5 minutes at the moment between Team GP Elite and CP Racing. 2 minutes 44 seconds back to Ahmed Al-Gam in the Team Kuwait by MRS and GT Racing, and that's the top 3 in GT.
We're down to the last 2 hours of the race. It's 4 minutes and 55 seconds now that the time has corrected itself after the code 60 between that top 2, as Phil was just saying. Shane Lewis, who is going to have to get out of that car. He can't go to the end. When does that happen? That's the question. Battles for positions in the minor classes. Veely Motorsport right in behind HRT Performance. In fact, have they gone through there? Looks like there may have been a change in position. The bright rainbow coloured car is the EB Motors car, and coming through, that's the Battling 992 by the way. Red Camel's up the road a little bit, and Sabine De Castro has gone through into second. He's Bessem to third. Rabdan Motorsport still sitting there, so that was a change of position out in the darkness. 2 hours to go exactly. Hello everybody. Well, there's been drama, hasn't there, in the last half an hour, 40 minutes, with the leader going off the road at turn 1 whilst having a battle with another car. GP Elite, big thumbs up from GP Elite. Now I wonder, have they got some kind of radio problems? Is that Lucas maybe being able to hear but can't talk back to the team, and he's giving big thumbs up. The teams monitor their own onboards all the time. So Grunewald, how long's Grunewald's stint been?
Let's have a look at his stint. 138.
So he's got about 20. He's got to get out in 20 minutes.
Yes.
He can only do 2 hours. Still, the only issued penalty that hasn't been resolved is for car number 930. It's a 10-second penalty for QMMF by HRT Sohail Qatar, and that is still to be served, but everyone else has done theirs, so nothing to worry about. Here's the pit. Yeah, I wonder if they were calling him in there. They want someone else in for the last 2 hours. We're inside the last 2 hours. Green flag pit stop for the race leader. Joe and Nick just exchanging notes down in the pit lane. The 001 that's flashing on the right-hand side of the windscreen of that car says that they are the leaders, and the Team GP Elite in Netherlands Orange comes to a stop, and this is full service and driver change. Well, now I've said driver change. Have they just opened the door to get a bit of a breeze in for Lucas, because I haven't seen him get out the car yet?
He has now.
Joe Bradley is down there.
Well, I'm not quite. I'm making my way there. Yeah, there's a driver change. Lucas has got out, a very tall Dutch character.
Very quick pit stop, that, Joe.
Yeah, very quick driver change. I didn't see the... I saw a driver get out, but not one get in.
Well, it's driven away. So Groneveld's got out. He doesn't have to get his belts right because he's going to take fuel. He can do that whilst he's sitting in the fuel. That's really smart. So not a free pit stop, but not far away from it for GP Elite as we head into the final 2 hours. The race lead and the pendulum of race fortune swinging towards the number 32 Team GP Elite Porsche, with CP Racing in chase mode with Shane Lewis burning some valuable, half an hour of valuable time in the Code 60. They may live to regret that. Shane is the gun driver there. Team KUWAIT by MRS is still in third position. And the car 47 team manager has been asked to report to race control. There's still an investigation ongoing for the incident between that Porsche and the BMW, as well as the weaving on the track. As far as fourth position in GT is concerned, well, that's the start of the Porsche parade. 909 Red Camel Jordans with Rick Breukers behind the wheel is leading the 992 class by almost 7 minutes from Vili Motors by EB Motors. Sabino De Castro, the Italian driver, driving that, and in third, again 4 minutes between them, the number 928 HRT Performance. Then 979 Rabdan, that was the car that was involved with the leader, Charles Putman, when Charles ended up in the gravel. And in 8th position, another Porsche, that's the QMF by HRT Tharea Gata. 6th is the final GT3 Cup car from Porsche, the 992s. That is the 930. And then we've got the GTX leader, the Leipert Motorsport. What a rags to riches fairy tale that's been. Caron Lee batting behind the wheel of that Leipert Lamborghini. That's the 710, the black and mostly green car. The Vantage, beautiful green and gold Century Motorsport car. Adam Hatfield leads GT4 from the RHC Johnson Strom by Century car, but now 7.5 minutes back. Lion Speed Racing, nearly 10 minutes back. Andreas Bakkerud, the World Rallycross champion. Then the GTX second place car is the Vortex. Razun More Than Racing GTX and ARC Bratislava having retired their car some hours ago. In TCE, the remaining TCR at the car that's had the least issues is well up the field and is, yes, you're reading that right, 1 hour 42 minutes ahead of the rest of the field. Now led by the 332, that's the best of the TC cars, but that is still a TCE overall second. Now, even the car that's just been damaged, Michael Mayer, that car is coming back to the pits, and that's got plenty of time. It's showing it's missing at the moment. It won't get the lap that it's on, but it's on its way back to the pits, and they will try and get that car out. Now, the 4 hours between that and Wolf Power Racing, that's not quite the exact situation. They are on 127 laps. 143 laps is Wolf Power, and the second Hofer is 211. So what's that? 60 laps at 60 minutes, it's 30 laps, isn't it? So that's going to be a big ask to pull back. But basically, the guys from Bonk cannot afford to just leave that car and leave it in the pit lane. They've got to try and get that car back out, because there is time for Wolf Power. What have they had? 128 laps. They're lapping, let's say, 2 minutes. We've got 120 minutes to go, just under, as the Bonk car is being delivered back to the pit lane. So that's going to be somewhere between 55 and 60. That's 177. No, I don't think they can catch them. I've just done the quick arithmetic. No, I think they're going to be a couple, half an hour, 40 minutes short. So actually, they don't need to fix that car if they don't want to. They probably will, though.
I think they've taken your advice, John. They've on the straights. Joe Bradley down there.
Yeah, are you guys aware of the ERC Bratislava Lambo back in?
No.
No.
Yes, you're right. I've just seen that. It's outlap. It's as an outlap, so they've decided to go again.
Yeah, it's already been out, came in and bled a lot of air out of the tyres, so just bleeding the tyre pressure down, so and then it's gone back out, so might have a word with Merkel. They said.
It says
so
Zdano
a change of mind, and the car's back out. Have you had, what was it that changed your mind?
We only try another setup because we think if you send car to Abu Dhabi or in Europe, and we take the best lap time for the race or for the weekend. Now, that I think is not bad, but we try how many laps we can run with these tires. Normally, stand around 15, 20 laps, 15, 20 minutes maximum. That's condition for the tires is problematic for us.
So you're going for a fastest lap?
Yes.
Put a qualifying set up.
1 point. We try. No, yes.
Brilliant. You've just taken the fastest lap, Mirko.
152.159 for Zdano Michailescu.
That's got to be a contender for the Spirit of Qualifying
I
award.
think so. It's Spirit of Qualifying. I want to see what this BMW, the Bonk BMW team do, whether they decide to fix that
heading down there
and park it up. A lovely bit of work in the pit lane to get that car down. Again, done with very great care, Phil, there.
Yeah, most definitely. They did take your advice. They adjusted those rear straps. The car was much less nose heavy than it was previously. So a little bit of work done on the back of the truck.
Yeah, they needed to slacken off the front ones and just tighten off the back ones a little bit. And they've dropped it straight onto the dollies.
Yep, there was a bit hanging down from that front left.
I saw that,
yeah. And that looked like either a tie rod or a steering arm.
I think it might have just been the brake duct hose, because they were through the gravel. The Razal Morvan KTM, a very unusual onboard shot when we are in the pit lane with the whole clamshell cranked up and the steering wheel hanging on a specific little set of hooks that sit there so that the drivers can get in and out. It looks great, doesn't it? In Milwaukee Turtles colours.
Brilliant, actually.
I'm used to seeing that on motorcycles. Right, big thumbs up as they're going to put this up onto the high jacks. This is being the BMW. And straight away, for safety's sake, they put the blocks in so that even if the jacks fail, the car is not moving.
Yeah, not allowed under the car until those are in place.
I'd like to see that.
Yeah, so do I.
Joe says they call them elephant's feet.
Okay.
I can see why. I think you're going to find, Joe, when you look at the left-hand side of that car, that the front steering arm is broken. Well, actually, the steering arm is broken.
A word with Martin Kroll. You guys going to try and repair it, Martin?
Pardon me?
For sure we do. Of course they are. What a stupid question. Thanks, Martin.
We never give up, so. No, never.
Never ever give up.
No. Yeah. For what reason we have to give up? Wait.
Martin, you guys have come here to have a lot of fun, but you also take your motor racing very seriously. The same 5 drivers in the 2 BMWs, what a way to go racing.
No, why not? It's, when we have so far away to come here, we have 2 cars, so we can use it.
You guys have enjoyed the track here in Kuwait, this brand new track for Creventic.
Yeah. For all is new, so we are the best with our age.
Well, I wasn't going to mention it. They're having far too much fun, far too much. All hard work though, very hard.
Yeah, it's okay. And for the track, first time here, people are very friendly. It's okay. We enjoy it.
We're going to watch the team and see how they get on. Thanks, Martin.
Thank you. Take care.
Another great supporter of this series and form of racing, Martin Kroll, along with the Bonk Motorsport team. Seem to have been talking about those guys for a very long time. Penalty for the 47. 26 seconds time penalty, exceeding the speed limit during code 60. And
that's the car that's also had the team manager to the race director as well.
I still haven't seen a resolution to the investigation of
the incident as well. Yes.
Yeah.
So that's all playing out at the moment. What I want to bring your attention to, there is 1 minute 28 between 32 and 85 now.
That's because GP Elite's been back in the pits again, haven't they? Yeah.
Yeah.
So Shane Lewis is doing exactly what we expected him to. He's matching or bettering Dan Hankook. And
can I just bring your attention to the fastest lap of the race?
Yeah, well, ARC's done it again. Exactly. They've gone even quicker.
Oh, 52.062.
So that's qualifying pace now.
Well, pole position was a 52.9.
But that was the averages.
Averages, yes, it was. Yeah.
So I mean that's a quick single lap, a very quick single lap. Did we get a 51 something in qualifying? Might have. So
I've only got the combined here.
Last 1 hour and 46 minutes at RSL_studio. If you want to get in touch with us.
So Dan Hankook has got into the Team GP Elite car just 9 minutes into that stint, and Shane Lewis 46 minutes into his stint. Pit stop deltas are 12 apiece, and they're sort of like around 30 minutes apart. So that's going to come into play with 1:45 to go of how to balance that out. Now we take into account the tiredness, the fatigue that's starting to set in with the teams and with the cars and the drivers, of the possibility of late code 60. And I was just looking at that gravel just offline as well. There's more gravel around the circuit, and you get out into that and you're on ice skates literally. So that's limiting the overtaking possibilities with the cars, with the speed deltas from the different categories. So you need to be very, very careful and keep your wits about you as this track condition is evolving and changing in the last hour and 45 minutes as the 85 goes around the BMW into the Pentagon. Runs quite wide through 15.
I quite like that. Oh, if I'm honest, I think it sets you up better for 16.
I think it does, yeah.
17.
You can get on the throttle earlier, and in the pits is Rick Broikers in the 909 Red Camel Jordan's car.
Leading Porsche Cup car, 992 category.
Looks like a routine stop there.
Yep. Only 4 laps from the lead, that car.
I know. And it's
4 laps from the lead, the Cup car.
And it's been so consistent as well, given the age difference between one of the drivers. They've been really, really sorting it. I think they sorted out a brilliant plan.
Not the quickest car in the Cup category. That accolade goes to Wheelie Motors by EB Motorsport, by EB Motors. Sorry, I've been getting that wrong.
But I think what you said earlier, the drivers of this car are much more evenly matched on lap time compared to, say, the EB Motorsport car, where you have more differential in the lap times. So they've been able to, over the last 10 odd hours, have been able to just keep circulating at that pace.
Kerong Lee leading in the Lightweight Lamborghini. What a great story this is. Oh, he was very, very late on the brakes down to turn 20 because he had to overtake someone. Did that very nicely indeed. Crosses the line now, goes down into turn 1. Red Camel in fuel, by the way. Under 2 hours to go means you can put a driver in now, of course, and could go to the end. Just remind you that we will be announcing our Spirit of Endurance. The team have a quick chat about that. Actually, Nick Damon's just disappeared.
I think he's in next door. What a story these guys are. It's just unbelievable. They're in 10th position, leading the class. They had 20 laps this morning. And they've put it all together very, very well. And with minimal setup time and minimal time to get all their drivers into the car and get comfortable, boy, they've really, really pulled this out.
We decided to come in a bit earlier than we needed to this morning. A, because we were all up anyway, but B, we wanted to make sure that we were all set up for today. And these guys were pounding around. We got here well before 9 o'clock.
Yeah, the coffee truck wasn't even open.
That's the sacrifice that we made. We came in this morning even before the coffee truck was open, and they were already pounding around.
Yes.
Kerong Lee was out in that car early, so was Jean-Francois.
Well, I was watching the live timing at breakfast, and we were having
that's a fair point. You were saying, oh, the 710's out. That's a good point. So what was that? That was 8:30.
No, we went down there at 8 o'clock this morning.
Yes, that's right. I beat you there this morning. Actually, I was there at 7:30 this morning.
You were dual orange juiced up.
I was dual orange juiced up as you arrived. Went for the double orange juice option.
Oh, it's the only way to go. It's so fresh.
Yes, it was an orange mere minutes before I drank it. Yeah, so they were out from sort of 8 o'clock this morning.
It was an hour and 45 session that they had, I think, around that time. So they got some time to rotate the drivers through, work on a setup.
Let's just remind ourselves that a container arrives. You don't just roll the car out, start it up, and it's not like taking your road car out of the garage if it's been sitting there for a little while. If you've got a nice classic car, you pull the cover off, start it up and run. No, that's not what happens with a race car. You take it out, you've got to spanner check everything that needs spanner, you've got to get it up to temperature, the oil and water up to temperature, you've got to get it in the pit. They had to set that pit up, of course, they had no pit equipment either.
Exactly.
So, not the work of a moment, so it's been an exceptionally long day for Leibert. They'll be in for consideration for our
most definitely.
Endurance.
Most definitely on that point.
There's some very good, we've got some very, very good candidates today. We're not discussing too much, we'll have a chat between ourselves. 100 minutes to go. 979 is the Rabdan Motorsport machine, 4th position. Still keeping an eye on what's going on at race control as well, just in case anything is handed down. So still only 2 penalties outstanding. The number 930 for that track limits. That is the 6th place car in 992. And third place car overall. That's a 26-second time penalty for the third place car, the 47 Porsche. As into the pits comes the leading GTX car. Lovely stuff. And Joe Bradley is watching what looks to be a regular pit stop for a Lamborghini.
Yeah, thankfully for this car. It's had enough of the bad luck for a lifetime this weekend. Kerong Lee's the driver that's got out. His job is done. Gets a high five and a big hug from Jean-Francois Bruno, his teammate. It's Greg Gorski getting into the car, and the wheels and tyres are being changed. Brand new Hankook rubber going onto the car. Car looks in good shape at the moment. This is the team that you've heard you talking about, and there's no doubt about it. They went at this race with a very conservative approach and just knew what was entailed in getting this car to the finish of a 12-hour race, and that was to take no chances with regards to setup or whatever. And I think they've only encountered one puncture.
Yeah, that's correct, one puncture.
Bizarrely, and that was Jean-Francois Bruno, who did a great job in getting that car back, and he explained in great detail what that entailed, didn't he?
And he admitted
Let's get a word with Kerong. So your job is done for the day. You finally made it. Less than 2 hours to go. How's the car feeling?
Wow, car feels amazing. A big thank you for the Leopard Motorsports. They did a mega job in the last 24 hours.
They really have. They've done 24 hours worth of racing in just for a 12-hour race, haven't they?
Yeah, I mean, like, because the container issue, we missed all the practice, we missed the qualifying, so we start on the back. We just did like 10 laps in the morning, and we just trying to find the pace during the race, but so far so good. I mean, like, both my teammates, they are like very consistently, very safe, and we just going to finish and be safe and win the championship.
Jean-Francois, if I could bring you in, we all know the tale about the team. What time did the containers finally arrive?
I think they were unloaded from the truck last night around 11 p.m. So as I was saying earlier, the team basically pulled a 24-hour job. They've been on the job for over 24 hours and they haven't slept, so just like a 24-hour race.
What time did you get out on track? Because when we arrived here this morning, we were really early, and you guys were going round.
Yeah, we wake up at 5:30 today, and like what Bruno said, it's a 24-hour race for sure. Yeah, we came in here like 8 a.m. and yeah, we doesn't rise because the team did a amazing job. It doesn't rise, so we deserve it. They deserve it. So I mean, it's better like we just keep going, and find a pace finally. Yeah.
So you guys have proved we don't really need all of this practice and qualifying, do we? We can just come here on the morning of the race and go out.
Yeah, I mean, it worked out fairly well because of the way the structures of the different classes. We weren't in no man's land, even though we didn't qualify. We were further back, but you know, we were able to. It's a 12-hour race, right? So we had time to make our way up and to finish. To win, you must first finish. And some of the other guys, unfortunately, had issues, and we were able to make our way up. And I think we're leading currently GTX. So it's great for our teammate who's driving with us today, Greg Gorski, but also thinking of Gerhard Batzinger, who was supposed to be in the car with us. You know, his picture is up there. Unfortunately, Gerhard broke his foot kickboxing. I know, I don't ask. And yeah, he should have been here with us, but they were in contention also for the Intercontinental Championship.
You guys in line 4 continuing into 2023? Are you guys going to be around for Dubai?
Leipert will be. I'm not sure. There's a lot going on. Kieran's got a pretty full program next year, so we're not sure yet. But Kieran, the team will be, absolutely, yeah. The team's going to be competing in 24 hours next year.
So far, so good. I'm not going to mention the championship. We've still got an hour and 30 or so minutes. But what a job. And, you know, the look on your faces all week, commendable from you boys.
I'd like to throw that in there that I think he's had probably the best stints he's ever had in his career tonight. Yeah, he put 2 laps in that were as quick as my laps. So, you know, I had to say that on camera.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Cheers.
Code 60 on the circuits. It's the 714 KTM Crossbow. Haytham Karajuli has come, and that is completely dead stick at the bottom of turn 4, and in fact on the apex of turn 5. Completely dead stick because it hasn't even got any lights on. So this is the KTM that's had a full engine and gearbox change.
Yes, full engine and gearbox change. After that one went bang in no uncertain terms. Haytham was at the wheel when that actually happened, at the wheel again. There were lights inside the cockpit when we saw that on board, John, that there was instrumentation lights, but there's nothing else inside there. So, and that's gone off now. So
everything's off now. I think he's pressing buttons and trying to
control or deleting it. Yeah, he's trying to get that fired back up again.
Flicker. There was a flicker there, and it has fired up. I think that car's refired. I think he's done a hard reboot. He's got all of his headlights on, and I thought I saw a flicker from behind the car, as if there was some exhaust on that car.
There was a intervention vehicle just pulling up alongside it as we cut away. So we'll keep you posted on the movement there. We're into code 60. And this is number 8, code 60, and he's rolling. He got it rolling.
All right, so this will be a very short code 60. Now, this is one of the real advantages of code 60. If you call a safety car and everybody's packing up behind the safety car, if the car that has an issue then gets going again, you've already committed.
Yeah, you're done.
Safety car, so you've got to go through the whole process: wave by, pass around, pits closed, pits open. Pit the prototypes, pit the GTs, pit the all your different classes, etc. However, in this, we can go back to green in a minute or so.
Indeed. Not sure what race control are going to do, whether they're going to do a quick track inspection with just on an hour and a half remaining now, whether they're going to go that way as we have BMW into the pits.
It's the GT4 car.
Yeah, the 450. The 450. As they've come in, no notice yet on we've got Team 331 team manager to report to a race control. So that's Michael Mayer, the After Racing.
Oh, right.
450, yeah.
Right, well, that car was involved in the kerfuffle at the top of turn 3 or 4 into 5 with the 47 Team KUWAIT by MRS GT. Now, they've already had the 47 car there, so they've been analysing that incident. They're maybe wanting to speak to team managers, maybe wanting to look at any onboard footage that they have that we can't see.
Yep.
So let's wait to see what find out there. Very difficult for us to make a decision on what we saw on the broadcast pictures.
I could see headlights.
Yes.
That's pretty much all I could see.
Andreas Bakkerud's done nearly 2 hours here.
Well, yeah.
I reckon, in this stint. He's been in for a very, very long time. Hour and a half to go.
Andreas Bakkerud. He's coming into pit now. Obviously, he really has to miss. Just ask him directly for an interview.
I'd say I need him now.
So, I think he is... he's right on his driver time at the moment. They might have even gone 1 lap too long here, Phil, because this is the problem if you get a code 60.
Shane Lewis in right there as well. Tyre change. Is he going to do a splash and dash as well as he makes his way down towards the refueling area? Code 60 still continuing on, even though everybody who needed to be just looking for
win, is he?
The KTM, whether that's gone into the pits as well. And he does come down the 85, Shane Lewis into the pits. Yeah.
They might be guessing that they can get close to the end from here, or just with a splash on the final run if they fill it. And it depends how long this is. Just checking to see where the 714 is. It's, excuse me, the 714 hasn't even come into the pits.
No.
So Haytham has done the recess, and the team clearly happy with that. So he's just gone around. So he lost a bit of time out there, but it's obviously running. And I can't see any major warnings on his dashboard. No, he is coming in the pits now.
Yeah.
He's in the lane. He's just about to come onto the speed limit. No, that's GP Elite. Have they both come in?
32 in, 85 in fuel. So yes, 1 and 2 in.
714 has stayed out. Haitham Karajul.
Yep.
Karajuli. So leader is in the pit lane. Dan Van Hook. Into the pits now. Now, how long's his stint? The leader.
You know, remember when we asked a little while ago, he was only 9 minutes in, so he
he can go to the end.
I think he can go to the end. We were under 2 hours then, so he just needs to do the tyres and a splash and dash, head out there.
Being looked at there, and again, I would say that's precautionary.
Well, the 32, remember, took that precautionary tyre.
Safety tyre.
The safety tyre, just to ensure that they could get to the end of that stint and maintain good pace without stretching everything into the fuel bay.
Now, if it goes green now, he is going to lose a little bit of advantage to Shane Lewis. Where is the 85 car at the moment? It's just leaving the pit lane.
Yep, just coming down out of the pit lane into our view from the commentary box, looking to our right. I'm just looking to see if there's any course vehicles out there, because this is continuing on for quite a while. Everybody is mobile.
Under
again.
1 minute.
And there we go, and it's gone green.
Yeah.
That quick 1 minute's here.
Yeah, 32.14.
Wow.
32.40. So now Shane Lewis is up to speed here, and Team GP Elite, of course, still in the pit lane. Both of these cars need one more pit stop on fuel. Shane Lewis has to get out of that car before the end, but we think Dan Van Hook can go to.
I think he can go to the end.
Yeah.
I think he.
But I don't think he can go at the end on fuel. He's going to need a splash.
Yeah, 126.
So first and second both need one more pit stop, and Team GP can only get half their allowance. And Van Gook is in the pit lane. Car under tow.
Yes.
In the background was.
What was that car?
Was that the Vortex?
I'm just trying to see.
Oh, that's running.
The Vortex is running. What is not out there at the moment? KTM.
Well, the KTM is showing out there, and it hasn't shown us disappeared.
It stopped,
and then it restarted.
It rolled again.
Rolled again.
Under power.
Power, and it came round and completed the lap. Maybe it didn't.
Maybe it didn't.
I haven't had it go across the line yet.
No, it's just
6:45 middle sector, so maybe it did stop. It is the KTM. So the KTM, we saw it going. It lulled us into a false sense of security, but then whatever it did, it wasn't enough. It's actually going in front of us now behind the big screen, and it will head back into the pit lane from there via the tunnel.
Nathan Carajoli at the wheel of that one, and hopefully they can get that back out and finish this race. Currently still a podium in the GTX category, running third.
How long did we decide how long Bakkerud had left to go?
Oh, no, we didn't.
It's the Cayman, number 491 in 14th position. He can't be that far away from coming into the pit lane. I reckon he's close to his 2 hours here, Phil.
He could well be. He's been in that car for quite some time. He was in that car in the previous Code 60 as well, so he must be getting towards the end of that as the 928 currently in the pits as well. HRT Performance in 6th position overall, and leading the AM category of 992.
Stint for that car is only 1 hour and 10 minutes.
Yeah.
If I'm reading that right.
What did Paul tell us this morning on that HRT car? There was around 20 he could do on that. I think he's ready. He can go to the end on one tank. Hour and 20 minutes. Yeah, exactly. We've got 1 hour and 24 to go. So that is that was the Red Camel Jordan's car. But for the Porsche cars, they are getting towards 4 minutes, and they can go to the end.
Another track limits infringement for the number 930 Porsche. That's 20 seconds they've now got. That's the Ibrahim Al Abdul Ghani car, and we're inside the last 2 hours now. In fact, that car is in, soaking up that penalty.
Yep.
That has got the countdown clock on it. I can see it ticking over in the right-hand side of the screen.
Very good, isn't it?
Yeah, like that. The question is, are they taking one of the penalties or both of them? And now you might as well get rid of both of them.
I think you should get rid of both of them. With 123 to go, these guys can do to the end of the race 120 around on those Cup cars.
So that might be the first of the Cup cars to make its last stop.
Exactly. Ooh.
Once again, a very squirrely moment for the Cayman 718.
That piece hanging down from the rear vision mirror would drive me insane.
Yeah, I wonder what that's for. Is that what they hang the steering wheel on when they get out?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Into the pits.
Penalty box for 331.
Really?
Yeah.
No.
No,
he's
gone past. Yeah.
No,
straight down to fuel.
It's actually, that's the fuel entry.
Yeah.
I can understand why you thought that, yeah.
Because my eyes are tired, John. That's why.
Be silly. Don't be silly.
There we go.
So in Europe at the moment, it is 8:30, 20 to 9. An hour behind that in the UK. Good evening if you are just joining us. We've got just over 80 minutes to go, and what drama we've had in the last hour, with the leading car overall ending up in the gravel when having a battle with one of the Porsche Cup cars, really fighting for position there. And then the third place car coming into contact with the third place TCE BMW. Both of those cars requiring assistance, one to get out of the gravel and one, the BMW, with a broken steering arm on the left front. We'll keep an eye on that bonk machine to see if it comes back out. This is the 331 we're talking about. Michael Mayer driving that car. At the moment, still holding on to its position. The Wolf Power car is circulating again with Jasmin Kreisig driving that car. AC have called it a day. DRC Bratislava took the fastest lap and then improved it at 1:52.6. They've pitted again now. I suspect that car will be parked up there doing a bit of set-up changes, trying to work out what they need to do to keep the tyres under that car.
Shane Lewis has got an hour and 8 minutes in that car at the moment. Stint-wise, he's not going to be able to make that to the end.
10 minutes short, isn't it?
10 minutes short, yes, he is. You were right.
1:52.969 for Shane last time around. That is that car's fastest lap. So the gap is down to 40.5 seconds. They're on the same lap now. That long stop and actually going green while Dan Van Gogh was getting part of his fuel. Didn't help him at all there. And that multiple lap lead has evaporated. Now, are they going to put Joe Foster back into this car? As Charlie Putnam said they were intending to. 85. With the stars and stripes. Joe Bradley down in the pit lane. What you got?
I think I've got the Wheeling Engineering Daytona prototype being wheeled in on the back of
Very
the
good,
floor.
mate. Yeah.
It's like, what?
Very good.
I thought my eyes are tired. Jeez. Yeah, it's the KTM crossbar, of course, of Razun more than racing. It shed a belt or something.
Ah.
And it's obviously off the new engine installation, and they're going to obviously rectify that by wheeling it into the garage and finding out what belts.
Is the alternator driven off the alternator is driven off the engine, and it's a mid-engine car. I wonder if it's thrown the alternator.
Some alternators are driven off the rear
off the
drive
off
shaft.
the diff, yeah, or off
the rear drive shaft, yeah.
Yeah. So I doubt this one will be. the big
Yeah, I would have
danger
thought. Although you never know, it's what is effectively a.
Well, the driver's not getting out. Haytham Caragiuli is not getting out, so he expects this to be a fairly quick fix.
Do we know what belt it is? That's.
Do we know what, Joe? Power steering.
Right, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I spoke to the most technical person there. So it might
Power
be
steering belt.
Yeah, we'll get to the. I mean, I'm a geek, so I want to know. Daniel, tell me. One of the drivers, Daniel Drexel. Daniel, do you know exactly what the problem is?
Something with the electronics, but it's very small. We should fix it in 1-2 minutes. It's nothing major.
Being told a belt has come off or something. Is that an alternator belt or something?
I don't know. It never happened. So we are collecting good karma from Dubai today. We're getting very much experience in everything. Yeah, just finish, get this podium in.
Step outside. Daniel, what is the... So you mentioned you're getting rid of all of the bad luck for Dubai. Are you coming out to Dubai with this car with the same driver lineup?
Not at all. I'm the only one who's driving. Haytham is only here because it's his home race and he wants to try endurance racing for the first time. And Dominic because he wants to sit in the car himself for once. But we have a very different lineup, but very experienced guys.
And can you announce that?
It's a full Austrian lineup. A very quick junior guy from ADAC, some very experienced gentleman drivers who are also very quick, so we will be there.
You're already looking forward to that, aren't you?
I'm looking forward. Again, we learned very much today. We get all of the preparation for Dubai now, and just get it over the line so we can stand on the podium up there and said we finished our race after we fixed an engine.
That's what it's all about. Hashtag this is endurance. Good luck, Daniel.
Let's just pay off some storylines here. The Bonk Racing 332 car in the pit lane, leading the TC category, second in TCE. And do I see that the 331 is back out? Yes, it is.
It is indeed.
Yeah, so that they've fixed the steering arm on that car.
Yep.
Well, that collision has been decided now that was the incident responsibility goes to the 47 car, and that will be a 13-second penalty.
Yes.
They have also issued a warning for the behaviour on track. That will be for the weaving in the
I think so.
gravel
Dropping gravel all over. Yeah.
And yeah, so that is the situation there. So that's a 30-second hold for the car number 47. That's the third place team, Kuwait. It's Zaid Ashkanani behind the wheel. Now, also the 701 exceeding speed limit during code 60. That's all pro rata, 16 seconds for the Vortex then.
Still running in second in the GTX category as well, with just on an hour and a quarter to go.
Was leading that class for a very long time, wasn't it?
Was indeed, yes, and that's now gone back to the Leipzig Motorsport 710 Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo. Greg Gorski at the wheel of that, and in the top 10 as well. So yeah, that's just. I've just got no end of admiration of how much work they put in, and boy, endurance racing certainly brings out the best in a lot of people.
Phil Anson in the booth. It's Joe Bradley and Nick Damon sharing the duties down in the pit lane. I'm John Hindhaugh. Welcome along if you have just joined us. People, I'm sure, back in Europe, joining us all the time. Coming in after a week's work, maybe. Getting your feet up. Alternative to World Cup football is world-class racing and a world-class facility here. And still a good number of spectators who are enjoying the view from this front straight. You can see so much of the track here, and actually in the darkness you can see the cars out in the distance with the headlights, 2 permanent big screens on the front straight that I can see, and people have, as you might imagine, congregated in front of those, one of which is right in front of our commentary booth. Very pleasant evening here, no aircon in the booth. By that I mean we've turned it off. I don't think we've had it on all day.
No, we haven't actually.
And there's just a nice breeze coming in from actually from the sea, coming in from the north here.
Yeah, it is
It's
indeed.
just keeping things nice and cool, so we haven't had to fire up the aircon here. And I think we'll judge this as a success even at this stage for the inaugural 12 hours of Kuwait, part of the Creventic Hankook 24-hour series, and the first race in a trio that we will have out here for the brand new Middle East Trophy. We'll have to wait until after the festivities of Christmas and New Year for round 2, when we're off to the Dubai Autodrome for the full 24-hour trip, and then the week after that it's down to Yas Marina, Abu Dhabi, for the 6 hours, the final race of the 3. Bit of side-by-side action out on the circuit, and once again it's the CP racing car as Shane Lewis is desperately trying to make up time at the moment. If you want to get in touch with us in the last hour and 12 minutes at RSL_studio, 33.5 seconds between first and second. Shane Lewis is closing in on Van der Goek. Joe Bradley down in the pit lane has Veely Motorsport by EBs.
I have, yes. I'm just watching the job on Razoon, and just next door is that multicoloured EB Motors Porsche, currently in 5th, the 955 numbered car, doing a sterling job there and well up on class. I'm just watching as well the CP Racing Mercedes having a bit of a job getting past that Porsche. Isn't that the Porsche that came together with Charlie Putman? That's been a bit of a pain in the neck. Wasn't that the same Porsche?
It was the 979, I think, the Rabdan car. Different driver here. It's Enrico Fernandez to Paul Genzi, who's behind the wheel of that. I'm not sure if it was the 979 again this time. But you're right, Joe, it was a cup car. We were just mentioning earlier on in the piece, actually, before that incident, an hour and a half, 2 hours ago now, well, an hour and a half ago, that the Porsche Cup cars are exceedingly quick in a straight line because they don't have the aerodynamics to provide downforce through the corners. They actually run, these 992 cars run the 4-litre engine, which is the same unit as the 991 GT3 cars. So they're putting out pretty much the same horsepower, but they have slightly less drag. Now, they don't brake as well, and they're not quite as sophisticated in terms of the TC and the ABS. You can spec ABS into these cars. Now the new GT3, this is the 911 992 GT3R, the new GT3 class car, goes up to 4.2 litres. So they're taking the engine out of the old Le Mans car, the GTE or GTLM car as it was known in IMSA. It's 4194. Why is it 4194? Because you could not get a piece of tissue paper between the bores. There is literally no further that car, that engine, that flat six, that boxer 6 engine will go out. 4194 is what it's got. They've moved the engine and gearbox so that it's tilted to the back of the engine. The engine is still behind the gearbox of the new GT3 version of the 911. But they've tilted it up by about 5 degrees, and that's so they can get more diffuser under the back of the car, because diffuser is downforce with exceptionally low amounts of drag. The underbody you can develop a lot of downforce from. Now, in fairness, the new 992 Cup car has got a lot more underbody aero on it. White still quite quick in a straight line. Luke Breukers then leads that class for 992s in what has become a bit of a classic livery, hasn't it, Phil, to be honest, that red Camels NL.
It's been around for a long time, John, in various, not always in the Porsche guys as well. It was a Cupra for many, many years. And so that team has done what many teams have done, and I speak of the Mutrans as well. They went from TCR to Cup Car, and
they're coming back.
I spoke with them last weekend. They are going to be in Dubai. I asked them if they were coming to Kuwait. They said, yeah, not this time, but they're looking at the endurance races, not only probably there's 24 in Dubai, and then they'll move to Europe and do some of the European races as well. Remembering they're paired up with another company that is based in Europe as well.
Okay,
so they're working on that strategy at the moment, which is fantastic. And we'll see the trio of brothers out again.
Well, we wish them well, because they're always good value.
They have great coffee in their pits, seriously.
34 seconds the gap between first and second in the overall. In the 992 category, Luke Breukers now has pulled out a bit of a gap because of that pit stop by VD Motorsport, by EB Motors, but that will be their last stop. So what I need to know is when the 909 last stopped, don't I? To see last pit stop was when. So much information here, I keep forgetting where to look for it.
They do provide us with an exorbitant amount of information, which is brilliant.
I haven't been able to find the page that has the live championship standings.
I haven't
on it.
I haven't found that either.
We are doing as you do. We are on the internet.
Exactly.
Via livetiming.getraceresults. So you can see exactly what we've got. In terms of penalties outstanding, the third place car, that's the number 47, 56 seconds. 10 seconds for the Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo, that's the Lightwood car, and 16 seconds for, which car is that? The GTX car. Follow across the line. My eyes are tired at this time.
Come on, they're fine. They're fine.
I'm doing it. Second in GTX. That is the Vortex.
Yep.
Okay, so those are the three outstanding penalties at the moment.
And the chances are that they won't lose that. I'm just looking at the next down in the GTX, which is the Crossbow, still in the pits getting that electrical issue sorted out. They've got an hour and 5 minutes to make sure that they're on the track when the checkered flag falls. Very important. Very important after a full engine and gearbox change.
Welcome into the broadcast a little while ago as we see the Austrian car of our favourite Austrians, right turn lover. And says presumably you're aware that KTM is going to be available as a road car, and yes, it will have the clamshell canopy. Fantastic.
I can't get in there, John.
I'll try my best. I think you can drop in from the top, Phil. If you sort of step over the side pod, and it's like a convertible with a gap for you to get in, and if you note the roll cage has a big kink in it on the driver's side, so you can sort of lower yourself in.
I think getting in will be fine.
Are we thinking some liquid soap and a still saw to get out?
Like I used to have to get into my supercar, a bit of WD-40 on the leathers, just slip into the seat. However, getting out of a supercar seat took 4 people and a winch. So this I would have the same issue here. It's difficult, but what a stunning looking vehicle it is, and it is going to be a road car. And that's Joe Bradley is down there having a close look in there, and seeing what technical gubbins he can see what they're doing.
While he turns his...
I could never be a mechanic on this car. I couldn't get there. There's no way I could get there.
If you could get there, you'd never get back out again. The mechanic, by the way, is standing in the engine bay. That is, I believe it's a transverse-mounted Audi engine in the back of that, Joe, isn't it?
Yeah. So the gearbox is here. But the mechanic,
we're just going to get Seb to come to you.
So the gearbox is...
Don't put your hand on the bottom of the mic, mate. That's what's doing it.
There's the motor. But look where the mechanic's standing. I mean, he's basically got to get in the engine compartment. Wow. He's forearm protectors on, because everything in there, I can feel the heat. The heat's just out there. It's like everywhere in there is a very hostile environment.
We're coming down to the last hour of the race.
Phil, if I got in there, I wouldn't be able to get out.
We're coming down to the last hour of the race. We'll get back to Joe when he's in an area that he can talk to us. Before we get down to the last hour of the race, I want to just give you the live scores as it stands. Now, this is where I do feel like the World Cup. So, as it stands, in the GT division of the Champion of the Continent, CP Racing have 74 points, Leipert have 68, and Vinny Motorsport by EB Motors, the 955 car, have 65. In the TCE category, BBR 75, 62 for AC, and 58 for Wolf Power Racing. But if Wolf Power, well, they've already gone past AC, so that I think that is going to be how it'll end up then, because Wolf can't catch the BMWs.
Yeah, there's 20 plus laps in that, and we've only got just on an hour to go.
Yeah, there's Wolf Power have done 166, and even the stationary BMW has done 231. So what will be interesting is to see that as if the 331 can manage to catch it up. I know they are still working. That's the car that we wouldn't mind getting an update on, Joe Bradley. By the way, once you've finished with your KTM, is the Hoffa Racing BMW that had that accident.
Check on that.
I can hear you now.
I've stepped out the garage. I've put my tools down. We're about 45 minutes away from the Spirit of the Race Award.
Yeah.
It's Razzoon Northern Racing, the KTM guys, have got to be a contender for that as well. Because they didn't shirk when the engine went, and we saw...
They're still at it now.
They put the new engine in. This is the KTM, and they put a new engine and gearbox in. The car went out, did some more laps. Something's gone wrong, which is...
Yes, that's what I mean. They're still at it. They haven't packed up now.
No. They're still at it.
Yeah.
They've still got no intention of not fixing that car until the last hour, or the last half hour, or the last 15 minutes.
Or the last lap.
Or the last lap, absolutely. And I mean, that really is the epitome of endurance racing.
Oh, absolutely is. The other car, and we heard it was it Martin Kroll who you were talking to?
Yes, it was. Yeah, Martin Kroll.
They're going to try and fix the steering arm on that Hoffa Racing.
Well, I saw that the trackward end, the steering arm had snapped right where it met the trackward end.
Ooh.
They were taking the upright off, even though I couldn't tell whether the upright was intact on the bottom wishbone, but they had a brand new upright being brought out, and I think they'll have changed. I suppose it makes sense, doesn't it, while you're in there, because you don't want to chance the bottom rose joint off the bottom wishbone snapping and being just overstressed off an impact. So Seb and I will head down there and give you an update.
Thank you very much. Inside the last 60 minutes. For the first time, we're at Kuwait Motor Town with the inaugural round of the Middle East Trophy. So I'm just keeping an eye on what's going on with the 450 here at the moment. But we're inside the last hour, 60 minutes of racing to come. We've had some drama already. What stories will play out on the last hour? You'll have to stay here and find out with us. The last chapter of this book has not yet been written. Phil Anson alongside me, John Hindhaugh, as we continue to be dazzled by the twinkling lights in the distance. Still very pleasant temperatures here, Phil. I think it's moved much below the 19 you quoted earlier on. It's still pretty pleasant out on the gantry.
Yeah, 20 degrees, real feel 19 degrees, there you go. Northerly 7 kilometres an hour, so the wind has dropped down, humidity stayed about the same, about 50%. So we've been this way now for nearly 4 hours, John. So it's very good for the teams. They know what they've got. They know how their car is going to react to the surface. It's just about what else is on that surface.
So here are the positions. We'll start in GT with the gap between first and second almost exactly 1 minute, 31.1 seconds between the orange and white number 32. This is the Team GP Elite car in the colours of the Netherlands, and it is Dan van Hankook behind the wheel. CP Racing is the American-flagged Mercedes AMG GT3. It's mostly white with red and blue. And Shane Lewis is behind the wheel of the 65. And then in third position, it is the number 47 Team Kuwait by MRS GT, Zaid Ashkanani. That's your top three in the overall. I'll go through the classes in a moment, but Joe Bradley has some good news to talk about from the pit lane.
I've got some very interesting news. So the 188 numbered Audi, the SE Motorsport car, has just left the pit garage. You guys can tell me how long that's been in the pits. The 332, the Hofer Racing by Bonk BMW, that's the car that we saw had its damaged steering. That car's repaired, already out there. And literally, Martin Cross has told me, 10 minutes later, the sister car, the 331, got hit, and the same thing happened. Suspension damage on the 332. That car is still in the garage. In fact, Martin's here. Martin, what was, so literally 10 minutes later, did you see?
Yes, exactly the same entry, pit entry. He was passed by 3 car, and the 4th car just hit him on the same side like the other car.
Was the same damage to the steering?
Same picture, yes.
This can't happen again because we're running out of parts.
So, but you see, I told you before, we are a good, great team. The other one car is fixed. It's already running again. The driver is already in, so in 2 minutes we go out.
Yeah, the wheels are on, guys, and it's just going to have to come off the jacks and it'll get underway. Thanks, Martin.
And Joe, to answer your question...
We never give up.
They never
give up.
No.
Never.
Joe, to answer your question about AC Motorsport, 2 hours and 50 minutes.
That's a long time.
That's a lot of work, isn't it?
It is indeed.
A lot of work. But said that, the amount of work these guys can get through, goodness me. How long did it take to change the engine in that KTM? That was under 2 hours, wasn't it?
It was, I think, yes.
That was extraordinary. Now I know that's a purpose-built
zip in, zip out.
Yeah, exactly. Drop it out through the bottom. But even so,
it's still a lot of work. You can't get the cabling, you can't get the hosing wrong because it just won't function. So obviously a very, very nice, as you would expect with a racing car, you have the clips and the plugs all set out in certain areas so that you can just unplug them en masse and then just remove the offensive part, which had a large hole in it. But the job has been done. They are still in the pits fixing that electrical issue. Currently third in class, 200 laps completed. Our leaders are now on 298, nearly clicking over the 300 lap mark with just on 54 and 3/4 minutes to go. Tiredness and fatigue is going to start to tell in this last hour.
And, you know, some of these teams have only got one pit stop left. They can't afford to make mistakes here. I had a question. We've talked about moon phases quite a lot in the past when we've been doing night race. It's once again it's the waxing gibbous moon at about 74% brightness this weekend.
Yeah, I thought it was a waning gibbous, but it's not. It's waxing. BMW looks like it's being pushed back into the box The 332 has stopped on the apron and has got going again. So a quick chat going on between that car. Rainer Patel is at the wheel of that, currently leading the touring car category, and it looked like just a quick chat and back out on the circuit.
Yeah, they'll take
down of fuel.
They'll take a bit of fuel. They're being waved in by the team. So that's 2 steering arms that have been done on 2 different cars with 2 separate incidents. That's a cracking job, and both of they're sitting in 2nd and 3rd in the touring car endurance category.
Yes.
Let's not forget that. The Vortex is going back out. That car led its class for quite a long time as well.
Currently 2nd in the GTX category. So, all the trolley jacks being bought out to get that car back into the pit box.
It's the AC car, yeah?
It's AC. Joe's down there.
Joe's down there, and he's with James Kerr. Joe, let's see you in the background.
And you're sneaking up on me. They've got cameras everywhere, James. I thought my cameraman was there, but they've got a cameraman somewhere out there. Look.
To your left, to your left.
My left.
There you go, that's it. You've got straight at it there.
I'm just asking, James, the car's been outdone 1 lap, and this problem that it had earlier, which you guys have, what have you done to the car to try and find it?
We've changed everything now. The last thing we changed was the differential to see if that was causing some problems, but it's not. So really, it's baffling everybody within the team.
So how was it manifesting from your point in the driver's seat?
So when it gets to around 200 kilometers per hour, you get a massive vibration. So much so you can't even see where you're going. It is really difficult. So we just don't know.
What can be done? Well, I think you're probably going to need to sort of crack test it or something, because something's moving around and under strain, isn't it?
Something's seriously wrong. So we're going to. One more thing we can try is maybe the damper. Maybe we got a damper problem, and it's just manifesting itself with a frequency oscillation at very high speed. But it doesn't feel like that. It handles well at low speed. It's just at high speed. It's very, very poor.
John Eindhoff's just telling me that the Wolf Power car had a very similar description, and they changed the bump stops, we think. Have you spoken to them?
Yeah, that's correct. They've played with their dampers and cured the same problem. So maybe that's where we go next.
Come on, let's have a walk down. Come on.
Thank you, Joe. Joe Bradley with the ever affable James Kerr. Yeah, that is almost exactly the interview that Nick had with Jasmin Preissig earlier on, and then Nick happened to be back there when they were changing the ride height and the bump stops on that other Audi. So what we're talking about, 120 miles an hour, 200 Ks, it's starting to get a vibration. And they'd gone through everything else. They fitted a new diff. They thought that was the diff as well, but that was a brand new diff and a brand new gearbox in the Wolf Power car for this race. So something there. I suspect there'll be a phone call to Audi Sport at Neustadt in Germany, Audi Sport Customer Racing, to have a chat with Chris Reinke and the rest of the team. They have a huge amount of information there. So what is it about this track, how the setup is, and there is the Wolf Power car going out of the pit lane, that black and purple machine.
Lovely looking.
I think these new Audis, the Evo cars, are absolutely stunning, and they're very cleverly engineered. As I said earlier on, the old cars, the rear roll bar had a big kink in it where it had to go around the rear suspension. The new car, the rear roll bar is absolutely straight. You can actually see it through the back window, and to change it or to adjust it, you can do it by just when the wheel's off. So you can do a couple of clicks, or you can pull and it'll pull out from the other side. So if you want to put a different roll bar in of a different thickness, it's all been really cleverly engineered for quick changes in TCR weekends. But also, of course, that helps in endurance. The 188 being pushed back on the trolley jacks. Again, another cracking looking car. You'll note that what they've done is taken off those front sort of boxy wheel arches that they used to have. These are much more sort of Group 5, the old Group 5. Any side-by-side contact with the Audis or the old Seats and the older Cupras, you used to get the flapping of the bodywork like a demented penguin or an angry owl, as I used to describe it. Well, they've all been changed. The rear aero's been changed as well. And here is the car leading. This is the competition, Leon competition. Kantasaka Series brought that car in. This will be the last pit stop for that car.
It will most definitely be there, leading the category as well, and has been leading the TCR category for quite some time.
I think ever.
Yeah, pretty much ever.
Do you know what I noticed about that, Joe Bradley, is the complete lack of fuss or drama that they had there. Even when they pulled out, there's no major revving of the car. Stick it into gear and just let it crawl away on the DSG box.
And it's well choreographed, well drilled. Everybody knows what they're doing. Everybody's moving kind of like an octopus, isn't it? With sort of a central brain moving all the component parts.
Very good description. Fancy calamari now.
You know what? That final pit stop of this 12-hour race kind of epitomises the race that they've had so far.
The season that they've had, Joe. All bar Spa.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to hex it, but it's all you know. We're not pushing any sort of facts here. They really have been like a Swiss watch or a Thai watch, considering their driver lineup.
Yeah, they've done a really good job. I think it was only at Spa where they had that weird braking issue coming into the final chicane that took them out of it. Quite a nasty looking accident that. However, the second car won that race. Their other car won that race. So interesting. Team GP Elite leading. Dan von Hoek is going slowly. Something's broken on that car. Something's broken. He's got no drive. No drive at all. Here's the drama. 46 minutes to go. There was a big sideways moment as he was coming out of the left-hander.
Turn 12, he's just stopped all the...
As he came out of turn 8, 9 area, there was a big sideways moment, maybe coming out of turn 7 into turn 8, and he's stuck in third gear, but there's no drive. Has he done a drive shaft? He might have done a drive shaft.
Wow.
This is absolute heartbreak with 46 minutes of this race to go. Yellow flags are out at turn 8. It was coming out at turn 7. There was a bit of a sideways moment, and then the car coughed and spluttered and died. What is going on here? What a race this has been. The drama. CP Racing, we go to... No, that's still, at the moment, it's still being covered by yellow flags. And one or two people slowing down and not realising there's a green flag after it. So Shane Lewis now is... He must have gone through. Where's the 85 car? He was only 30 seconds behind. He's going to cross the line in front of us any second now. There he is, going through, and he'll be scored in the lead at the end of this lap.
There he goes.
And there is the change as the full course purple comes out. It's code 60, and we've got a new leader. And it's Shane Lewis and CP Racing. My goodness me. The Porsche has failed out on the circuit, and the forlorn sight of the four-way flashes going on that bright orange car. They inherited the lead when Charlie Putman ended up in the gravel at turn 1, having a battle that was...
Not his battle.
I was going to say somewhat unnecessary from both parties. I'm not apportioning blame. There was no touch there. But the 979 Rabdan Motorsport car, having been passed into 20, then got a better drive out of the final corner. And as Charlie said, they're very, very slippery. And he managed to get up the inside going into turn 1. That put the leader offline. And we had sort of surmised what was going on, and Charlie actually pretty much repeated back to us what we thought. He spun the car, and rather than jump on the brakes and lock up the tyres and flat spot them, he thought, I can roll this around, and pointed in the right direction, sneak first gear, I'll be off. Oh, I'm in the gravel.
Oops. And I spun the wheels. And
Well, the racing gods have evened this back up again.
Karma.
Unbelievable, Phil. Unbelievable.
Well, what that's done, and depending on, there is a big gap behind the 32 car back to Zardash Kanani in the 47, almost 6 minutes. Okay,
But it's only 3 laps.
It's 3 laps. Yeah, exactly. And depending what the damage is on this car, will determine whether they can tow it back to the pits and get it going quickly, or whether it's going to get pushed in and put up on the jacks. And then that will gift the Team Kuwait by MRSGG Racing up into 2nd place.
How long will it take them to get this car back? Which, I mean, they are, they're in front of us. Is there a way that they can get onto this return road? But that's not the work of a moment. Now, where's Shane Lewis now?
He's around in turn 7, turn 6, turn 7.
Well, that is, we're not going to lose this for a little while. Will he have a chance to come in and do a sneaky pit stop?
Well,
he can't go to the end. He's got to get out.
He's got to get out of the car.
20 minutes,
This is the time they need to come in and pit and change the driver.
Yeah.
Because they're going to lose less time on this one.
Yeah.
And
Correct.
they need to do that, do a splash and dash.
If only they'd got Shane out of it in that long half an hour.
Yep.
For the 47 Porsche and the Bonk Motorsport BMW, he would have had a bit more time left to jump back in. He could have been jumping back in right now, in fact, couldn't he?
Exactly, with 42 minutes to go.
But the question is, of course, how much has the pressure that Shane was applying to Dan Van Guch, how much has that contributed to what's happened to this car? Because he was closing down on
Well,
it.
he was pulling it almost a second and a half a lap, depending on where they ran into traffic. So the gap was coming down. Obviously, Dan would have been told that as well.
Joe Bradley is watching what will be the final scheduled stop for the GT4 leader, and it's an all-English affair here.
Yeah, great stop as well. Another well-choreographed team. Century Motorsport people, boys and girls, absolutely know how to go about endurance racing, don't they? And once again, another well-choreographed pit stop. Bradley Ellis getting... Is that Bradley Ellis getting out or getting in?
Bradley Ellis spotted in the pit lane.
Yes, Bradley Ellis is out. I can tell now by his the frame. He's a big lad, is Bradley. And I think that was Holloway who got in the car. Is that David Holloway?
Yep.
Who's got in the car? Yeah, and he's back out. We are just 2 garages away from the GP Elite pit, and we will...
Any word from them, Joe, about what happened?
I'm going to ask. Any news whatsoever? Nothing at all. No.
Nothing at all. No. Just 46 minutes in, leading the last 2 hours, but yeah, I think we've done everything all right. We've done everything okay, and it's just a mechanical. It's in the end, it's a mechanical sport, and it can happen. But yeah, it's really.
Could it have, he had a sideways moment and then he stopped. Could that have been, would a drive shaft stop him being able to drive back?
No, I think when I was in the car, I already heard something weird with the car. So I know we all also had like a lot of flat tires. So I think there's something because of like driving like not like the right way. So I think there's something damaged maybe in the gearbox or differential. But yeah, I think we can't do much about it. I think we were like super quick the whole 12 hours. So yeah, it is what it is.
So, I'm sorry. Who am I talking to?
Lucas.
Lucas.
Lucas Gronholm.
Lucas, it's cruel. There's no other word for it. It's very cruel. Because like you say, you guys couldn't do any more. And 45 minutes to the flag, this happens.
Yeah, it is what it is. Let's go to Dubai 24 hours then.
That's the spirit. Yeah.
Good spirit. Lucas Gronholm talking to Joe Bradley down there in the pit lane. Yeah, maybe differential or gearbox. It looked to me as though that was stuck in third as well. He couldn't do any shifting. Or maybe it just went completely. That's very unusual for a Porsche gearbox. But,
that's the first one I've seen for a long time, John.
This is, we're now into, this is what, the third end of the second season of that 992. Yep. we had 5 championships around the world that got the 992s 2 seasons ago, and then we added in the most of the rest of the world this year, this motorsport year, and plenty of them being built. I did the commentary on the Carrera Cup North America presented by Visit Cayman Islands, the Carrera Cup Asia, both of them running 992 Cup cars. We've seen 992 cars, Cup cars running in Creventic, up to and including the 24 hours of Barcelona, and we've not seen anything like this. That is extraordinary. 992, sorry, my apologies. This is not a 992 Cup car, this is GT3. This is a GT3, this is the outgoing 991.2. My apologies, the orange paint always reminds me of Red Camel. But even so, that is even more unusual, Phil, because this is such a known quantity.
Well, the GT3 Cup car, they are such a known quantity. So, as though he was saying, maybe it's the way they've had to adjust their driving and putting load on the car, where they're having to turn 20 tighter, changing the way that they shift down through the box, going in there to try and. It could be a myriad of things that have just combined to cause the issue. It'd be very interesting to hear the wrap-up of that, which we'll find out probably at the Dubai 24 Hours. Just the leader down in the fuel station at the moment.
Absolutely smart. Shane Lewis came in whilst we were talking about his Grunwald.
Yeah, did he? I will only find out whether he actually stopped and changed.
He's got to get out of that car.
Yeah, so once he leaves the fuel station, it should click over, and we'll find out who's in there for the last 37 minutes 40 seconds at this the 12 hours of Kuwait here.
CP can't need that much fuel. And it's Charles Esplanade.
Yes.
I think that's very smart.
Yeah,
Charles,
proper.
who was putting in some fast laps early on. So Charles will bring the car home with his Movember stash, which he's kept on. Very, very superstitious about that. I know we're into December, but he said I couldn't take it off whilst we still had one more race to go. Under 1 minute to the end of Code 60. Some very, very good recovery work. And once again, thank you to all of the corner workers, marshals, flaggers, and indeed all the volunteers here who have helped us out, whether you're on the security at the gates and have been waving us through in the morning. You've all had brilliant smiles and great attitudes. Thank you very much indeed. We go back to green with just under 37 minutes to go. And Charles Esplanade has come out just before the green. That is an absolutely perfect stop. He gets everything done under the Code 60, and as he comes out, he gets back up to speed.
And he only needed to take half fuel anyway, because he's only got 36 minutes to run.
Now, Zaid Ashkanani will come round, I think, next time around and take second place, and that means that in 4 laps' time, or round about 8 or 9 minutes, if that number 32 car can't be fixed, we're going to have a Cup car on the overall podium. We will replace one orange Dutch car with another, but from a different category. Quite extraordinary stuff.
The 32 has been the GT class leader hour 1, and then from hour 3 to hour 11. So it's just unbelievable. And that was swapping back between the 32 and the 85. Right. Outright race lead. The 85 have led from the second hour to the 6th hour, and then back in the lead from the 8th hour up until just then in the 11th hour. KTM's back out on the circuit.
That was almost 150 laps for Team GP Elite in the lead. They took it when the CP Racing car ended in the gravel. They had done about 60 laps in the lead, and now they are back in the lead again. That is the 12th lead change between 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars. Yeah, 12th between 5 teams, I reckon that is. Well, this sport can be very, very cruel sometime, but my goodness me. you've got to say that the Red Camel, Jordan.NL car, they have been running to a pace, I think.
I totally agree, and I'm touching a lot of wood here with 34 minutes to go.
Yeah.
But yeah, the family has been doing an absolutely amazing job, and
Paul Trustwell, don't forget, is their
yes,
strategist.
Indeed.
Brain the size of a planet, quite a large planet at that.
We're not talking Mercury or Mars. We're talking Saturn or Jupiter.
Yeah, we are.
Brain.
Brain the size of a planet. He'll have been looking at what times they had to do, and given all the issues that we had earlier on and the potential for mechanical failure. You talked about Colin Chapman, the legendary Lotus founder, team manager, engineer and strategist, because he did everything back in his day, the man with the corduroy cap.
Made the tea too.
Yeah, he always used to say, win the race in the slowest possible time. You do. This is a timed race, but all you've got to do is get to the end without anybody else passing you. You don't have to be racing at full speed all the time. And Paul would have set the lap time to aim for each of the three breakers, and that's what they were doing. There was a time in the middle of the race when Rick was in the race when I was feared for that car because I thought it was going too slowly. Well, what do I know? Never doubt the trussers. Never. If you haven't read Paul's blog, actually, it's on Blogspot, and he posted a new one, I think, last week about what he's been doing. Great to see him here as well. So CP Racing now, and confirmed in second place that the Paul sitting Team Kuwait car, Zaid Ashkanani, comes through. The gap is going to be around about 6 minutes between first and second. Team GP Elite have not yet returned to the pits.
There they are, right there.
They're still on the return road. Well, nothing but drama. Phil Anson, what do you make of that? The racing gods giveth and the racing gods taketh away.
Some people call that karma. I just call that really bad luck. You know, a mechanical this late in the race is just something that you don't wish on anybody. Having a mechanical drama in a Porsche is almost unheard of.
Well, one of our traditions in the last few races has been to speak with our broadcast colleagues here on Radio Short Limited and find ourselves a spirit of the race. Hashtag this is endurance. This has been a tough one here because there's so many people who've been fighting against all kinds of challenges, most of which have not been of their own making. I think particularly of Leipert, the 710 car got their container at 11 o'clock last night. The team have pulled a complete 24-hour stint. That's the feeling. An EB Motors car off down at turn number 5, and that car is running high as well. That's the second place car, and somehow managed to get back on the track, battling with one of the QMMF cars. We've also had, of course, the Vortex doing well this weekend. We've had the two Hoffa Racing cars, both now back running, 332 and leading 331, and they look like they're going to be podiums in TCE. But for their unstinting work, which has been absolutely superb, the Spirit of the Race Award, hashtag this is endurance, goes to the KTM Crossboard GTX team. A full change of motive power unit and gearbox, and then another fix that had to be done. Haytham Karajouli is out in the car at the moment. We'll make that presentation shortly for the Razun More Than Racing team. They're going to finish on the podium in GTX, a little further down than they would have wanted. Meantime, into the pit lane, Team GP Elite on the end of a tow rope. The car has no drive. They come out somewhat resigned in their body language. Oh, my goodness me.
so cruel at this hour of the race. We've seen it in so many endurance as the team jump in to get the driver out, but what can you say?
We were talking about Ukyo Katayama at Le Mans, chasing down the lead BMW with a car that was going so well, had to go offline to pass a back marker, and a piece of errant gravel punctured a tyre, and by the time he come in and changed it, the BMW was up the road. In fact, actually took the race by a full lap, a full 8.5 miles at Le Mans. This is the sort of thing that endurance racing throws up, Phil.
It is indeed, and that's why we love it. That's why we think that, these teams and these drivers, they know the joy of winning, but they also know the bitter disappointment of that right there, the GP Elite team. But as they said, we'll come back stronger in Dubai. There's always a positive at the end of that, and that's what good endurance racers have. They look forward, they'll work out what the issue was, and they will move forward from that in order to get their best chance in Dubai.
Last half an hour, here's the class leaders. We have got the CP Racing Machine leading overall by just under 6 minutes, actually, 5 minutes and 40 seconds. Zaid Ashkanani has just put his and the car's best second sector in of the whole race. So don't tell me there's more to come on this one then. Team GP Elite in the pit lane. You don't have to be running to be scored here, but they'll want to see what is going on. They've dropped 6 laps to the lead now, and Red Camel Jordan will come through next time around and in fact go into third. So the 909, when it crosses the line next time around, will be scored on the screens in third position. Effectively, they've already gone through and taken that place because they're rolling, and the other car has only just gone into the pit lane. So Red Camel Jordan leading the 992 category ahead of a slew of Porsches right the way down to 9th position. Then we've got the GTX leader, the Lightman car. Behind that is the GT4 leader, the Century Motorsport, David Holloway driven Aston Martin Vantage. And then our next class leader is the BBR Cooper Leon competition.
New steering wheel coming out for the 32.
And finally, the TC leader, Hoffer Racing by Bonk, Harman Bock leading that category from the team car. They're going to be on the overall podium. The other TCRs have fallen by the wayside.
Wow.
Quite remarkable stuff. Wolf Power Racing, they were in contention for the spirit of the race. They've got that car going again. Some 50, 60 laps down and would not give up. Amazing stuff. Team GP Elite now scored in the pit lane, but down in 4th position, and Luke Broikes will have heard over the radio that he's in 3rd overall in the motor race and in the GT category. Extraordinary stuff from that team.
Indeed, and I just heard Joe say that the 32, they're changing the steering wheel. So could that
Oh
be
my goodness, is that
could that be the issue?
It's a process of elimination. It's easy to change the steering wheel than take the clutch out.
True.
Or the diff, or change the drive shaft, or whatever. Well, there was obviously a problem with Dan Van Gook changing gear because he was stuck in 3rd, saw the onboard, he went sideways. That may have been because he couldn't downshift, of course,
possibly
into turn 7, and then it got a bit sideways because he was going rather quicker than he thought. It's just as bad not being able to downshift going into the corner as it is not being able to upshift coming out of it. It really upsets the rhythm of the driver and
the balance of the car.
That last downshift you sometimes use to rotate the car, don't you?
Yep.
Just a little bit, particularly on paddle shift cars. Oh my goodness me. What a last, 3 hours really?
Yeah, it's all kicked off.
Look at the timing screen now, and CP Racing are back on top, and you think, well, not much has happened. Oh, how wrong you
They were in
be.
the gravel.
Yeah, 2 hours ago they were in the gravel, cursing their luck.
Oh dear.
Unbelievable. Got to say, I just wonder, they had to roll with the punches there and change their tactics. And Shane Lewis couldn't go at the end of the race, but he was gaining on the leader. And how much strain, therefore, did Dan had to put on that car? And was that a contributing factor?
Well, you could see he was taking 1 to 2 seconds out of lap, and he would have known that. And it was, do you push harder to try and reduce the deficit? And they would have known that he would have had to pit and change because he would have run out of run out of drive time. So yeah, a very difficult situation, and you're also looking at if there's a 60, we're okay here. You know, we're going to be okay. We've got a pit stop up our sleeve, but wow, swings and roundabouts, John. That's what it is, and that's endurance racing, and it can be the fun swings for some and the bad roundabouts for others, and it definitely is that way for the 32.
Big happy birthday to Right Turn Lover, by the way, who's tuned in from all of us here on the broadcast, one of our most fervent supporters and staunchest critics when we get things wrong, and that's fine as well because it's always done in the most positive of way. RTL, thanks for your support, mate, down through the years, and we've had a good one today. I know it will have been a difficult day for you. Rob Chalmers saying Porsche gearbox normally let you drive them where they tear themselves apart. See the Spa 24 a couple of years ago when Nick Tandy drove the last 7 laps with a cement mixer full of spanners sound coming from the gearbox. I remember that. I talked to Nick about that quite recently, actually. Let's quickly run through the Continents, Championship of the Continents. CP Racing 74 points to Lightbird 68 and Veely Motorsports 65. That's your top 3. Veely by 1 point at the moment ahead of Red Camel Jordan. Ooh. And then another point back to QMMF by HRT. And so that is so tight. Veely on 65, Red Camel on 64, 63 by QMMF. That's how that one stands in the GT. No surprises in TCR. BBR have wrapped it up with 75, 62 for AC Motorsport, 58 for Wolf Power, 45 for the 332 Hoffer racing car, and Holmgaard, who we haven't seen since Spa, is on 36. 102. That was the last time we saw the Golf, I think, but from Holmgaard Motorsport. Well. It's not very often I'm lost for words, Phil, to be honest, but
the only time you are, John, is after Le Mans, where you actually run out of words.
Well, yes, I've used my allocation.
Exactly.
I'm very quiet on the drive home and for the next couple of days.
Thank you, Eve, for that one.
Yes, it's absolutely true. It was a very good observation. I actually drove home myself this year, and even I were separate cars because of the way the logistics work. Actually, we were in matching blue Porsches. Her in the estate and me in our car.
So jealous.
And it was quite nice being on my own because there was no expectation of any conversation. So it was quite. The only people I had to speak to was.
I'm ready for the presentation.
Was when I got to Carrefour to buy my shopping. I didn't even have to speak to anybody at the peage because I've got a little blipper now. We were talking about what a difficult decision we had to make here on RSL and the broadcast team for our Spirit of the Race. Joe Bradley is down in the pit lane, ready with the team, who are the very worthy recipients. Joseph?
Absolutely worthy. I'm not sure if, we call it the Spirit of the Race Award, but it's kind of like the craziest people in the race award, isn't it, really? Dominic Holbert. Dominic, just give our viewers and listeners an idea of the issues that you guys went through with this KTM. If I could just bring you forward a second. Just give us an idea of what you had to do with this car to keep it going.
First of all, congratulations to the whole team. They changed the total engine in approximately 2 hours. Afterwards, after 3 hours, we had to change the alternator. So great job of the guys. And it's a bit hard for us because overall we were in 4th position, leading really safely, GTX class. But we never ever give up. So we came back stronger and looking forward to Dubai.
We look forward to seeing you in Dubai. All of your bad luck is gone, so Dubai will be perfect. Peter Fry from Creventic has a beautiful trophy for you, and it's those guys and girls there, isn't it? They're the people who did all the hard work. 2 hours for an engine and gearbox change. Fantastic. Congratulations. Well done.
Thanks a lot, Andy. You can give it directly to the mechanics.
Well done, guys.
Brilliant stuff. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Peter. And well done to Razun More Than Racing. Haitham Karajuli is out in the car at the moment. Well deserved for the spirit of the race for the 12 hours of Kuwait here. Brilliant stuff. Under 2 hours for an engine and gearbox change, even in a race car. Even in perfect conditions. Look, it's not raining. They've got plenty of room. Nice wide garages here. But even so, I am very, very impressed by that.
It's a production-based car, to be honest, John, isn't it? ADM.
Let's remember, as Joe's just said, yes, that is a production-based car that has gone racing. But it's not, you know, it's not a massive series production car. It's a bespoke machine. But even so, I think that's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. What we're going to do, the engine's gone. All right, shall we retire it? No, we'll change the engine.
Not a chance. No, engine and alternator done.
Engine and gearbox in one unit. And then it ran for an hour and the alternator packed up. So then they had to change the alternator as well. And it's still out there, it's still circulating, and they will be on the podium for GTX.
And can I just add, to change the alternator, he had to climb in with the engine.
That's right, of course, we saw that. The hot engine, which is a turbocharged unit, so everything is super hot, with arm guards on, with, I don't know, did he have tin foil on his feet? I've got no clue what he was walking on to do that, but that was brilliant by that engineer, by that mechanic. Well, we have now got 3 992 Porsches ahead of the stranded GP Elite car. It is not yet returned from the pits. Joe's next stop is to find out what's happened with that car and whether we'll see it back again. I suspect not. They must be absolutely crushed. Really good point on at RSL_studio. And coming in from Dave. Thank you, Dave. We really have to congratulate the team who designed the Kuwait circuit at Kuwait Motor Town. The level of illumination is excellent. Great for fans and TV, and it is, by the way. We can see all around the track, and so can the fans who are with us here. The level of illumination is great for fans and TV to see what's happening, but not so bright it looks like a video game. Great balancing act, well executed. Dave, you've said it better than
all of us.
Yes. Nail, head, hit, rearrange.
Oh, with a sledgehammer.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really nailed that. And yeah, have a look at this. This is the start finish straight. You know, there is illumination there, but it's just right. And they've made it unique, I think is the word I'm looking for. A very unique circuit to race on. And the memories going away from here for all of us and for all of the teams will be, okay, they got the circuit right. That is an amazing circuit to drive. Okay, they absolutely nailed that. When we're off the circuit, when we're in the pits and in the paddock, everything works. Everything functioned perfectly. The way that the fueling station was laid out, the penalty box, the way everything worked with the pits being in the shade for the entire day, the grandstand being in the shade so nobody gets sunburned when they're coming here to watch the race. Lots of things on this circuit have really, really shone to me.
Yeah, in every sense of that word. Ian McCarthy sums it up for me. I dare say you could call this a very 24-hour race on a very 24-hour series race on a very 24-hour series circuit. Pithy, like it.
Yeah.
Like it a lot. I want to give a special mention actually to the Vili by EB Motorsports machine, because that car has literally brightened up my day. It looked great during practice. I can't remember them turning on the light bars during the darkness practice in qualifying. If they did, I apologise.
We would have seen. We would have picked that up.
It's absolutely superb. Matches the colourway of the car. They're going to run to a second place in class. HRT Performance. Remember, this is just a 2-driver team. had the backup of a third driver should they need it, but they haven't used that. That's just Harry Hilders and Guy Bessem. Fantastic stuff in that dark grey.
Oh, I love that colour.
It looks good.
It really, when I saw it up close yesterday, I went, wow.
There's a lot of detail under that colour.
Massive amount of detail. I was actually looking at it from the grandstand yesterday, and it looks amazing. The amount of, as you said, the detail in the wrap is really, really good.
NKPP, long-time supporter of both Harry and Geese. That will be a class podium for them, and 5th position overall. Just off the podium, Rabdan Motorsport, QMMF. Well, two very, very good performances from the two Qatari Motorsport and Motorcycle Federation machines. The 929 and the 930. One of them, of course, not getting here. Those cars, again,
well, they're doing a good job, and I'd like to give a big shout out to the boss of the QMMF, Amro Al-Hamid, good mate of mine, multiple radical champion in the Middle East, and a great friend, and well done, mate, getting a couple of cars here with your sponsorship on them.
When you have it, when you're supporting motorsport, I know it sounds obvious, but the Kuwait Motorsport and Motorcycle Federation should be supporting motorsport. But you'd be surprised around the world how many bodies like that, they administer the support, the sport, that don't necessarily put money back into it.
Exactly.
In a very visible way that's happened here.
And you've got a guy who's in charge of that, who was up until 3 years ago racing most weekends.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's a racer. He understands, and the way that he administers things there. And I now have friends who work there with him. Amazing place, and they've done amazing things. So well done, Amro, and the team is doing really well, and I'll catch you in Qatar for the Grand Prix.
Very good. Well, I think we can say with just under a quarter of an hour to go that we've had a successful first meeting here. The systems have been tested, they have not been found wanting. We had one little issue with the tow car pulling away rather too quickly, but other than that, the recoveries have been considered, they've been accurate, the marshalling's been very good indeed. Particularly note and a word of thanks to the marshals who were on the penalty box, who are there to monitor the penalties, time the penalties and tick them off the list on the computer, who had to grab the fire extinguisher when the KTM came in with its problem when it had the oil fire after it punched the hole in the side of the block. Well, that's not their job, that's not what they're there for, but the fire extinguisher was there. Well, in fairness, young Hatham knew exactly where it was, and they were straight into it, and that could have been much worse than it was.
Oh, most definitely. And it was a baptism of fire for them.
Ka-ching.
I just
get you caught now, Anson.
But it was, and it was for everybody around the circuit. How to put on a 12-hour race as your first international? Seriously? Who would
12-hour multi-class
race? Who would actually offer that out? You'd want a couple of sprints just to sort it all out and whatever. No.
The systems work.
Yeah, we're going to put everybody out there for the entire 12 hours. Off you go. Let's get this done. And they have done it, and they've done it well.
With style and panache, if I may say so.
Exactly.
I've said this before, but it made such a difference. People are smiling here.
Yes.
People are enjoying it. And it's, people saying, let's park your car here with a big smile.
We get jaded, John. That's what happens with us. We get jaded because we don't get this, because we go to a lot of circuits where it's polite, but it's business.
Polite and efficient.
Yeah, efficient. But this has another level to that. We've been greeted so warmly, and it's genuine enthusiasm. And I think that's a big difference. Right from anybody who is helping clearing the lunch away, etc., guys on the gates, to the boss. Everybody has the same attitude. We want this to succeed.
Well, I hope we can come back here again. We haven't announced what is going on for the trophy, the Middle East trophy next year. Those discussions are, I'm sure, ongoing. Not our announcement to make. But between Creventic and the powers that be here, Dubai and Abu Dhabi, I'm sure the conversations are going on, and as soon as we get to here, you'll know about it. We'll be talking to Creventic throughout our coverage of the races from Dubai onwards. And what an exciting calendar that is looking like. Dubai, then Abu Dhabi, then we have got Italy, Spa-Francorchamps. That's Monza. That's Mugello, Spa-Francorchamps, back to Monza, and then Estoril, Barcelona to finish off the season.
It's a good season. It's a cracker, isn't it?
Well, that's that is why people want to do this.
Yes. Look at the places you race.
Phil, if you and I had a bit of spare money,
a lot of spare money, quite.
Yeah. And what would you do? You'd have a Carrera Cup car, and if you were based in Europe, you would at least do all the European races.
Of course. And we've had people from Dubai go and do that. We've had people from the Middle East series go across and continue to race in this series.
It's a relatively compact schedule. Normally 3, maximum 4 days.
Yep.
So you can fly out on a Wednesday and fly back depending on the race ends, either on a Sunday or on a Monday. So, all right, you're taking half a week off, but if you're a businessman who has responsibilities, it's not like you're away for 10 days every time there's a race.
The other side of this, John, is Creventic look after you. Transportation, all of the things that happen is managed by the team that is down behind us and down in race control, who looked after us from the moment we walked in this morning, like they do every time we turn up to a race.
And every single team gets looked after. So you turn up, you say, hello, I'm Joe Bloggs from Joe Bloggs Racing, and the staff at the Welcome Centre hand you an envelope. There's all your accreditation, there's your catering, there's all the vouchers you need, there's your car parking, there's your box full of tabards for your pit guys, the whole lot. And I've seen that that's why the Creventic team are in early, because they're making all these things up on site. That doesn't happen by the accreditation fairies, does it? They don't. The elves just don't come out and do that.
We were talking to them earlier on today when we were down there getting the grids, which they so kindly printed for us, and it was still like, when are you guys going home? So I'm playing 9 o'clock tomorrow. And she goes, we still have to pack all the containers. We're not going home until Monday.
That's right.
There's still a lot of work to do.
Yeah, absolutely right. We're inside the last 7 minutes, and
it hasn't been 12 hours, John.
It doesn't feel like it at all, does it? Charles Espenlaub has got just over 5 minutes in hand. So we're looking at 3, possibly 4 laps from here now. Well within the capability of Charles and the car. The car is fueled. It's got relatively recent Hankook tyres. Goes down the inside of the Century car. Who makes room. Nicely done.
Well done.
Everybody concerned. The Aston Martin just moving over a little bit. As the KTM Crossbow, fired up by the fact they've won the Spirit of the Race Award, has just put the fastest GTX lap of the race in with 6 minutes to go. And that is Haytham's lap. So he's just taken fastest lap of the race in class as well as Spirit of the Race.
Unbelievable stuff. This late in the piece with 5:40 on the clock.
Nothing wrong with the way they put that car back together.
I think they've done it very, very well with Joe Bradley overlooking.
So clearly, Haytham comes in at the end of the race and goes, guys, why didn't we have that engine in to start with?
True.
I'm only joking. Excellent stuff. Fastest laps of the race, by the way, in classes. We had ARC Bratislava go back out and take the fastest lap of the GT3 category. I've mentioned the GTX category already. In TC, it was the number 331 Hoffa racing car, obviously the more powerful of the two machines. In TCR, BBR, the cars, the team winning 201.297, and in GT4, 3:30. So the fastest TCR lap was faster than the fastest GT4 lap from Century Motorsport, and that only leaves the 992 category, and that was taken by, I think, the Veely Motorsport by EB Motors. Yes, it was the 955. Well, what a season it's been for the two Charles, Esplanade in the car now, and Charles Putnam of CP Racing, along with Joe Foster and Shane Lewis. That quartet have more than proved themselves. They've been around the sport collectively for a very long time, and individually they have dedicated themselves to this sport as a career or as businessmen who race. And it has been a tremendous run. They're just pumping up the American football at the moment.
Oh dear.
To make sure they've got something to throw on Charlie. And Charlie Putman must feel as though there's a bit of redemption there, because he was the one who put the car in the gravel. Yes, there was another car involved, but my goodness, he was man enough to walk out and speak to us in front of the cameras, as they always are. Through with 2 more laps to go. Oh, a bit of a sidearm there. A bit of a sidearm. Oh, this is going to end in tears. They're now throwing the American football around.
Don't throw the ball in the pits, guys.
Yeah, I can feel that going horribly wrong. And Shane Lewis is the voice of reason, and he tucks it under like a tailback, going for a 2-yard run to the touchdown, and protects the ball. The All-American team with the red, white and blue AMG Mercedes that has been part of this series for such a long time. 50 races for the team principals. They've already won 1 championship this year, and they will add the football. Every time I say that, football getting thrown around.
Wincing.
They will add the championship of the continent to that. And of course, they take max points in the Middle East Trophy. Now, we know they'll be at Dubai because their Dubai car is here. They gave it a shakedown and matched up some brake sets, ran in some brake sets earlier on in the week in one of the private tests. The question will be, do they then stay on for the 6 hours? I think they're going to have to, aren't they?
Well, Middle East Trophy, it's there. Who wants to be the first winner of that?
Can only be one first winner.
Exactly.
So they will go down in history. This has been an historic season for them.
Yeah.
So many times they've been so close to the overall victory. They clinched an overall victory in a race of attrition in that blazing heat of Portimao. And that sounds silly for me saying that here, but 43 Celsius on the grid as we started that race. And it barely lifted off all the way through. That was Wimbledon men's final day, I seem to remember, that we were doing that. My goodness me, what a victory that was. Taking the European Championship and now adding a second championship and a second overall victory. What a 2022 for CP Racing and for all the team, based in Germany. And there's a great team spirit from these guys. The race director has let it be known that this is the final, just over 3 miles, 5.5 or thereabouts kilometres. And the red, white and blue, well, we're only a week or so after Thanksgiving, that most American of holidays. And the team with the stars and stripes proudly displayed, and with a red, white and blue car, will come around to take victory here, which looked in the bag for such a long time. They led a huge portion of this race, and it seemed with what just under 2 hours to go that just over 2 hours to go, excuse me, that it had been taken from them with the tiniest of mistakes. Really had it was one of those small mistakes that had huge consequences. And then a mechanical failure by the car that had benefited from their misfortune puts them right back in the driving seat. To be fair, their tactics had to change. They did. And Shane Lewis was put in and set to stun. And he put the pressure on. And they come home to win. CP Racing wins the first ever Kuwait Motor Town Hankook 12 hours. They're hanging on the fences. They've had the T-shirts printed as well. Joe Bradley is down there. What a season 2022 for CP Racing.
The T-shirts came out, but no one dared put the T-shirt on until he was on that final lap, Shane. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. These guys just worked so hard for this all year long. It's awesome to be here in Kuwait. Beautiful facility. Glad we got a chance to get this race going, and it was just, not many times am I speechless, but we worked so hard, and we thought we had it lost, and it came back to us. I pushed as hard as I could at the end. Everybody did an amazing job. You watch those pit stops, they were fantastic. Car was beautiful. Thank you for Mercedes for an AMG for an awesome car. Thank you to CP Racing, Charlie, all he does. Thank you guys for all you do, taking it home to all the fans.
With drama like that, Shane, it makes our job very easy. I want to get the boss man who's hugging his team. Charles, what drama there.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Yeah.
Joe, don't go away.
Yeah, stay here, Joe.
I'm just saying, what drama. I mean, if we were writing the script, that's exactly how we would have written it.
Well, you know, as we got into that last 30 minutes or so, just before the 32 car broke, you know, I said, well, you know, they've got us on pace, they're looking good. You know, we're happy with this second place. And then I said, you know, the only thing would change that is something happened, you know, those guys. And you never wish that on anybody. In fact, I'm going to go down here as soon as we get through here and tell those guys job well done, because they really did do a great job. But yeah, you never know. That's why they say it's not over till it's over.
Yeah, that's why we love endurance racing. Joe, champions of the continent, first round of the Middle East Championship, 2 rounds to go. It's never ending, is it?
It's always something. What a great event, and obviously very up and down for all the teams. Adapting to the new circuit, adapting to the circumstances. Some of the folks, as you know, just got their cars and still had great races, and so we learned a lot. We had a great time, and ups and downs for everybody. So super grateful to Charlie and the team.
What a 2022. European champions, you won your first ever overall race. I would have lost money if someone had said you hadn't already done that. Here we are, another overall win. I mean, 2022 has got to be a year, maybe in 20 years, Charlie, when you look back and you think, yeah, that's probably going to be the best one.
No, you really do have to remember these, because they, no matter what you do, they just don't happen very often. And so you really cherish them when they do, when everything aligns and it comes together. But I've got such a great team. These guys are like a family. They're like brothers. They love each other. They love us. We love them. And it just makes for, and here he comes.
Yeah, let's go and see Charles. Let's go, guys. We're going to see Charles Espinlod.
Let's round up the positions in the champion of the continent, winning in this race in the TCE category, the BBR team, and they will take the TCE part of the championship. The class winners, Red Camel, Jordan.nl, third, by the way, overall, take an overall podium, and also take the 992 category. In GTX, Leipert Motorsport, Greg Gorski brought that car home in 10th position. Century Motorsport, the GT4 winners in 11th position with the Aston Martin. BBR won TCR, as I mentioned, and in TC, a first and second for Hope for Racing, and they are second and third overall in the TC Endurance category. And Charles Esplanade can barely believe it as he's got out of the car. Congratulates the team straight away. And just to underline what we were talking about there for the championship of the continent, confirmed then CP Racing takes it in GT with 74 points to a very, very good fight from Leipert Motorsport in second. They come home on 68 points. They couldn't have done any more today. They got the win in class. They effectively just didn't do quite as well at Dubai at the start of the year. Vili Motorsport by EB Motors in third position on 65. And how close was that with Red Camel Jordan on 64 in fourth, 63 QMMF by HRT Thorea Kata in 5th position. And in TCE, the Championship of the Continents, BBR with 75 points, 62 points in 2nd for AC Motorsport. Not their day today.
Charles Espinal.
And in 3rd place, Wolf Power Racing on 58. Charles Esplanade, the only member of CP Racing we haven't spoken to. He was a bit busy bringing the car home, Joe Bradley.
I've already spoke to your
pressure at
teammates.
all.
I've already spoken to your teammates, Charles. You had the job of bringing it home. What was the heart rate like?
Oh, honestly, that's most nerve-wracking stuff you can do, right? You just try to do a pace so you don't keep everything warm, but you're listening to every little gear turn and every little valve open and close, and it's like, oh, okay, I think we got this. Obviously, the CP Racing guys give us a great car. AMG is an awesome, awesome machine. Great success this year. We had the strategy to take the battle to them to the end, and we were hoping for it. We needed a little bit of luck. I hate that they had bad luck. Those guys drove a really good race. They were fast the whole time. We were looking to take them to the end. You know, it would have been great, but we'll take it. But I would have rather raced them right to the finish.
I'm sure you would. Well done, mate. Congratulations. CP Racing's Charles Espinal, the driver that did finish the car, and on the overall podium, a 992 class winner is the Red Camels Jordan, and I've got Luke Broikers. Luke, you are 3rd overall, you know that, don't you?
Yeah, I just heard. So they said 3rd, you have to go underneath the podium. I was like, what? So yeah, really happy with that one.
Yeah, that was, 992 class is always very competitive. You started the car, you finished the car. You've done some cracking shifts today, mate.
Yeah, I was a lot in the car, I think, and it was just a lot of fun. It was really competitive with Willie. Great job to them. We had a fun fight. It was really good today.
Where is your dad and your brother? Are they over there? We'll see them on the podium. Well done, Luke.
Thank you.
That was a very strategically sound race, exactly what you'd expect with Paul Trustwell calling the strategy there. The waxing gibbous moon just being covered by a little bit of late night cloud as we're just beyond midnight here in Kuwait. Well, I'm not even sure how we begin to sum that up. Thank you to you all for listening and watching around the world and tweeting to us at RSL Studio. Always lovely to hear what you think. Adam says, I raised my eyebrows when the event was first announced. I was not even aware there was a circuit in Kuwait, but everyone involved has put on a fantastic race. Looking forward to re-watching this from the beginning, says Jerry Z. Can't believe how much I missed, but still felt like there was plenty of excitement, even just listening to the audio. Thank you for your kind words, all of you. That's the end of our racing season on RSL. We'll stay with the celebrations, of course, for those of you watching the international stream. We'll be back on Wednesday with Midweek Motorsport at 8 o'clock. It's not that long before we have more racing for you. The Raw before the 24 comes straight after Dubai. So we've got Dubai the 24. We've got the Abu Dhabi 6 hours, which rounds off the trophy of the Middle East. Then we've got the Raw before the 24, the 24 hours, the Rolex 24 hours itself, and then the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12 hours. That's all to come in sound and vision. What a great run by the local teams as well. It'll be Joe and Nick to go through the formalities for those of you here at the circuit. My great thanks to Phil Anson and to pit lane commentators who've also given us spells up here. It would be wrong of me not to talk about this season without saying thank you very much to Creventic, to all the circuits we've been to our volunteer marshals, but especially to our colleagues at 021. It's been an absolute cracker. Thank you very much indeed, guys. So let's take a look at the final results. Provisional though they are, confirming the top three as CP Racing in the 85, the 47 Team Kuwait by MRS GT Racing. What a result for them. Took pole position and came up to second position. They'd dropped down a wee bit and had their trials and tribulations. Great result. Great result for the Red Camel Jordans, top of the shop in 992, but obviously they have also got the 3rd position on the podium. Veely Motorsport by EB Motors gave them a good run, as did HRT. Rabdan in 6th. Then the first of the QMMF cars entered for this race, the Kuwait Motorcycle and Motorsport and Motorcycle Federation. GP Elite dropping down at the end with that issue that befell Dan van Gogh, and unfortunately they finished in the pit lane. Just outside the top 8 then, the second of the QMMF cars, the number 930. Then Lightbot winning GTX in 10th. Century winning GT4 in 11th with the Aston. RHC Jorgensen kept them pretty honest until the later stages of the race. Lion Speed Racing in 13 with the Cayman. Vortex in 14th, second in GTX. Razzoon More Than Racing in GTX in 15th position for the crossbow, winning our Spirit of the Race award. ARC Bratislava with issues. They decided to step away from the race, but they did take the fastest lap of the race later on. We'll go to BBR Racing in just a second after we've seen the TCE results, which is BBR who have taken it. Hoffer Racing by Bonk in 2nd in the M2. Their team car in 3rd. Wolf Power in 4th. And AC Motorsport in the AC Motorsport in the 5th position. And the BBR winning team are with Joe Bradley in TCE.
It was Tanat Thirikul. I hope I got that right, Tanat. Congratulations. Touring Car Endurance Series 12 Hours of Kuwait winners. And BBR, what a year you guys have had.
Yeah, we have like a really amazing year this season. We didn't think it's gonna happen in the beginning, but like in the end, it's like all pay off.
Once again, the 12 Hours of Kuwait has been kind of like clockwork. I'm sure it's not quite like that from inside the team.
Yeah, we have like a little issue during like on a 8 hour, and but the team did like really amazing. They put us back in the fight again. Oh wow. They put us back on the track again, and after that we just like try to stay out of the trouble and get it back here in one piece.
You indeed. You've got some great teammates around you who tend to always push you forward for interviews. Is that always going to be the case?
Yeah, I think so. No, but next time I already told them it's going to be different.
Congratulations, we'll see you on the podium. Well done, BBR. They've been like a roller coaster, haven't they, in the TCR class, and of course the Touring Car Endurance Series.
A steamroller, yes, is what you meant.
That's it.
You said roller coaster.
I meant a steamroller.
I know you did. Don't worry, I've got your back. It's fine. Oh, magnificent stuff. Just that one little stumble at Spa. Talk about, Phil, before we go to the formalities.
Yep.
Let's have a quick chat about the local teams, the QMMF Cup cars, and of course the guys in second place who took the pole position, Team Kuwait by MRS, and a smattering of drivers from the GCC area throughout that 21-car grid.
Indeed, Saif Al Mahari in 6th position, running second in 992 AM from the UAE and the Rabdan Motorsport by Speed Lover. Then we have obviously Zayed Ashkanani in the Team Kuwait by MRS GT Racing, the Kuwaiti team there. A strong representation, as you said, QMMF, with those two cars fighting out 7th and 9th overall. How can we go past the 714 Haytham Kwarajuli in that car? You know, amazing
race at the end there in GTX.
Amazing stuff. And then Muhammad Al Sabri from Wolf Power Racing as well. So a large local contingent. It augurs very, very well for this to grow here.
Right. This is the first event. There's always a lot of attention onto it. It's delivered though, hasn't it?
With spades, literally, it has delivered beyond my expectations. And I know what Kuwaitis are capable of. I work in this region, and they have done a very, very solid job that other championships are going to look at this track now.
I totally agree with that. Let's remind ourselves of some of the highlights that we saw over the last 12 hours. Was it really 12 hours? Can't believe it. High noon, we got it underway, and this is what's happened.
Well, welcome to the podium to Mohammed Abdul Razak, General Manager of Kuwait Motortown. Mohammed, did you imagine it would be like it's been? It's been drama all the way from the very start.
Well, it's a dream come true in terms of a race. Drama not expected. But this is part of an endurance race, and we all enjoyed it. I wish everyone the best of luck, and next year, inshallah.
You must want to congratulate all of your staff here at KUWAIT Motortown. They've made us so welcome, and nothing has been a problem. The way that we've been able to go about our jobs, the way the teams have gone about their jobs to entertain us in such a way with such a great race, you must want to say thank you to them, certainly from me.
Let me tell you, I'm proud of each and every one of them. They put in 110% all weekend long, and I can't wish for a better team.
Where is KUWAIT Motortown going in the world of motorsport? I mean, all right, the pinnacle of the sport is arguably the World Endurance Championship, Formula One. Is that where you've got your sights set?
Well, we'll take it one step at a time for sure, and we'll take it from there with the whole community growing as a whole.
Now, I want to ask everybody down there if you've had a great time at the KUWAIT Motortown, and are we going to come back next year, everybody? Do you think we're going to? You can't hear me, can they? Right, I'm going to ask you, Mohammed. Can we come back next year?
We'll see you next year and several years forward ahead, inshallah.
Yeah, that's fabulous, fabulous. Can I say thank you very much, and thanks very much for the warm welcome here in Kuwait. I'm going to have my colleague Nick Damon join me. I'll let you go and celebrate with the winning drivers. Big round of applause for Mr. Abdul Razak. Well, Nick, it's been one of those endurance races that really delivered all the way to the very end. Your thoughts? I mean, it's what drama.
Yeah, I mean, we've had 12 hours of non-stop action. It started off after 6 laps with a puncture for the Lamborghini and didn't give up really till, for 10 minutes before the end. Yeah, fantastic driving, typical endurance racing, great action, great racing, great drama, good luck, bad luck, strange luck, and sprinkling of randomness as well.
I mean, we can't help but mention this track. I mean, we came here, it was an unknown quantity. It was an unknown quantity for the drivers, for the engineers, for us, and I'm going to say it, it's one of the best facilities I've seen, track-wise, from a driver's perspective, from an everything perspective.
It's a great track and it's raced well. It's it's caught some people out. You can be careful on the curbs. But yeah, I mean, I think we've seen this race really well. The cars suit it. All the classes raced well, and particularly I thought effectively. And it's a good challenge as well. But it's got a nice outer bit that's all quick, and it gets very twiddly in the middle.
Endurance racing is not something we usually see domination, and if you look back at 2022, you could arguably say that CP Racing has been quite dominant, but that's kind of like a false impression, isn't it?
I think they're a very professional team. They've been doing this for a long time. They understand Creventic. They understand what you need to do. They understand how to use the class system, by being an amateur team and then taking the disadvantage of that and moving the advantage. But they always know the most important thing, as it always is in endurance racing, is to keep on going round, keep on going round, keep on going round. One fast lap doesn't mean anything.
And that's exactly what our touring car endurance champions have done. BBR, they've had a faultless season. Apart from that little hiccup at Spa where they had that brake issue, they have literally been going round and round. And don't forget, behind BBR, behind the BBR sticker is Monlau Racing, a very well-drilled team.
Yeah, the tyre drivers, the 5 of them have been fantastic all season. They've just been the class of a very, very classy field, and I'm very surprised they managed to win so many races, because normally that's so nip and tuck, but they just blew everyone away with Monlau.
Your thoughts coming away from this? I mean, it's probably a question I can ask you next weekend after you've had a time to reflect, because it really has been a million miles an hour, but your early reflections on this week so far?
Yeah, I think we all came to Kuwait going, oh, another circuit in the Middle East, what's it going to be like? Well, the answer is it's a fantastic circuit in a very, very pleasant area, super facility, great town, great fun, good racing. What more can you want?
Yeah, absolutely. This circuit has certainly delivered some fantastic racing. The great news is we are coming back here next year. It's a 3-year contract. Certainly next year is announced already. I'm not sure where it's going to fit yet. The date has to be settled. I've heard it's going to be a little bit closer to Dubai, which means it's a little bit closer to the holiday season. Your thoughts on how a Middle East Championship is going to come together?
Just sounds like a 3 weeks holiday to me. Well, I've got to go back. Yeah, we'll stay.
the Middle East in December. It's not bad. We're about to go ahead with our trophy presentation now. So I'm gonna step down and grab some of the drivers you'll be seeing coming on here to be presented with their trophies.
Joe and Nick there on the podium for the formalities. Thank you for staying behind. For those of you who have attended this weekend, thank you very much indeed for being part of history being made here at Kuwait Motor Town. You only get the chance to do the first time at a new venue once, and it's been an absolute cracker. Lovely to see our marshals down there as well in the orange and all the recovery vehicles in the pit lane. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much indeed. Now for the formalities. For the first time, the Hankook 12 Hours of Kuwait here at Kuwait Motor Town, round one of the Middle East Trophy for 2022-23. Joe Bradley and Nick Damon have the podium.
Everybody. I think we've got the results for you. I've been asked a question. Has everyone had a great time here at Kuwait Motor Town? You probably did hear the announcement we've just made on TV, but the good news is we are coming back next year. How about a huge round of applause for everyone here at Kuwait Motor Town for the welcome that they've given us. Literally, we've come from all over the world, so I want to thank each and every one of the staff here at Kuwait Motor Town. So let's hear it. Kuwait Motor Town. Right, we should be getting underway with our trophy presentation. I'm just going to head back and just give them a little bit of a G up. Everybody, we are going to go ahead. Our GT overall podium. Please welcome to the podium in third place, also our 992 class winner, Eva Breukers, Luke Breukers, and Rick Breukers. Here. Third place. In second place, score 47, the team crewed by MRS GT Racing, Mohammed Al-Kazemi, Zaid Askanani, Ahmed Al-Gharem. And ladies and gentlemen, the inaugural winners of the Hankook 12 Hours of Kuwait. Car 85, CP Racing's Charles Putman, Charles Espenlaub, Joe Foster, and Shane Lewis. And now the national anthem of the winning team. The national anthem of the winning team. So our trophy presentations, please welcome to the podium to present our trophies.
First one is alternate. This one, Sheikh,
Sheikh Mubarak, Faisal, Nawaf Al Sabah, and Mohammed Abdul Razak. They will be presenting trophies first to our third place team, the Porsche 909 Red Camel Jordan's team of Evo Breakers, Luke Breakers, and Rick Breakers. Big round of applause for the trophy presentation. And second place trophies to be presented to the Car 47, the Team KUWAIT by MRS GT Racing, of Mohammed Al-Kazemi, Zayed Ashkanani, and Ahmed Al-Ghanem. And the winning trophy to our overall winners, the first Hankook 12 Hours of KUWAIT, Car 85's Mercedes, CP Racing, Charles Putman, Charles Espenlaub, and Joe Foster. And of course, Shane Lewis. Please hold your trophies high in the air, gentlemen, for the photographs. Big round of applause, everybody. The very first Hankook 12 Hours of KUWAIT here at KUWAIT Motortown. A fantastic event all week, and here are our winners. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, gentlemen. That is our overall GT winners, first, second, and third. CP Racing, the winner. Team KUWAIT by MRS GT Racing in second place, and the Red Camel team in third place. Our next presentation will be for our Touring Car Endurance Series. Our overall podium for Touring Car Endurance Series. Please welcome in third place, car 331. It's the Hofer Racing by Bonk Motorsport BMW of Michael Meyer, Martin Kroll, Michael Bonk, Rainer Bartel, and Herman Bock. And in second place, car 332, the Hofer Racing by Bonk Motorsport BMW. It's a second and third place. It's the same drivers, Michael Meyer, Martin Kroll, Michael Bonk, Rainer Bartel, and Herman Bock. And the winners of the series, the first Hankook 12 Hours of KUWAIT, car 159, the BBR Cupra of Pazarat Promsamamat,
Tanat Satyan Thirikul, Kandidi Kusini, Kandasa Kusini, and Orazom Osranubezin. And please welcome back to present our trophies, Mr. Mohammed Abdel Razak, the General Manager of Kuwait Motortown, to present second and third place trophies to the Hofer Racing by Bonk Motorsport entries, car 332 and 331, BMWs. It's Michael Mayer, Martin Kroll, Michael Bonk, Rainer Partel, and Herman Bonk. Congratulations, gentlemen. And the first place trophies to the BBR Cooper team to be presented by... you have second. Go ahead, Gary. Thank you. The Kuwait International Automobile Club, Ford Abu Araja. So second place trophies also to the Hofer Racing by Bonk Motorsport team. Mr. Fuad Abu Araja of the Kuwait International Automobile Club. That's our second place trophies being shared amongst the sim drivers who were second and third in 2 cars. And the winning trophies to be presented to the BBR Cooper team. Please welcome back Mr. Gary Willems and Mr. Fuad Abu Araja of the Kuwait International Automobile Club. I don't think it matters. A big round of applause, everybody. Our touring car endurance winners, Bonk Motorsport, Hofer Racing by Bonk Motorsport, and BBR. Well done, gentlemen. Hold your trophies high in the air. And a big congratulations, the first Hankook 12 Hours of Kuwait for touring car endurance. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Our next trophy presentation will be for our GT3 AM category. So thank you, gentlemen. Well done. A big congratulations to our touring car endurance winners, BBR, once again. So please welcome to the podium. In second place in GT3 AM, it's car 44, ARC Bratislava, Miro Konopka, Maciej Konopka, and Zdeno Mikuláško. Well done, guys. And in first place, please welcome back our overall winners, but also class winners in GT3 AM. It's the CP Racing Mercedes of Charles Putman, Charles Espenlaub, Joe Foster, and Shane Lewis. Please welcome to present our trophies. Trophies for you boys. So please welcome to the podium to present our trophies. First to second place, the RC Bratislava team. Second place in GT3 AM. A big round of applause, please. Second place, GT3 AM, RC Bratislava. And the winning trophies for GT3 AM will be presented to CP Racing. And then a very special presentation for this team. First place for GT3 AM. And our championship trophies for the Championship of the Continents to be presented also to the 2022 Champions of the Continents, CP Racing. That's Shane Lewis, Joe Foster, Charles Espinlau, and Charles Putman of CP Racing, everybody. Champions in the teams and drivers section. So champion drivers and CP Racing are 2022 champion team of the continents. Right, gentlemen, you may have to hold your trophies high in the air. So we've got more trophies for you, gentlemen. Oh, what a fantastic trophy that is. The Championship of the Continents trophy being awarded to Charles Putman, who will hold that trophy very high. The 2022 Champions of the Continents, everybody. Drivers and teams. With the trophies, gentlemen. How they're going to get that back on, do not know. Right, our next trophy presentation will be for our 992 class. Please welcome in third place in 992, it's 928 HRT Performance of Guy Spessum and Harry Hilder. Guy Spessum and Harry Hilders. So in third place, sorry to wake you guys. Guy Spessum, Harry Hilders, and Ken Andre Hauschild. In second place is car 955, the Vili Motorsport by EB Motors. Please welcome Fabrizio Brogi, Sergiu Nicolai, and Sabino De Castro. And the winners of the 992 Porsche class, car 909, that's the Red Camel Jordan's team. Ivo Breukers, Luke Breukers, and Rick Breukers. So please welcome our trophy presenters to present our third place trophies. Third place trophies to the HRT performance team, car 928, Guy Spessum, Harry Hilders, and Kim Andre Hauschild. Congratulations, gentlemen. And our second place trophies to be presented to the Vili Motorsport by EB Motors, car 955, Fabrizio Brogi, Sergei Nicolai, and Sabino De Castro. And first place in the 992 class, Red Camels Jordans, car 909, the Porsche of Ivo Breukers, Luke Breukers, and Rick Breukers. And our champions of the continents for the 992 class, stay where you are, guys. Stay where you are. The championship of the continents goes to the Red Camels team. So a big congratulations. And our champion driver, our champion of the continents in the 992 class, Ivo Breukers. Right, guys, lift your trophies high in the air. Lift your trophies up. And a big congratulations on 992 Porsche class, everybody. Thank you, guys. Well done.
Just start with number 3.
It's on 992 Porsche class, the AM category for 992 next. In third place, car 929. That's QMMF by HRT. Abdullah Ali Khalafi, Abdullah Al Abbasi, Ibrahim Al Manai, and Kim. In second place in the 9 class, it's car 979, Rabdan Motorsport by Speed Lover. Saif Almeri, Olivia Dons, Enrico Fernando Fulgenzi. And the winners of the 992 AM class, please welcome the 928 team HRT performance of Guy Spessum, Harry Hilders, and Kim Andre Halschild. So third place trophies to be presented to the QMMF by HRT, Therakata, car 929. Big round of applause. And in second place is the number 979 Motorsport by Speed Lover Porsche. In second place in 992 AM. And our 992 AM class winners. That's the number 928 HRT Performance. Big round of applause, everybody, for Guy Spessum, Harry Hilders, and Kim Andre Halschild, class winners. We've got our championship trophies as well. Olivia Dons in second place in the championship. And in third place, Saif Alameri. The championship trophies to be brought out. So in second and third place in the championship of the continents, Olivia Dons in second place, and Saif Alameri in third place. Hold your trophies high in the air, everybody. Well done, guys. Well done, everybody. We've still got trophies. We've still got trophies. Big round of applause, everybody. Our 992 AM class winners. Our next trophy presentation will be for our GTX class. Goodness. Please welcome in third place, it's car 714. That's the Razzoon More Than Racing KTM of Dominic Albert, Daniel Drexel, and Hathem Karajuli. Well done, guys, in third place. In second place, it's the 701, the Vortex V8 of Philippe Bonnel, Lionel Amarouche, and Nicolas Norbs. And the winners of GTX, please welcome the 710 numbered Liebherr Motorsport Lamborghini of Kerong Lee, Jean-Francois Bruno, and Greg Gorski. So trophies to be presented to the third place team and drivers. That's the 714 Razzoon More Than Racing KTM of Dominic Albert, Daniel Drexel, and Hathem Karajuli. In second place in the GTX class, that's the 701 Vortex V8 team of Philippe Bonnel, Lionel Amarouche, and Nicolas Norbs. And our winners of GTX, Liebherr Motorsports Lamborghini 710 of Kerong Lee, Jean-Francois Bruno, and Greg Gorski. So our team's championship of the continents trophies to be awarded next. And our champions of the continents is the Liebherr Motorsport team. And in second place in the championship of the continents is the Vortex V8 team. Trophies coming next. So we've got more trophies coming, everybody. More trophies. Mohammed needs more hands. Second place in the championship of the continents in GTX. 4XV8, everybody. And our champions trophies coming next. For the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini team, who are our champions of the continents in GTX. Our driver trophies for the championship of the continents next. Our champion of the continents is Greg Gorski. And in second place, Philippe Bonnell and Lionel Amarouche. That's Greg Gorski. That's the junior champion. Right, so the junior champion of the continent is Mr. Carol Lee. Well done, Keron. I think we have more trophies. I think we have more. Right, guys, hold your trophies high in the air for the photograph. And a big well done. Our GDX class winners, everybody, and also our 2022 champions of the continents. That's it. Gentlemen, you're free to go. Well done. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Merci beaucoup. Okay, thank you. Allez, see you. Enjoy the cake.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
I've got no hands.
Okay. Fist bump. Be careful. Thanks.
Our next presentation will be for our GT4 class. Please welcome in third place, it's car 491 Lion Speed Racing, Jose Garcia, Daniel Miller, Andres Bacarud, and Patrick Kolb. And in second place, it's car 450, the RMC Jorgensen Strom by Century, Darren Jorgensen, Brett Strom, and Nathan Freak. And the winners of GT4, please welcome car 429, Century Motorsports, Aston Martin Vantage Team, David Holloway, Adam Hatfield, Bradley Ellis, and Piers Johnson. So our trophies to be presented first to our third place team. That's the Lion Speed Racing, Porsche Cayman, Jose Garcia, Daniel Miller, Andreas Bacarud, and Patrick Kolb. Congratulations. And in second place, RHC, Jorgensen, Strom by Century, Darren Johnson, Brett Strom, and Nathan Freak. And our first place trophies to Century Motorsports, car 429, the Aston Martin of David Holloway, Adam Hatfield, Bradley Ellis, and Piers Johnson. Congratulations, our GT4 class winners, everybody, for the first Hankook 12 Hours of Kuwait. Well done, gentlemen. Our next trophy presentation will be for our TCR class. So please, well, I know you've been very patient down there. It's all about you guys now. Please welcome in second place. That's the Wolf Power Racing Audi of Yasmin Preissig, Abbas Valiers, and Mohammed Al Sabah. And the winners of TCR, please welcome the BBR Cupra Leon team of Pasand Promsombat, Tanat Sathian Thirikul, Kandidi Kasiri, Kandasak Kusiri, and Asumon Asiri. So TCR trophies to be presented to the Wolf Power Racing team. And our first place trophies to the BBR team coming next. And we've got some championship trophies as well to present. So we're just waiting for our Championship of the Continents trophies. In second place is the Wolf Power Racing team. And our champions for 2022, our champions of the continents is the BBR team. And our champion drivers of the continents are BBR drivers Kandidi Kasiri, Kandasak Kasiri, Anuson Asilaretsi Siri, Tanat Sathian Thirikul, and Pasaret Promsombat. And our Ladies' Cup winner is Yasmin Preissig. Ladies' Cup is Yasmin Preissig. Yasmin. Our Touring Car Endurance Championship of the Continents trophy to be brought out next, and it's quite a trophy, everybody. To BBR, our 2022 Champions of the Continents. A big congratulations. Our TCR champions, everybody. Thank you, gentlemen and ladies. Thank you. Well done. Our final trophy presentation will be for our touring car class. And it's going to be a Hofer Racing by Bonk Motorsport Party up here on the podium. Congratulations, BBR, well done. Please welcome onto the podium. Our touring car class is Hofer Racing by Bonk Motorsport. The driver lineup in first and second, Michael Meyer, Martin Kroll, Michael Bonk, René Bartel, and Herman Bock. Choose a step. It's a Hofer Racing by Bonk Motorsport Party, everybody. So we're going to present our trophies for first and second for the Hankook 12 Hours of Kuwait. So first and second in touring cars. These 5 drivers shared 2 cars and got them all the way to the finish, repairing damage on both of them, coming into contact with other competitors, and that didn't stop them repairing the car and continuing. We've got our championship of the Continents trophies as well. And once again, it's the Hofer Racing by Bonk Motorsport team that has won that. And in first place in the Drivers' Championship of the Continent is Michael Meyer, Michael Bonk, and Martin Kroll. And in second place, Renia Partel and Herman Bock. That concludes our trophy presentation, everybody, for what has been an outstanding and probably very unforgettable first 12 hours of Kuwait here at the Kuwait Motor Town. We've heard the fabulous news that we're coming back in 2023. Here's to the rest of the season, and here's to meeting you all next month in Dubai for the first round of the 2023 Championship, but also the second round of our Middle East Championship. Goodbye, safe journey, and we'll see you very soon.
And experienced it yourself.